Hey guys, Carlos Cortez here. I hope you're doing well. I am not in my studio this week as I am in my home in Kissimmee, Florida. Anyways, here we are. I hope you guys are doing okay. Thanks for sticking around. If you haven't had a chance, please like and subscribe to our YouTube channel under Scriptures in Wall Street, Rumble, as well as Spotify and Apple Podcasts. We are there now. So, really grateful that we're on multiple platforms here. And moving forward, we will be hopefully not censored there, but if so, you can always go to my Rumble channel and we will always be posting content. So this week, I just simply wanted to just update you on some things and really just a mindset going into 2027 and Q3, Q4 of 2026. There's a lot of things happening right now. We've received calls very similar. It's interesting because when we receive calls, it's always about two things. Like, I'm not confident in my retirement. I'm not confident in what is happening with the government, and I don't know what to do. I understand the banks are not my friend. I understand the banks have basically financially inoculated me into positioning my assets as not even my own. You don't own the money in your bank account, as you guys understand. You don't own a lot of things. And what I wanted to really talk about is, what do you own? You see, we are so caught up in purchasing investments, we're purchasing things. I believe we're buying things we don't even know. So, your 401ks, what are they truly invested in? Your bank account, what are they truly invested? Do you own the silver in your precious metals IRA, whether it's in Delaware and Texas? Do you really own it? More so, the money that you're saving into your brokerage account, where are those funds being invested at? These are some basic questions, because here's a really scary story, is that as we go into closer to 2030 and 2033, when Social Security is supposed to be running out, I possibly think it could run out faster with the exorbitant debt that we have right now. They're going to have to get very creative on how they're going to tax you. Extremely creative. So as we put money in a 401k and the IRA, just know, as you put every single dollar in, you are signing in a partnership agreement with the IRS to dictate how much money you literally own in the future. Now, I don't know about you, but maybe you like Elon Musk. Maybe you understand that it's okay not to save for retirement because you're going to have robots doing your work for you anyway. Maybe you want to believe in that. I don't think our listeners, if you're listening to this, that's not you. You guys are responsible people. You love freedom. You love ownership. You take action. You're proactive. You're biblical. You are 10 toes in the ground and you have a spine. That is not you. And that is not my typical listener. But the bro investors and the main population, or the sheep, I would say, will take the easy way out and stop funding their retirement. We have all-time foreclosures coming back. We have all-time 401k withdrawals. We have a lot of recessionary indicators that are happening right this moment. And this is not a doom and gloom podcast, but I just want to state the facts. The facts of the matter is that BlackRock has completely said it multiple times that they're a big advocate for tokenization, crypto, and more importantly, AI. They're going all in on AI. And what's scary is that BlackRock has such a huge influence on Washington, on Capitol Hill, that they're literally creating these partnerships where 401ks and IRAs and governmental funds like Trump accounts are going to be heavily invested in AI. And they will trick you into saying, hey, we're going to give you $1,000 feeder match. So open up your IRAs for your grandchild. And now you can have, I'm sorry, not IRA, but a Trump account, which is a deferred retirement, so to speak. And at the time of 18 years old, they will own it. But here's the crazy part. If we have millions of kids opening these Trump accounts and getting the $1,000 match, and they're all vested in the same index, do you really think the government's going to prop that index? Wouldn't it be wouldn't it just be like a complete rug pull? If you really wanted to hurt our children and our children's assets, all they have to do is hire the same people that created these accounts to do a rug pull on them, to manipulate the markets, to get them in the government's nipple so they can have milk for the rest of their lives and be dependent on the government. We have to be very studious right now. We have to ask questions. We have to not just blindly trust the government, blindly trust everything that comes out from the media, blindly trust everything. We have to question. We have to question, not because we are in a spirit of rebellion, but we are proactive. Physically, mentally, spiritually, who cares about other people's feelings? You need to put 10 toes in the ground and start questioning where your investments are at. Where's your funding coming from? What are you funding? And if we don't have an answer for that, then don't do it. Don't do it. Simple as that. And more importantly, the more that you save into government written contracts, the more control they have over you. And I can't stress that enough, because Wall Street, just like Big Pharma and every other propaganda sector in this world, they all have their peddlers, they all have their agendas, they all have pretty much everything in line, and it all lines up to one group. Whether it's a Bilderberg group, whether it's the Zionists, whether whatever principality you're talking about, it is biblical. We don't need to solve who is doing it all. We don't need to solve. So what if you figured out it's the Masons, the Mormons, or the Jews, or the Illuminati, whoever it is, it doesn't matter. It's not going to change your life. Who killed Charlie Kirk? It doesn't matter. What does that have to do with you and your household? You are called to be responsible for your own household, for your own happiness, for your own greatness. Guys, we get so caught up in the price of silver and politics and what is happening locally and the track trace control agenda that we forget to even look at our own stuff in the middle of everything. It's great to question, but don't be frozen in this distractionary based society that we're in, where none of it is for your benefit. The only thing we have to worry about is our name written in a book of life. What are we doing today to make an impact on others? And guard our financial household to be a steward, because we will be judged on that. We will be judged on that. And I believe that we've created a platform where we do great stewardship for clients' assets, that we can actually protect your money from the CBDCs. We can protect your money from the ideological propaganda that is funding this Satanist Luciferian agenda. Whether it's in the market, whether it's out of the market. And we have a great process. We call it the covenant process. We believe in precious metals, but we don't believe that it's a retirement vehicle. We don't believe that it should be in an IRA. If you lose money in an IRA, you can never write it off, guys. I don't care if it's in Texas or Delaware. And you've seen how manipulated it can be. If you currently have money in the bank, a 401k, or even precious metals in an IRA, you may want to listen up. You're going to want to have a place where you have a guarantee on your funds. As we go into a lower interest rate environment, banks will be stressed out when the commercial real estate crisis happens. Right now, you can get a guarantee, yes, a guarantee on your principal, and get a bonus. If you're younger than 65 years of age, we can utilize an insurance-based contract that has been around for over 100 years. We want to help you find a guarantee on your funds that are actually outside of banking laws, outside of securities laws. And guess what? You get a guarantee on your funds. You get a guarantee on your principal. Go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out your information, and let's just see if you qualify. B, how are those apples treating you now? Most of you are very concerned about the cost of silver and IRA because in your IRAs, because you put way too much money in red. For those of you that don't understand, or you're new to the show, red money is going to be an account or asset class that has unlimited losses, unlimited gains. You have no control over the price of it, and you have no idea what the fees are. And if you do, they're still sketchy, or you have no 100, not one um, transparent, confident approach on what you can tell me what the actual operating expenses on your red money is. So red money could be real estate. It's also your stocks, your bonds, it's crypto, it is precious metals. It's pretty much anything that goes up and down in value and you don't have any guarantees on it. The definition of a security is risk of principal. So you're willing to risk your principal. Sure, there's bonds, there's governmental bonds, but even those aren't guaranteed. Your principal is not guaranteed. Maybe that coupon payment from the government's guaranteed, but their guarantee and your guarantee is completely different from what we think a guarantee is. Secondly, bonds aren't protected from rising or lowering interest rate environments. When the interest rates go down, your bond prices go up. When the interest rates go up, your bond prices will go down. So, yes, grandma lost her money in 2022 to 2024. And, when interest rates went up, and obviously they're starting to recoup now with the indices tracking, and the 2, 5, and 10 year are being uninverted. They have been uninverted, but they're normalizing. And so if they raise interest rates, look for that with the Feds right now, with Kevin Warsh back in. And as I told you, Kevin Warsh is going to talk a different speed, talk a different lingo than Jerome Powell. Jerome Powell is very analytical, A-type, just kind of that geeky, straight line guy, didn't like to be pushed over. But at the end of the day, Kevin Warsh will do what Trump has basically called him to do. And he's going to try to come in and lower interest rates. And I think that's what the goal is for them, is to try to lower interest rates to keep consumer goods a little more attractive and affordable. But the problem is that wages aren't keeping up. Real estate prices are, people can't afford homes. People are still trying to afford daily staples like groceries, eggs, bacon, ham, bread, just diapers and formula. They can't even afford that right now because credit card spending is all-time high. 401k early penalty withdrawals all-time high. Repossessions of cars are back. Now we have private credit that is on the brink of exploding. And if we have a private credit crisis happening, guys, even BlackRock will be exposed, as well as Chase and Bank of America. All the big banks will be exposed. And more importantly, there will be a massive effect on weaker insurance companies that are overexposed. We've never solved commercial real estate crisis. As we know, we have billions and billions of dollars in commercial real estate that is currently defaulted. Just last year alone, we've had loans. We saw companies walk away from skyscrapers the past 2 years, walk away from skyscrapers. We saw AT&T building in Dallas. We saw a $90 million building in St. Louis, Missouri that actually got foreclosed and auctioned for $4 million. And we're talking a skyscraper, guys, because the whole dynamic has shifted. Social Security will eventually run out due to the fact that there's no W-2 workers anymore. Everybody wants to work from home, start their business, be an Uber driver, or whatever it is. The employment landscape is changing. This is one reason why Social Security probably isn't going to be there. I'm 43 years young. I've been doing this for 20 years now. I'm not going to have Social Security. So my approach is doing market-based money, right? Dollar cost averaging in the markets, because I trade, but also having a green money account for my retirement so that my wife and kids will have a stable account growth that is not CBDC, that is not tied to the stock market, that completely is principal protected, creditor proof, principal protected proof, and can generate income while I'm pulling money out 20 years from now. So my clock is 20 years. Like I can work for 20 more years. Hopefully a lot sooner. My plan is to work for 15 more years, 15 or less. And I'm taking all my retirement clients and running the journey with them. So hopefully that's you. The thing is that we got to create an inheritance for our children. We got to be stewards, and we have to have plans. That doesn't mean we are fear mongering. Doesn't mean that we are being anti-Semitic doesn't mean that we are being crazy or just unprepared. We are preparing right now because the market can and will go up, and the market will go sideways, and unfortunately, the market will go down. Now, if you're 55 years old and you're banking on your retirement to be there, and you haven't planned for downside rug pull or drawdown, do not be like your parents in 2008 or in 2001. We've learned that lesson several times. Guys, these people literally had to stay in the market in 2001 for 6 years. It took them all the way up to 2007 to recuperate their money, only for them to lose it again in 2008. That's if they never sold. And then from 2008, they simply had to wait another 7 years. So this is considered the lost decade from 1998 to 2008. We do not want to see that happening as the AI boom happens. We are in the AI boom, guys. Like the whole thing what I was getting at is that Larry Fink wants to invest your money, not his money, but your money through governmental partnerships, through Trump IRAs, through 401ks, through custodial agreements, debt, equity, you call it debt and equity. He wants to have complete all in, like Russian roulette, all black. And he wants to put everything in AI. And that coincides with what he's been talking about the past 4 or 5 years. He literally is the Bill Gates of the financial system. And we have to be very, very careful because he is going to lead a lot of people in just financial captivity. Like I just don't trust this. I think you can make a lot of money in AI. I totally believe the technology is there from a performance and growth standpoint. But the other side of that is devastation. The other side of that is an AI boom and bust. We saw it in 2001, very similar when the internet took over everything. In 1993, you couldn't buy anything off the internet pre 1993. I don't know if you remember that. And then we had electronic email early 2000s, late 2000s, or late 90s, or going into early 2000s, and now companies are being ran by email, and so people don't write letters anymore. Now we have Bitcoin that was introduced in late or mid 2000s, and although it's trading right now just at 63, remember I told you guys it'll get to 65, so that's corrected. It went below 65. We have $63,000 a Bitcoin right now as of June 4th of 2026. A digital asset that no one understands what Bitcoin is worth $64,000. Great time to dollar cost average and buy some BTC. I really think BTC will get to $250,000 within 4 or 5 years. Silver should pop up over $200 once this suppression stops, because they're both scarce. And so what I want to just really mention is that scarcity is a really good asset. You see it with Rolex watches, you see it with classic cars, you see it with antiques and art and just things that are just scarce. Like if you love cars like I do, you understand that a older Mustang will always hold its value if you can restore it. I still have my 1999 Cobra Mustang. I'm not getting rid of it. It's a stick shift. It's got 110,000 miles on it, and it's parked at my dad's house. I'm not getting rid of it. There was only I think only like 1,500 of that color combination made. It was a red and tan interior, so you don't see them. Anyways, anything that's scarce is going to be a good investment. So silver eventually will be a great investment as AI companies want to take off. They have to have that silver. So right now with the dollar pumping up, and I'll share that with you. I just won't say it, but I'll just share it with you. If you currently have money in the bank, a 401k, or even precious metals in an IRA, you may want to listen up. You're going to want to have a place where you have a guarantee on your funds. As we go into a lower interest rate environment, banks will be stressed out when the commercial real estate crisis happens. Right now, you can get a guarantee, yes, a guarantee on your principal, and get a bonus. If you're younger than 65 years of age, we can utilize an insurance-based contract that has been around for over 100 years. We want to help you find a guarantee on your funds that are actually outside of banking laws, outside of securities laws. And guess what? You get a guarantee on your funds. You get a guarantee on your principal. Go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out your information, and let's just see if you qualify. Because this is the God's honest truth. Guys, this is the US dollar right now. This is on a daily chart. I'll go to a 4-hour chart. Does this look like a crashing dollar to you? Nope, it doesn't. And so we saw back in March, this thing just go boom. It went bonkers from 97 to about 100.4. So this jump just on a daily chart, and I'll even go to a weekly, and I'll pan out here, shrink it up a little bit. It's on a weekly chart. When that dollar goes down, that's when your silver goes up. But when this dollar pops back up, which it probably could, if you look at this chart just over the past 4 years, anyone can say, here's our support, here's our lower level at 94. It's going to want to try to find its price home in this channel at its last resistance back in 2022 at 114. So if this thing does pop up, let's just say to even at 109, to the closest resistance, what it's going to do to silver, it will bring it back down to 104. I'm sorry, to 2 in the 40s again. This is one way they can steal your silver, is simply you get so frustrated with it. It's called investor fatigue, that if they pump up the dollar and they need your silver, there's no more silver in the Bolivian mountains. They're all gutted out. There's no more silver anywhere. But you have them. You have them. And the way they can take it is they're just going to suppress it till you get tired of it, because you didn't sell it back here. And so you will FOMO out and you'll get frustrated. Let me see here. Let me actually pull up silver. So it does coincide with the US dollar. And as this skyrocketed back in early January, February, we saw it at 122. Currently it's at 73. Let me zoom out of this so you can see it a little better. So we're currently right now in this price home here where it's just consolidating. And that's because the dollar has been pumping up and the sellers are out. So we have short term, midterm, and long term now turning green. So silver is literally on, as of recent, is going down because the dollar is going up. So we get the question, is it a good time to sell? Well, if you bought it way back yonder over here, it might be a good time to sell a portion of it, because right now there is no skyrocket boom in silver right now. It could happen, but I need all these bars to turn green. I need the dollar to go down. And right now the dollar has no indication that it's going down anymore. I'll go back to the dollar. And so what we're doing here is we're quantifying and quantifying it, and getting our emotions out of the way, because the charts don't lie. This is the dollar. Do you see any red marks here? Do you see anything showing red? And this is on a daily, this is on a weekly. This thing, look at this candle on a weekly chart, has full green, all momentum. Even my RSI indicators is showing power, bullish power on the dollar. So, guys, once this is going up, your silver will go down. Maybe from a smaller minuscule level, but the overall bias here is very simple. The fact that it's not going down a dollar. And people that buy gold and silver, they bank that the dollar's crashing. Well, let me tell you something. You're smart enough to realize that if the government can pump up the dollar and crash the dollar on purpose, they can pump up the dollar. It's 100% manipulated, in my opinion. Now, you may think otherwise, and that's okay. That's why it's America. You're free to believe whatever you want to believe, say whatever you want to say, but that's the God's honest truth. It's right there. So for those of you that are waiting for a stock market correction, let's talk about the S&P right now. Right now we're seeing bullish power through the roof on the S&P. I don't trust it, but it is all AI driven. I got green bars on a short term, midterm, and long term. I was hoping that this would be a good short here. I loved SPX, S, and SQQQ, but I'm losing money currently because it just blew through resistance. And this is on a weekly, guys. So be very cautious buying the S&P at these levels because this is all propagated. It is all funded through AI. Now, I really believe because Fink's stance on the AI debacle, on the AI propaganda, like he really, really wants to use your retirement savings, not steal your retirement because he can't do that, but he could use his power to influence 401k custodians like Empower, like Prudential, like Fidelity, like Schwab on the 401k retail side, obviously. He can say, you know what, BlackRock is a great investment for your employees. And here's a partnership contract. And we are Fed now compliant. We are federally regulated. We are federal compliant. Meanwhile, they got some backdoor agreement going on in Washington. Sure, that would never happen, right? I'm pretty sure that would never happen. But the fact of the matter is, it's happening right now. Because if we simply do a quick search. So here we are. Larry Fink warns Americans' pension savings will fund trillions required for AI data centers. Protect your wealth. The tech giants are expected to spend a whopping $7 trillion on AI infrastructure by 2030. That's more than the size of Germany and Spain's GDP combined. If you're wondering where all the money's coming from, the answer might surprise you. It's your savings accounts and pension accounts. That BlackRock CEO, Larry Fink, who made the prediction at the Texas State Technical College in Waco alongside Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Yeah, here's a Snopes article and a plug from X. Check this out.
To think about growing with the United States. If we could get more and more Americans to think about growing with the United States, we will have far than enough money to invest in this infrastructure. But as the governor was talking about, the need for electrons is growing every day. Some of these, if we're going to be the leader in technology, which we are, if we are going to be the leader in AI, which we presently are, it's just going to require trillions of dollars of investments. And if we don't invest in it, China will be the global leader in this. And so to me, it's not whether, this is a must. And if you think about how that translates, it translates into a more dynamic economy. We need the United States economy to grow at over 2%. We need the US economy to grow at 3%, especially with the growing deficits the federal government has. And so much of this money, not just the project, is going to be coming from the private sector, from savings accounts, from pension accounts, from insurance companies, and on and on and on. The whole world is in need of improving the infrastructure.
There you have it, boys and girls. I mean, I don't know how that makes you feel. For me, it's obvious, right? It is obvious. The fact of the matter is that he's going to use pension savings, retirement accounts. Who's to say he can use the Trump accounts to fund the AI agenda? The question is, where in the world do you actually own your money? When are we going to actually own your money? We see it in the bank accounts where you don't own it. We see your 401ks where you don't own it. Pretty soon, you won't even own your brokerage accounts the way things are going. What else are they going to reach their hand in? The answer is not silver. The answer is not an IRA precious metal in Texas or Delaware or Montana. The question is, or the answer is preparation. How do we prepare today for this AI digital takeover that is here? It's happening now. Every time you get in your car and you have a phone on you, it already knows where you're going based on your behavioral habits from last week and the last month. It's been tracking you for the past year or 2 years or 5 years. It knows your daily habits. And we are in a society where the track, trace, control agenda is just everywhere. So we have to play smart. We have strategies here at Cortez Wealth Management that are anti-CBDC, that are pro-America, and that we don't want to fund China. We don't want to fund any other country other than America. Now, I'm not saying all AI is bad. I'm just saying I don't trust the government to have full control of all my assets. And I don't think you should either. And guys, we are setting ourselves up for the slaughterhouse. If not us, then our children. And I need you strong men to step up and really guard your finances for your family. I honestly don't believe the big banks, the big brokers, the brokerage firms, they're not even talking like this, because most advisors will say, "Oh yeah, we're going to buy the S&P and the Nasdaq and you'll be fine with your Palantir stock and your Nvidia stock and your Amazon. Just stick to the big AI tech companies and you'll be fine." And we're funding our own demise. We have no control of what's going on. It's red money. It's red money talk. And literally the whole stock market is based off 7 different stocks that are all AI based, the Magnificent Seven. And if you haven't learned anything from 2001 and 2008, this is going to be a massive, massive bomb when it all comes down. I can't tell you when it's going to come down. All I can tell you is that prepare. I can show you charts to oblivion and I can give you a heads up. And I'm pretty good at what I do, but it is completely up to you on how you take this. Everything on this information is meant for education and information purposes only. I'm not giving investment advice. However, if you would like investment advice, give us a call, 813-448-3446. Now, with that being said, I can't stress enough right now that we still can make money with the AI and the NASDAQ. We still can do it. Last year, or 12 months from now, our trailing 12 is over 18% in one of our indices with a green money account. All you got to go is greenmoneysolutions.com. Look at option 3. It's a QQQ based index, a growth index. And we're literally making 100% of that index year by year with no bonus. If you want the bonus approach, you can get a 15% bonus in most states, except for California, and make 70% of that index. And it's a very powerful index. I really feel that big tech is going to lead the next 5 to 6, 7 years. Every recession we've had, it's always been healthcare and big tech that's got us out of a recession and that has grown the market. You heard him say that we need to be at a 3% GDP and not struggling at a 2% because our national deficit is tremendous. It is unbearable. So this tells me that the American system, the American retirement system, is failing. Our money is not keeping up with the demand of the cost of living, the cost of inflation, just the cost of everything, just operating as an American. Like, we are not keeping up. So Larry Fink is stepping in and saying, we just got to fund, we got to be the ultimate leader here, and we got to fund it in any way possible. Use all our resources to get into AI, or else China will own that sector. And at this point, I don't even know what to believe, because we have a president that's kissing the wall and that's more focused on fighting Israeli wars and not American wars. That's really focused on, tweeting more than actually establishing policy. Like, what happened to the immigrants? What happened to the wall? What happened to the jobs? What happened to diesel prices? I miss driving my truck. I have an obnoxiously loud truck. It's a show truck, but dang, I don't want to spend $200 filling it up. Thank God I have multiple vehicles, but there are guys that actually use a diesel truck to go to work every day, and they can't even afford to go to work. Like, what happened to the diesel price? What happened to the American trucker? What happened to having a livable wage? Most Americans now have 2 jobs and they can't even make ends meet. You need at least $100,000 just to get a mortgage. Like, homes are basically not even affordable anymore, let alone if you're a single mom, single dad, you can't even get a home. And now what is being promoted is manufactured homes that are literally not even hurricane proof anymore. They have no resale value. And you're seeing these communities pop up everywhere. And it's truly no ownership, because you can't take loans at it. You can't sell them for what you bought them for. You can't build equity in those things. And even if so, you're not going to get all the equity that you put in. So they're entrapping the American consumer, the hardworking American, and not really pushing them ahead. You have to be a business owner. You have to clock dollars. You have to somehow have a side hustle to get ahead. And even then, you get smacked up by taxation because you're parking your money in the wrong parking spot, like a precious metals IRA or a taxable account. And so the taxing planning of the future is going to be vital, guys. If you don't know what you're doing, give us a call. We have strategic partnerships with some of the world best CPA that are America First, that can give you the best tax advice. And it is my prayer that you guys do something and not just listen to podcasts, but actually do something about your retirement. As we see the markets going up, that doesn't mean you can't make money in this market. What I'm saying is you got to have a plan for when it comes down. And many of you are trying to retire. I've spoken to hundreds of people. They're in their 50s and they're now questioning, they have their life savings in their 401k and their job is shaky right now and they don't know what to do with their 401k. If that's you, give us a call. We want to help you. We want to give you straight up a simple process that will protect your retirement, that will be there when you call upon it, that's not reliant on the Nvidias and Amazon, and that's not reliant on the stock market. But we need to have principal protection. We need to have a way to correlate your assets through simplicity and not just the stock market. Because if you invest your whole retirement in the stock market, you are not guaranteed to retire the way you think you are. And I don't know about you, but I don't want my retirement to be a what if. I don't want my retirement to be a place where I think and hope is the financial plan. And I know that's not you. So give us a call. Let's have security. Let's have confidence in retirement. There's no reason why you shouldn't. I just don't believe that the big banks have your best interests at heart, because their mission statements are not in alignment with your values. We all have values here. I want to make sure that my values align with yours and vice versa. And if that's you, if anything I said resonates with you, give us a call, 813-448-3446. Or you can book an appointment online at cortezwm.com. You simply just go over there and type in a few prompts. We don't sell your information, nor do I have time to do that. We keep everything in-house, and you'll hear from my team to book a 15, 20-minute call, a discovery call, to make sure that we're a good fit and to answer any of your questions or concerns. First question I always ask somebody when they call is, what do you like or don't like about your current situation? And I give you the floor, and I'll give you my 2 cents. And if it's a great fit, great. If not, that's okay too, guys. I'll still keep on podcasting. I'll still keep on managing money. I'll still keep on, pursuing the agenda of being a light on Wall Street, fighting the Goliath. I'm still here, guys. I'm still here. I've gotten mud, speared, everything you can possibly think of. But I'm still here fighting, and I want to fight for you. I want to protect you. There's no reason to FUD going into 2027 and finishing up 2026. There's no reason to lose money in the next stock market correction. There's no reason to do any of this stuff or be fearful and uncertain and doubtful with the next media post on X or from Trump or from Elon. Those things should benefit you and not hurt you. And so if you don't have a strategy for the chaos coming in, and silver is not it, by the way, we already seen the stock market go down as well as silver, and I can show you the charts on that too. We've all been fed a bag of goods, and it's time for you to wake up to realize that what you think happened is not currently happening. Your gut feeling is an emotional feeling and not a professional decision. You need a professional to help you. I'm here to help. Anyways, if you like more of this content, then go ahead and find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, and Rumble, Scriptures in Wall Street. Thanks again, guys. Carlos Cortez here. And don't forget to get your awesome peptides from GetMeLeanUSA.com. You can purchase on monthly subscription. You get a discount, and you can cancel anytime. These are America First peptides, basically plant-based and animal-based, and you will love the results that you get. So go to GetMeLeanUSA.com. You can support our show by purchasing a few products from there. And I just appreciate all the support and love that you guys have given me over the past few years. God bless you, and we'll talk soon. So how many times have we gotten lost in the minutia of the everyday life? We've gotten fat, we've gotten lazy, we've gotten complacent, not just in our faith, but also our fitness, maybe our finances, maybe our marriage, maybe our family. But we've gotten complacent, and we constantly need to continue to grow. And one of the things I was weak at was in my fitness. As a former athlete, I thought I had it all. My ego got in the way. I'm like, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. Up until now, I have been able to focus on my fitness. For those of you who've been following me for 3 or 4 years, you understand that I've gained a lot of weight. I've used the excuse of having 4 kids, a marriage, a business, helping out at church, all these excuses. And I keep putting myself in the back burner. This is deadly. And what I love about this company, what I love about taking ownership, is that GetMeLeanUSA.com has the ability to introduce natural, groundbreaking peptides. What your body demands, what your body needs to release those fat stored cells, to build muscle, to gain your physical being back to where it's naturally supposed to be. We're not talking about big pharma saying we're going to come out with the weight loss drug. We're not talking about losing muscle. We're talking about gaining muscle, gaining your physique back, controlling your appetite, giving you the edge that you need to help you get your body back in check the way God intended it to be, by using his resources with America First products, with America First company that aligns and believes in what you believe in. Introducing GetMeLeanUSA.com. Get in. This is going to be groundbreaking, huge business opportunity, as well as a huge groundbreaking technology that is going to change the landscape. So I know good things before I see it, and I highly recommend you get in. All you got to do is click the link below and get you some fit, get you some lean, and get fit and get lean. This is not going to do everything. Of course, diet and exercise, you continue your walking, continue your protein intake, but man, does it make it a whole lot easier to get in shape. Look at me, I've lost 60 pounds, but this is actually fundamentally a great recipe to get back in shape. And I can personally attest to the amazing effects of this product. So go to getmeleanusa.com. You won't regret it. You can cancel anytime. They're affordable and yet they're effective. And you are supporting our show. You're supporting yourself. You're supporting a mission. There is an affiliate program attached to it if you would want to share it with your friends and family. There's a whole nother opportunity there. But more importantly, let's get your fitness back in check. God bless you. Carlos Cortez here, signing out.
Welcome to Accidental Education Reality Lab. I'm Tom Cunningham, your host, and I once had a Liberian prostitute accuse me of being a witch doctor.
Spanning the globe from the four corners of the world, traveling the earth while entertaining millions in secrecy. These are lessons learned through not so average experiences from a life spent creating reality television. This is accidental education. Reality Lab with your guide, Dr. Tom Cunningham, Esquire, amateur DDS.
Yes, it's true. In 2009, I was doing a gig for the History Channel called Shadow Force. And basically, the whole idea of this series was I was going to follow around security contractors. Well, let me back up a little bit. My background, for those of you who don't know, I spent the last 30 years working in reality television. And I've worked on shows from The Amazing Race, The Apprentice. Yes, I worked when the President of the United States was the host of that show. And just for the record, let me state this as bluntly as possible. Donald Trump is the exact same person that I saw in that boardroom, and every time that he walked into every location that we were at. What you see is what you get. And we hear these rumors of him being different, that, you know, in private, that he's in public. I never saw that. He was the exact same person each time that I had any kind of interaction with him. So, yes, I've worked on quite a few reality shows at different capacities. Like, I started my career on the TV show Cops. I've done a lot of law enforcement shows. I've done a lot of sort of reality style game shows. You know, I would consider Apprentice being a game show along with Amazing Race. And I also directed Undercover Boss, which is my mother's favorite show because everybody feels good at the end of the show. You know, there's a little bit of crying in there, you know, with those slow pushes that we do at the end when the boss reveals himself and he gives the reward to the employee, and there's crying and hugging. Yeah. So, yes, she was a big fan of that show. Anywho, Accidental Education was born through all my experience in reality television, because I don't have your typical education when it comes to graduating from college. I mean, I've got an Associate of Arts degree from the University of Indiana, South Bend. So school really wasn't my thing. I was more into creating, and especially, you know, in the world of television. I haven't done anything really in the world of film, primarily reality television and documentaries. Okay, so enough about me. So let's continue to talk about me in Liberia. So I'm doing this show for History Channel, as I said, called Shadow Force. And if you want to check out the episodes, they're on YouTube. We're in Monrovia, which is the capital of Liberia. And the whole plot of this episode is one of the security contractors has a deal with the Liberian government because during this time frame, Chinese trolling ships, fishing ships with nets are drag netting inside the 3 miles. You know, 3 miles is international waters. And so they're inside, they're like drag netting the coastline of Liberia. And so what this is doing is taking away all the fish from the local fishermen. So of course, Liberia, being a very poor country, doesn't have a coast guard. So the premise of this episode was the contractor had gotten a rigid hull inflatable which, you know, is like a launch ship. And then we had another ship that was contracted called the Rockfish. And the rigid hull inflatable would go on the Rockfish. If they would see, you know, one of these fishing trawlers come within the 3 miles of the Liberian coast, the rigid hull inflatable would be launched. They would arrest the ship, bring it into the port of Monrovia, and they would have to, the fishing company would have to pay a substantial fine. So it was basically giving the Liberians the opportunity to help themselves enforce their own laws. So that's the premise. Now we get to the behind the scenes, and this is where the Liberian prostitute comes in. So we're staying in a hotel in Monrovia. It's one of the finest hotels that they have in the whole city of Monrovia. And like with every other production, you know, most hotels that we stay at have a bar. So you go to the bar for a little bit, or you've got some beer, liquor, or whatever. And you usually have one room that's established as the party room. So in this case, the party room was my sound guy's room. So we grabbed some beer, we're drinking beers, listening to music inside his hotel room. It's myself, another producer, sound guy. You know, it's a pretty chill night. You know, it's hot as hell in Liberia. And another work colleague of ours knocks on the door, comes in, and he's got this chick with him, a local, this, you know, kind of, you know, she's fairly attractive chick. She comes in, and of course, you know, she's a prostitute. So she comes in and starts, you know, and people like this always crack me up, is when you have, you know, when you have a friend who shows up at a party and they bring somebody as their plus one, or just like a friend of theirs that you haven't met, and this person comes in and automatically starts dominating everything that's going on and wants to be like, you know, the person in charge of all the events, and everything's gonna go through them, like the music, the entertainment, all of it. That's how this chick was, right? So she comes in, automatically starts turning off the music. We're listening to like Molly Hatchet or something, and she's like, no, we've got to listen to, you know, Kanye, and then like puts on Kanye, and it's like, okay, whatever. It's like, God, why would he bring her in here? Because number one, if you're in a foreign country, especially if you're in an impoverished third world country like Liberia, and you're messing around with prostitutes, it's not going to end well. So all of us are thinking, dude, why are you doing this? You know, are we going to get robbed? Or, you know, is she going to be casing the joint? What's happening? It's just, I mean, that's just the facts of life. And that's how, you know, things like this operate, you know, when it comes to the criminal enterprises. So anyways, we're sitting around drinking beers, listening to Kanye, and she's like, all right, I've got the game we are going to play. It's like, all right, what is this game? And she's like, it's called Gambe. It's like, all right, well, how do you play Gambe? And she's like, all right, well, the rules, this is where it's like, okay, I feel like we're being set up for something. So she goes to explain the rules. Okay, everybody has a drink in front of them. And when I yell Gambe, you drink everything that is in your glass or in your bottle. It's like, that really isn't a game. That's called like finish what you have. And she's like, no, it's Gambe. All right, so why not? Let's, you know, we've got a good story happening. You know, we've got, when's the last time you're gonna, you know, play a drinking game with a Liberian prostitute? So it already has, you know, the beginnings of a good story, right? So we play Gambe. We're sitting there with our drinks, continuing to chat, listen to music, and all of a sudden, Gambe! You know, she yells it out. So, all right, go. Drink all my beer. It's like, okay, now what? We're all looking at each other, and she's like, that is the game. That is how you play Gambe. It's like, again, this isn't a game. And so I grab another beer. We all, you know, refresh our drinks, continue to listen to music. And then she yells again, Gambe! So we start drinking and we slam everything. And I'm like, okay, all she's doing now is trying to get everybody as drunk as possible. So this game is not going to end well. And it's like, it's not even a game. It's more like a demand of everybody drink as quickly as you can, get shit-faced as quickly as you can, and I'm going to rob the joint. Because of course, she yells Gombe, and she's not drinking, and the rest of us are. It's like, this isn't this isn't your regular drinking game. So I'm like, all right, we've played 2 rounds of this. This is dumb. I want her to leave, and I want our work colleague to leave as well. So I'm like thinking to myself, all right, what do? I don't want to be rude to her. I don't want to say, hey, get your hooker ass out of here. I don't want to yell at him. I'll yell at him later in private, the guy who brought her into the room. So I finally decide, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come up with a voice and, see if I can not really scare her, but just kind of like add some comedy and levity to the situation. So the first voice that I think of course, is the voice from The Exorcist. So I start talking like the voice in The Exorcist, where I turn and I look at her and I'm like, you are no one. And with that, she absolutely freaks the fuck out, man. She's like, Juju man, you the Juju man. And she's like pointing at me. Her eyes are real big. You are the Juju man. And she bolts out of her chair. She jumps on the bed, and then she vaults toward the window. And as she's going to the window, all of us are sitting there going, holy crap, as she's in midair. It's looking like she's going to crash through the glass and then fall out onto the street somewhere. So she's in midair, and at the last moment, instead of going out the window, she reaches up and grabs a hold of the curtains and brings everything down. The curtains, the rod, all of it. And she's like, no, Juju man. And she gets up, she's flailing around in the curtains, screaming, Juju man. She's rolling on the bed, and boom, the next thing we know, she's out the door, and our work colleague who brought her is like, thanks for fucking it up for me, man. And he runs out the door chasing her down. So yes. So a couple of lessons that I took away from that experience. Number 1, humor will most likely get you out of pretty dicey situations. Having a Liberian prostitute in your sound man's room, good way to get rid of her. Everybody saves face. There isn't any kind of like, hey, get out of here, whore. Anything like that would lead her to go get friends, relatives, whoever, and come back and murder everybody and take all your shit. So humor goes a long way, and it's also perceptions. I'm not sure what her education level was, but I'm going to say that she's probably encountered some kind of black magic or voodoo ceremony before in her past, and then to see somebody start talking in those voices, and again, I was just doing the voice from The Exorcist the best way that I could, but it freaked her out so badly that she actually thought that a demon was possessing me and decided to get the hell out of Dodge. And the same thing can be said in regular everyday life. Whatever we see on the news is presented to us as news. The perception that we have is a lot different than maybe that our neighbors. And somewhere the truth is kind of in the middle. It's almost like, and I think, the late Scott Adams said that everybody seems to be watching one movie screen, but we're seeing 2 different movies. And that's what I feel like is going on right now. We're all watching the same movie screen, but we're seeing 2 different things. And I mentioned movie screens because when I first started in the world of entertainment, I started off in local TV news. And at the time, the TV sets were, these old hard things, and a lot of them had crank knobs. And everything was filmed in 4x3, which was the square. And that's the square that you would see on your television set. And then and that was at the beginning of my career during the news days. And then once I got on the TV show Cops and was working that, it was still 4x3, but they wanted to, take our 4x3 cameras and adjust for 16:9, which is like this. And the difference between the two of those formats, of course, one is a square, and the idea behind 16:9 was to give the audience more of a cinematic feel. Because at that time you had TV, which was a very closed in and narrow area, and then you had motion pictures, which were a lot bigger, where the audience got to see more of the world. And the whole idea for an audience is to see more of the world. So eventually television caught up with cinema and everything switched again to 16:9 instead of 4x3. But now what I'm seeing is with social media, especially the TikTok revolution, everything is getting vertical. So now we went from a world that was like this to a world that's now like this. So over the course of 30 years, we've gone from expanding the world to the audience to shrinking it back down. So now when you're on TikTok, you don't get any sense of geography to the video that you're watching. Then the world becomes very narrow. And I think that's a very dangerous road to go down, because what you're doing is conditioning everybody to think that the world is just comprised in here, when it's actually a lot bigger. And the composition that at least I want to see is like this. The danger to me is when you narrow something. I mean, just think about it, narrowing. You're narrowing the world. And so you're narrowing it just to the perception that you see that's right in front of you. You have no idea of anything else that's going on around that little frame that you see. You're just seeing a little snippet of it. And you take that into consideration with what a lot of people are calling, social media and clips as being digital fentanyl, which they are. Hey man, I'm guilty of it just like the next person. Do I lie in bed and doom scroll? Yes. And you know what? And there's even a term for it now. It's called bed rotting. It's when you sit in your bed and you're just like, oh, video. That's interesting. Oh, really? Oh. So Mary Magdalene was a lot older than Jesus. Huh. Doom scroll. Oh, what about this? Oh, Hitler's father was grandfather was the bastard son of one of the Rothschilds? That's weird. Yes. So all of us, including myself, are guilty of this sort of doom scrolling. But again, the videos that are being produced now, especially for social media, being that vertical format, is taking away from the actual real world. So now your perception becomes that, subconsciously, that the world is a lot more narrow than it is. Because before, we're used to seeing this large expanse of the world. Like, take The Amazing Race, for instance, the show that I worked on, I'm very proud of. I did 17 seasons of that show. I did seasons 4 through 17. Loved that show. It's a great work experience. Got to see so many different countries around the world. And one of the benefits that I saw to The Amazing Race is with the 16:9 format, and with the introduction of flat screen TVs that were getting bigger and bigger and cheaper, the audience could really embrace and kind of wrap their heads around how big the world actually is and how beautiful it is in a lot of countries. But now what we seem to be doing, again, is just shrinking it, just so it's all right in here. And, whoever talks the most shit is going to get the most clicks, instead of, composition and actually having something of substance to say during your clip. But, maybe, I'm a Gen Xer, maybe that's just like the boomer side of me, and maybe it is progress, but I don't think it is. I really don't think it's progress to narrow the world. I think you always want to keep expanding the world that you live in. But now it seems more and more that we're being conditioned. And to me, that goes back to, you know, I guess I like to call myself a conspiracy junkie, because I really enjoy going down rabbit holes of different conspiracy theories. And I've got one coming up later on in the show that I'm going to talk about a little bit. I don't know if there's much of a conspiracy to it, but anyways, we'll get to it. So going down these rabbit holes of different conspiracies, I go back to one that it's not, I don't think it's a conspiracy, because it was stated at the World Economic Forum, where they said everybody's going to live in a 15-minute city. Everything you need is going to be within 15 minutes of your living pod. I don't think they use living pod, that's my word, not theirs. But the idea is to corral everybody, to get people out of the rural areas and push them into city centers. And you kind of see this happening in major cities because there's a lot of redevelopment that's going on. And a lot of that redevelopment has to do with stadiums and arenas. And those stadiums and arenas now become the focal point of downtown. And so, of course, with those, you're going to add in shops, restaurants, and living areas, because now there's something to do. And, you know, it's in walking distance, or in some cases, the new stadiums and arenas that are going in have mass transit. So it's eliminating the need for a car. So when you're reading stories about, you know, new stadiums that are being built in downtown areas, take a look at the parking situation. And it's mainly for baseball stadiums, because now we're in the era, and we have been in the era for a while, where they're building single-use stadiums. You know, back in the day, you would have one stadium, you know, like Joe Robbie Stadium. I still call it Joe Robbie, even though it's a Hard Rock Stadium. But Joe Robbie Stadium used to have the Marlins and the Miami Dolphins. And I enjoyed watching those games, you know, with the Dolphins and with other teams that shared stadiums with the baseball team, because, you know, you would see the orange clay on their uniforms, and the infield would still be there. Those games added a little bit more, you know, dynamic to the game, because the stakes were higher, because you didn't want to kick field goals off the clay. So that part of it, you know, of sports, I miss. But looking at the single-use stadiums, if it's a baseball stadium being built downtown, you're not going to see that much parking, because tailgating really isn't a part of the whole baseball scene. There are some, you know, Dodger Stadium, there's a little bit of tailgating that goes on, and I'm sure that there's other stadiums around the United States that are primarily baseball stadiums. They're going to have some degree of tailgating, but predominantly baseball is not considered a tailgating sport, whereas football is. So with football stadiums, if they some of them start gravitating towards city centers, you're going to see the lack of parking there. There's still going to be parking, but it's not going to be like it was when you saw stadiums that would go out to the suburbs where you had plenty of land. Because what a lot of people have found is, if you have a professional football team, you're going to play maybe, you know, 8, 9 games, maybe some playoff games. So that stadium is going to be used maybe 10, 11 times out of the year. And we've also come into a generation in human history where, like, the big shows, like your rock concerts that were filling up stadiums, aren't as prevalent as they once were. I mean, they still happen. You know, you got Taylor Swift, who sells out stadiums, and a couple other performers that sell out stadiums, but it's not as prolific as it once was. The choice now seems to be with arenas. You know, like you see a lot of arena shows happening, especially in the recording industry. And now you see a lot of arena shows and stand-up comedy, which I'm really happy to see. I think arena shows are great, especially for the art of stand-up comedy. But the idea getting these focal points in cities is the appeal of the building of mass transit to get everybody and moving people in mass, and not having people show up in their automobiles, which goes back to the 15-minute city. So, yeah, these are patterns that I pick up on that a lot of people call me a conspiracy theorist for. But when people at the World Economic Forum say this is how they want people to live, and then also say things like by 2030 you'll own nothing and be happy, that kind of falls in line. I see the pattern. It's not like those dots are hard to connect. I think they're pretty easy to connect, and it always seems to play out that way. So just like the conditioning that we saw with that thing that happened in 2020 where people were standing 6 feet apart from each other and were forced to do something they didn't really want to do or else they were going to lose their jobs, that was another conditioning exercise. Just like I think the conditioning with vertical is the same. It's the same mindset. It's repetition. Get people to do things over and over again so that becomes the norm. And that way they become more compliant and they're easier to influence. Whereas I like to kind of step out of that circle and just kind of find my own lane. And that part of it is rough because conformity comes in many shapes and sizes. And I know within the entertainment industry, we always talk about how, you get people who look at the world differently and they're artists and they're a bit more creative. That's true. It does attract those types of people. But once you get in there and get in that system, then that system demands conformity. I would guess it's like any other business that there is. If you're a hedge fund guy, if you're an attorney, you have to work within that system to be successful in that system. It's the same way with entertainment, where you could be a free thinker, but there's certain things that you have to conform to. Like if you want to be invited to like all the cocktail parties and I'm not talking about like the ones like the Rick Rubin type parties or the Diddy parties or anything like that. And I'm not comparing Rick Rubin to Diddy at all. I'm just saying they're two different types of parties. Where Rick Rubin's parties, I've never been to one, but people I know who have been, they're pretty tame. But like with every party, there's certain rings to these parties where you have like peripheral people, then you have another ring where it's like a little bit more insider, and then you have another ring where it's like, okay, you're cool, but you're not cool enough to get in the ring where Rick is. And I would imagine it would be the same for a Diddy party. Not everybody is going to be sticking around a Diddy party to the end when they have the freak-offs. That's just the way that it is. And that's the way, it's set up. Again, I'm not saying anything about Rick Rubin other than using him as a reference of somebody that threw a party who I knew attended and explained it to me. But yes, so within the entertainment industry, it's wild to think that conformity is such a high priority, but it is. And that's just a part of life. And when I got into it, I was like, hey man, I can do whatever I want and, be whoever I want to be and create. But you do have that freedom, and it is a pretty long leash, but there's always tugs on that leash. And then there's always people, reeling in that leash and making sure that you don't go far out there, because at the end of the day, it's called show business. And there is a huge business component attached to it. And, we're seeing that now. One of the biggest complaints that I see with people is when movies come out, and especially remakes. And this week that it was announced that there's going to be a remake of Escape from New York. Does there need to be a remake? Part of me says no, the original's good, but it does take place in 1997. It is time-stamped. And plus the technology in Escape from New York could stand to be updated. But the performances are fantastic. Kurt Russell as Snake Plissken, Donald Pleasance as the president, Isaac Hayes as the Duke. Was it Harry Dean Stanton? Or Dean Stockwell? I always get those two confused just with the names. Is Brain, and then what was the smoke shows? Was it Adrian Barbeau? who was Brain's companion? I'm not sure. Should it be? Well, this all ties in. The reason why films like Escape from New York are being remade is because they showed success in the past, and and it's caused a cult following for Gen Xers like myself. We really love the original. So, with studios consolidating with bigger businesses like your Amazons and your other multinational corporations, at the end of the day, it's a business. So they're going to want an intellectual property that has been proven in the past. And so with the IP of Escape from New York, it only makes sense to update it. We know that it's a proven IP. We know that people are going to like it, who haven't been introduced to it. We also know that people are going to hate the idea of remaking it, so we're going to get a ton of publicity from it. So that's the main driver in why there's so many remakes, is the fact that the intellectual property already exists, and to mitigate risk and get a script from an unknown writer and an unknown director and put them together. Corporations don't work that way. They want to know that they're going to get money back from their investment. So the best way to do it in the entertainment industry is to start remaking proven product. And Escape from New York is one of those proven products. Now, how do I feel about it personally? I like the idea of it being updated, but instead of remaking the entire script, I would take the approach that what they're doing with the Rambo franchise, where they're doing a prequel to First Blood, because I think that there's a lot of content there with Snake Plissken's background, being former, special forces operator in the military. Not special force. Well, yeah, I guess the generic term is special forces, but special forces is dedicated for Green Berets. Special operator. Snake Plissken was a special operator in the military, gets out of that. He ends up robbing the Federal Reserve, and that's why he's been sentenced to the prison island of Manhattan. I would like to see that background, and I would also like to see the tie-in because, excuse me, in the original, it's revealed that Brain's the one who is able to develop petroleum and gasoline for the island so people can get around. But Brain and Snake know each other from previous contact, and all you know is that they know each other, but you don't know how deeply they knew each other. So I would like to see that storyline in the prequel. Or if they're going to remake that, spend a little bit of time explaining that. I need a little shot of... My throat's a little dry. Explaining that relationship. To me, it comes down to the casting. Who are you going to cast as Snake Plissken? There's a lot of different thoughts there. I've heard Gerard Butler's name being thrown out there. I've heard, Chris Pratt being thrown out there, and even Timothée Chalamet. But I think what made Kurt Russell so good for that role is Kurt Russell was a natural athlete, and he walks, talks, carries himself as somebody who is very well coordinated and kind of like, an everyman. Back in the 80s, everybody had PE class. You had some sort of coordination. Of course, the more coordinated you were, the better athlete you were. And Kurt Russell played, minor league baseball. So he had a certain amount of coordination to him, and he didn't have to have giant muscles. It wasn't until, First Blood Part 2 when Stallone really bulked up for that role. And then you had Schwarzenegger come in. I guess it was more Schwarzenegger. It was kind of a confluence of Schwarzenegger and a Stallone together that got like the real beefy action movie star. But Kurt Russell was more of like, your Patrick Swayze type of action movie star, where he looked like every man but very athletic and had a very athletic tone to him. So if it comes to casting, I would not want to see The Rock playing the part of Snake Plissken. I think it would be an awful movie if he was in that role. I wouldn't want to see Michael B. Jordan in that role of Snake Plissken. I know a lot of people like him. I don't. I mean, he's been all right in some roles, but I think he's an extremely overrated talent. To me, it's not there. He's not in the same categories as some of my favorite actors. And some of my favorite actors are more or less character actors or co-stars. Like Gene Hackman has always been one of my favorite actors because whatever you see on screen, that's who you believe he is. You know, Al Pacino, I feel the same way about. Even Robert De Niro, you know, I know he's become a bit controversial, but I do, and he has a tendency to sort of play the same role, this, you know, that kind of role. I thought Robin Williams was, you know, had tremendous amount of range. Tom Hanks, yeah, but this whole, again, being a conspiracy junkie, I'm just kind of like Tom Hanks. But again, if I'm not thinking about him personally and just looking at his body of work, you know, he's very believable. You know, from Captain Phillips to Sully Sullenberger. You know, there's been, you know, a few movies. You know, Forrest Gump, of course, minus the Baphomet imagery that he had. You know, I think most of you know about. That's a little weird. But, you know, it could be coincidence. I don't think so. Some of my other favorite actors. Yeah, I like anybody who just takes that role and becomes that person. Oh, gosh, the guy from The Joker. Oh, Val Kilmer I always thought was really good. Oh, by far, to me, the most underrated actor, I think, because no matter what you see in him, what you see him playing in, what movie, what role, he always brings his A game, is Michael Keaton. He's one of my favorites of all time, and he did a film that not too many people saw, but was one of my favorite films of all time. It's called Knox Goes Away. Absolutely brilliant performance. He is. You know, it's weird because he's really high on my, like, you know, Mount Rushmore of favorite actors. Yeah, Michael Keaton. I mean, it's like Tom Cruise. It's very hard to point to a Tom Cruise movie and say, oh, that movie was shit. He doesn't make bad movies. All right, let me look at my notes here. I wanted to touch on that. All right, since we're talking about movies, let's talk about Jerry O'Connell and actors. So Jerry was on Club Random not too long ago where he was talking with Bill Maher, and he had mentioned that when Trump got reelected that his wife and his daughters freaked the fuck out on him and started punching him and yelling at, almost, you know, holding him personally responsible for Biden's loss, even though Jerry was a staunch Biden supporter. And he was just referring to how, you know, caught up emotionally the females in his family were to the election. And so that caused, that sparked a little bit of issue with, you know, people calling him a cuck online and, you know, being a bitch and, you know, everything else that goes with it, where, you know, you're having the females, you're the head of the household, but everyone's beating on you, including your daughters and your wife. I don't know if his wife did, but his he said that his daughters did, allegedly. So now you fast forward, so Jerry's on another podcast where he's talking about the ramifications of being on Club Random, where he talks about how, you know, people have been picking on him and he's pissed off about it. And what I saw Jerry do in this podcast with his answers, it irritated me because it shows a lack of you know, masculinity on his point. And what he did in some of his answers was he set himself up for the victim narrative. And it was like watching a TED Talk on how to become a victim. And he laid it out. He laid the formula out perfectly, where he talked about, he started off by saying, people are saying this about me. And he's the one who already said it. He told the story about how upset his family was when Joe Biden lost and Trump won. So from that point, what he's trying to do now is to make himself more the victim. So that's what he said to begin with. So the second part of that is he's on this podcast reinforcing that. The third and fourth part that I thought, well, the third part, let's just get to that one. The third part I thought was the most egregious. He brought up his wife. He brought his wife into it and said that she's now being trolled on social media for what he said. Okay, so now here comes the victim part of it. So you're letting trolls and bots know that their behavior is starting to affect your wife. And then he brings his daughters into it, saying how they're being trolled on social media. So now what he has set up is he's the one that made the statement about what happened in his house. There's a reaction to it. And now he's taking those reactions to become the victim. And it's like, that's the perfect formula. That's how it works. And it works both on the left and right. The left have it totally down, where they can say the most outrageous things. So when people on the right react to it, it's like, oh my God, why are you such a bigot? Why are you such a xenophobe? Why are you, so homophobic? Really, really good at that. The right is starting to get really good at it too. Well, they'll say something outrageous and they'll be like, hey, look at all these people. I'm getting death threats. And a lot, I would say, in the whole left-right paradigm, I would say that the left has more of a proclivity to be violent than the right does. So if I was on the right and I was being trolled and harassed, the death threats that I was getting from the left, I would pay special attention to and find those to be quite legitimate. The other way around, I see the right, like the hard right people, being very apathetic and not, going that extra distance into martyrdom, where I see people on the left going that extra distance into martyrdom, like your Luigi types. So anyways, that's how it works. You say something, whatever that reaction is, you say something, the negative reactions then become something personal, and then you talk about how that's affecting you, and you become the victim. I mean, I think most of us can see that, but Jerry just laid it out there in a way. It was like, oh, okay, this is the formula. And, he happened to articulate it. And so now, letting people know that your wife and your daughters are both on social media and they're both being trolled because of him, you're almost setting it up. Well, you are setting it up for them to get more trolling. And so the more trolling that they get, the more of a victim you become. It's a perpetual doom loop that you're engaging in. And I don't find much happiness in that. I like to be snarky, sarcastic, whenever I post anything or whenever I respond to something. But, there's been instances where people are like, oh, you're a fucking retard. You're this, that. It's like, I don't give a shit, because most of these people who are posting it are bots and I'm never going to see them ever in my life. So it really doesn't matter to me what they call me. Whereas I think for a lot of people, get wrapped up in it that this is actually somebody. It's actually a real person. And yeah, they are real people, but they're getting paid to do what they do. They're being paid to incite things. And so to think this has any reflection on you and your, personal relationships with people is totally ludicrous. And for a lot of people, they look at their online presence as being reality when it's not. So if somebody's saying something to you that you're not used to hearing, like go fuck yourself, then it's going to become, you're going to take it personally because that's the first time that you've ever heard it. Where somebody like myself, who has heard it a lot just because of, the environments I've worked in, it rolls off, especially when I know it's not a real person. So that's another example of reality and perception just not lining up properly. So I don't know how many of you guys who are watching this remember Patty Hearst. Because when the whole Patty Hearst kidnapping happened, I was a little kid and really didn't know much about it. I knew that she was the heiress, and I knew that she had been brainwashed, and that was the first time that I had ever heard the term brainwashing, and still was a bit confused by it. But you know, this being in what, like 73, 74 or so, I've got it here in my notes, the whole sort of timeline here. Yeah, the 74 is when the kidnapping took place. So anyways, there was I don't know if you remember this or not, but I do. I remember it perfectly. Because in the 70s, I was going to Catholic school at the time, and we would have speakers come in talking about joining cults, because cults was the big thing, and brainwashing and deprogramming and that whole sort of process that went on with it. Because at the time, you know, to me, my frame of reference for it would be like the Manson family, the SLA, the Symbionese Liberation Army, the Patty Hearst, and then going on to, you know, the People's Temple with Jim Jones in Guyana. And so we would have these cult experts come in and, you know, warn us. And at the time, I was like, man, I was 3rd, 4th grade, so I was really young, and these people are coming in, oh yeah, you know, the Moonies might grab you, and you know, Sung Young Moon, and that whole thing that was going on. So it was a whole, and then it was a whole thing. It was something, you know, that people were concerned about. But then again, like everything else in life, when something happens, there's an overreaction to it. So were cults a thing? Yeah. Were they any different than any time period in history? Yeah, I would say they were a little bit different, because the proliferation of them, or the proliferation of them being reported on, was different. Were there people living in communes? Yes. What was it? Charles Guiteau, the guy who shot Garfield, was in a cult in Oneida, New York. It was a sex cult, yes. And actually, that's being a part of that sex cult, he couldn't get laid in it, so he left out of frustration and kind of like went down this, you know, crazy world of insanity, to the point where he shot Garfield. Anywho, so then, you know, then you had what they call the Satanic Panic, which I don't think it was a panic. I think it was actually real. And I think the whole cult movement had something to do with the Satanic Panic and the dark side of cults. Because there were cults that, you know, and I can't name them off the top of my head, that did have some, you know, some darkness to them, you know, some Satan worship. I mean, you go back to Aleister Crowley, you know, he's like the king of the demonic cults. So you had those going on, and then it turned into missing children, of course, with Adam Walsh, which, you know, I was paralyzed by that. And then after he went missing, then that's when you started seeing this whole, you know, it's not really safe, you know, for your kids to go out, because before that happened, it was like, it was wild times. It was like, you know, everybody's heard people say, oh, I didn't have to come home till those street lights came on, you know, that whole phrase. But that started, you know, unwinding a little bit after the Adam Walsh murder. But back to the Symbionese Liberation Army. So this is the timeline for those of you who don't know it. The SLA was a small far-left militant group, never more than about a dozen members at one time, around 20 to 22 people involved overall across its existence. Yes, when you start going down this rabbit hole into the Patty Hearst kidnapping and the SLA, there are a lot of names. And the people that are involved also have nicknames, so it just kind of, it makes it even more confusing. Active early in the 1970s, it espoused revolutionary and anti-capitalist, anti-fascist ideology. Does that sound familiar? Kind of seems like it's the same thing that's happening now. And in watching a couple of documentaries about the Hearst kidnapping, the folks that were involved there were two sets of people that were involved. You had, you know, a lot of white liberals, educated white liberals who came from good families, who were at, you know, Berkeley and so forth. And, you know, their heart was in the right place when it came to seeing what was going on with the Vietnam War, seeing the overreach of the CIA, the assassination in Chile. I understand that part of it. But when you come from the background like they did, you know, white, upper middle class, and then you find yourself in a situation where you want things to change and you're seeing the only way to do it is through violence, then you're going to start associating with people who are violent. And that's, you know, that to me, that's not the way to go. But I mean, let's be honest. You know, every time that there's been a significant change in government, there's always been violence. So, you know, you look at the founding of this country, there has to be significant violence for there to be change. I'm not in any way advocating for it, but I understand where they're coming from. And I also understand when you come from a certain background where you're taught to buy into the system, live by the rules, and then all of a sudden you're linking up with people who live outside of the system and don't abide by the rules, that becomes a pretty bad combination, and that's just a tinderbox for violence to explode. So here we go. November 6, 1973, the SLA assassinates Marcus Foster. Marcus Foster was the first black superintendent of Oakland Public Schools, and also a school official was hit also. Foster and his deputy were ambushed after a school board meeting. Foster was killed by gunfire. And this is where I the SLA claimed that there were cyanide laced bullets. I don't know about that. I don't even know if they would be effective, or if there's just one of these, you know, claims to make them sound more deadly than they actually were. This was the group's first major violent public act. 5 SLA members were eventually linked to the murder and robbery suspects. So this is interesting. So the SLA starts out with a group of these white kids at Berkeley, and then they meet up with this guy. One of the kids is doing a program where he's going out to prisons, and he's going to the Vacaville prison, and he meets this guy by the name of Donald DeFries. And Donald DeFries has done other prison programs, and he's a criminal. He's got a long time rap sheet. He's from Cleveland, Ohio, makes his way to California somehow. And then one of the SLA members arranges for him to escape. So he escapes. He ends up hiding out in a safe house in Concord, California, which is right near Berkeley, you know, a little bit like 40 minutes or so from San Francisco. So the reason why they pick Marcus Foster is Marcus Foster is tired with, you know, all the drugs that are coming in and out of the school. So he decides that all the kids at every school are going to have IDs. And so the SLA believes that this is a form of fascism and they need to take out Marcus Foster. That's the story that we were told. It doesn't, to me, it's, you know, if you're going to curry favor with the downtrodden, you're not going to want to assassinate somebody who's trying to help the downtrodden better themselves through education. So I think they lost their eye on the ball with that one, with a lot of things. So we go to January 10th, 1974. 2 SLA members, Joseph Ramiro, aka Bo, and Russell Little, aka Osceola, are pulled over by the police in a van in Concord, California. The vehicle contains guns, ammunition, and SLA propaganda materials. They are arrested and charged with Foster's murder. They were convicted in 1975, though Little's conviction was later overturned on appeal. The arrest prompts the SLA to plan high-profile action to secure their release, to secure Ramiro and Little's release. So in February of 1974, The SLA kidnaps 19-year-old Patty Hearst, granddaughter of the publishing magnate William Randolph Hearst, from her Berkeley apartment. Now this is where it gets weird, for me at least. So when you start looking into this, I think, okay, you've got a bunch of, wannabe revolutionaries in Berkeley. She's going to Berkeley. Is she connected to any of these people? And all the research that I've done, she's connected in no way to any of these people that are part of the SLA, which I think is really weird because it doesn't sit right with me. And the reasons given why she was kidnapped, of course, is because her great-grandfather is representative of the evils of capitalism and corporate control over the media, and she's a high-profile target. But how would they find her? And so I started digging into how they found out where she was living and the fact that she was living there. And evidently she was engaged to this guy. I believe his name was Willie Weed, or William Weed. Anyways, after they got engaged, the announcement was put in the newspaper, and they put her address in the engagement announcement, which was weird. I don't know if they do that anymore, or I guess they did that, but that gave the SLA the information to go to the apartment and pick her up. So here we go. 3 armed SLA members force entry. They beat her fiance, it's Stephen Weed, and a neighbor, then abduct Hearst, blindfold her, and placed her in the trunk of a car. The group demands the release of Ramiro and Little. Those are the 2 guys who were arrested in the van, as a bargaining chip. They consider themselves to be prisoners of war, along with a large ransom of food distribution to the poor. The Hearst family ultimately provided millions of food via people in need. And this they did. And what happened was these food trucks started showing up, and there were long lines of people waiting. And it broke out into complete chaos and mayhem because the people on the truck were throwing the food. People were trying to break into this semi, and just food is going everywhere. People are fighting. It's complete chaos. It's kind of like, when you see food distributions in third world countries and everybody just goes crazy. That's what this looked like if you look at old footage of it. All right, so in April 13th through 15th, 1974, Hearst announces via audio tape that she has joined the SLA, adopting the name Tanya. On April 15th, she is photographed participating in an armed robbery at Hibernia Bank in San Francisco alongside SLA members, including Donald DeFreeze. And here we go. This is kind of like the beginning of the end for the SLA. May 17th, 1974, a massive shootout and fire in Los Angeles. Police surround a SLA safe house in Compton after a tip linked to an early shoplifting incident involving Bill and Emily Harris, who were SLA members. 6 SLA members die in the ensuing gun battle and blaze. Donald DeFreeze, he's known as Sinku, which if you're going to come up with an alias, Sinku is one of the weirdest ones, and there's really no reason why or how he came up with it. No explanation of how he came up with it. I always want to say, his nickname was Clinique, because that looks to me in the strange mind that I had. And then also Nancy Ling Perry, Angela Atwood, Camilla Hall, Patricia Slotsky, whose AKA was Ms. Moon, William Ward, and William Wolfe. So they were all killed, but Patty Hearst and the Harrises weren't there. They were somewhere else. I can't remember. They were close by, but they were watching the whole thing unfold on TV. So, let's see. In 75. So, This is going on a year. So in 1975, April 18th, 1975, Patty Hearst, Bill Harris, Emily Harris, and Emily Yoshimura arrested in San Francisco after a lengthy manhunt. 1976, Hearst is tried in federal court for the Hibernia bank robbery and use of a firearm in a felony. Despite a brainwashing Stockholm Syndrome defense by F. Lee Bailey, she was convicted on March 20th. She was sentenced to 7 years in prison, initially facing up to 35. All right. So this is a part of the story that really intrigues me a lot. So you got F. Lee Bailey, defending Patty Hearst, and their whole defense is going to be Stockholm Syndrome / brainwashing. So who does F. Lee Bailey bring in as an expert in brainwashing? I'll give you one guess. All right, if you guessed Jolly West, who was part of the MK Ultra program, you would be 100% correct. What better person to bring in as an expert witness than somebody who's dedicated their life to mind control? So that connection kind of, sends me with a red flag about some sort of government involvement with the SLA. Even though I can't find any concrete information saying that there was any sort of intel agency influence over the SLA, it's just kind of weird to me. I understand that the Hearst family is going to have, a ton of money for Patty's defense, and so they're going to get the best of the best. And I guess Jolly West would be the best of the best because at the time there's nobody who knows more than mind control and brainwashing than Jolly West. So, you can go down your own rabbit hole with that one. So she's found guilty. She serves 22 months in prison. And of course, Jimmy Carter commutes her sentence to time served in 1979, leading to her release. She is later fully pardoned by President Bill Clinton on his last day in office. So it's good to have connections. We see this playing out time and time again. You have a certain class of people who the laws and the rules don't apply to, and then you have another class where the rest of us are who have to pay any sort of price for breaking the rules. That's just the way the world works. We like to think that, justice is blind and there's equal justice under the law. There's not. Just look at the Epstein files and look at the people listed in there. It's in the fact that we don't know, and the fact that we're told, oh, that's old news, just make it go away. Just make it go away, it's old news. I think it's very, very important on a couple of levels. Number one, human sacrifice and child trafficking is really bad. And if that's going on, that should be investigated, and the people that are engaging in that behavior need to be arrested and need to be prosecuted. So yeah, I think the signs are there that was most likely going on. And then just regular human trafficking and, Epstein being involved in gun smuggling, Epstein being involved in different sort of scientific programs. Yeah, I'm not one to give up on that one. I don't know how anybody else feels, but I think that I'm about 99% sure that Palm Beach Pete is Jeffrey Epstein. I think to me, it's revelation of the method. The Epstein class of people who run the world have to tell the rest of us what they're doing in some sort of, karmatic dispensation for their own evil deeds, where they're like, oh, we told you what was going to happen and you didn't do anything about it, so we went ahead and did it anyways. So yeah, when it comes to Patty Hearst, I'm not surprised at that outcome. What I am surprised at the later prosecutions, and this came in 1999 and 2003, several SLA members who were fugitives from the 1975 Carmichael bank robbery and Opsahl murder. Mrs. Opsahl was killed during that bank robbery. lived openly for decades under new identities. Key arrests included Sarah Jane Olsen in 1999, followed by others in 2002. In 2002 and 2003, William Harris, Emily Harris, Montague, Michael Borton, Sarah Jane Olsen, and James Kilgore faced charges. Most pleaded guilty to murder or related charges and received sentences of 6 to 8 years, served concurrently with the other time in some of the cases. So they're all out of prison now. And the ones who wanted to talked on camera during one of the documentaries that I saw. One of them it's called Gorilla, and there's also a subtitle to it. I can't remember the subtitle of it. It's really good. It doesn't really go into that much depth. It just kind of like pulls out the timeline for you and gives you an idea of the mentality of everybody involved. So I recommend that one. As far as any other Hearst documentaries, I'm starting right now just in like my preliminary phase of the Hearst rabbit hole. I'm sure it goes a lot deeper, and I'm sure like all other conspiracies that there's going to be false doors and roadblocks no matter where you go. All right, that wraps it up for me. We'll see you again next week. Thanks for taking the time to listen to what I have to say, and I wish I had something pithy to end it with, like that's all there is. That's all there is. All the news that's fit to print. I'm not a news guy. All I do is just let you know how reality television affected me and how I look on the world. So we'll talk to you later.
I mean, a lot, as always. Time keeps on ticking into the future, and we got plenty to talk about in the ways of not only technology, I'd say some weird admissions, of course, some AI stories, some Canadian euthanasia. I think that one's going to be really important. A lot of people don't understand. It used to be a big deal here when we were talking about Dr. Jack Kevorkian. You remember that era?
Yeah, Dr. Jack, assisted suicide.
And now it is, I guess we'll start with this one because I had such a reaction over on my regular social media. When I say my regular social media, basically my Facebook. I don't really post my personal life there, but some of the news stories I'll cover, and then I'll also post my shows, panels, etc. So, I took a screenshot, didn't even post the article. And you always know you're over the target with something when a bunch of people, when you already have, I think I have something close to 5,000 friends, right? I probably got 1,000 friend requests I haven't even done. And then I don't know, there's several thousand followers also on this. Let's say I have a reach of 10,000. When more than half of the people that are making comments on your page and they're comments that are trying to say either the story isn't real or that they're for it, and they're not following you and they're not your friend, it's something to take note. So the headline here, and it is an accurate headline. I want to make that extremely clear. Canadian doctor met man, 45, suffering from IBD, that's irritable bowel disease, and depression outside of a Tim Hortons and took him to be euthanized. Now, I know it sounds wild, okay? But let's give it some context, okay? In Canada right now, the amount of quote-unquote assisted suicide and the reasons for doing so are over the top. Instead of trying to work with this guy on his depression and his irritable bowel disease in his 40s, by the way. A doctor can now literally, and that's what this doctor did, met him at Tim Hortons and then diagnosed him with this. And then over the next several weeks, they had huge text exchanges where he convinced him to euthanize himself. And this guy, Dr. James McLean, he is now basically being investigated by the board that kind of oversees these euthanasias, not only for this conduct, but we'll mention another gem in a moment. It's crazy to me. And a lot of people are under the impression that these people that are getting the assisted suicide are always elderly with chronic illness and they're dying with dignity. No, they're now literally convincing people if they have depression, kill yourself. Okay? So in another instance with this insane doctor, and again, you don't know his name like you know Kevorkian.
Right. There was actually a parody song about Kevorkian. That was around the time that I was an intern on a morning show for another radio station here in the Quad Cities long time ago, about 30 years ago. And it was like, sick person to Dr. Jack, something about, give me a hack, whatever, take me out kind of thing. And it was, everybody remembers Dr. Jack.
I mean, Pacino played him in an HBO original movie. and look, anybody who is on the Dr. Jack Kevorkian train, I didn't have this queued up. I didn't have this queued up, but we're gonna do it live here. Again, if you go watch the video after the fact, okay, you just type in Dr. Jack Kevorkian artwork. All right, have you ever seen Kevorkian's artwork?
No.
Okay. Well, I would just encourage you to just type in those words, anybody, and you will get a smattering of some of the most bizarre, may I say, horrific type. I mean, these aren't happy fun time paintings, everybody. Cannibalism. I would just say this probably isn't the guy that I want to diagnose and then euthanize me. I don't know if there is a guy I want that to happen with, but with Dr. Jack, probably not there. So,
whoa, I just pulled some of these up. Wow. And, good point, buddy.
Yeah. Let me just say this. If you were to compare the artwork of, say, a John Wayne Gacy to a Jack Kevorkian, John Wayne Gacy's artwork is kindergarten stuff compared to...
What's inside your head, Dr. Jack? Well,
yes. ...
So... That's gross, man.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And now this doctor, and I use that term extremely liberally, because to me, this guy is just, he's someone who should be in prison, but we've empowered people like this because we are constantly trying to denigrate, desecrate human life, marginalize it. And essentially, the people at the top already think there are too many of us. So if you can be convinced to literally take your own life, more power to you. They love that. So in another case on this guy, and I really hope that they take this guy's license, and I hope Canadians can step up to the plate and realize that they've made an egregious error and try to fully reverse this thing. He went to somebody's home and, administered some type of euthanasia process, did not do it correctly. And after the person was already pronounced dead and he had left the home, they started breathing again.
Oh, God.
Look.
Bring a broom, it's a mess.
Hey, let me also show people this individual. He's not associated with this doctor, but to give an example, Keanu Vafayan, he was 26 years old and suffering from depression. And this is another example of somebody who in Canada, they allowed a 26-year-old euthanize themselves. He doesn't have chronic cancer. He's not in physical pain. No, we're not going to try to fix this kid. No, we're just going to euthanize. It really hits home to me because they've tried similar things in the United States. In fact, the big PR campaign behind this type of thing really did come in that Dr. Jack Kevorkian era where, like I said, they tried to make him out to be some sort of a hero in most cases. But I would tell people, please, just scratch beyond the surface level and understand how egregious and dangerous all of it is.
It's almost like, gosh, if you were to let an 11 or 12-year-old kid decide that they're actually a different sex and go ahead and go through all kinds of transition surgeries, even though they're only 11 or 12 and don't know anything really yet, but they think they do. And, imagine if a country were to let that happen.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Wait. Never mind. Yeah, that's happening here, which is also legalized in 2016 is what it was in Canada. The uses of the euthanasia. Well, the MAID is what they call it. Is this some sort of a product of socialized healthcare?
It certainly helps.
The less people there are, the more we got to go around for everybody else. More fresh water for the predator class. Here we go.
And believe me, they're taking that fresh water at a clip that nobody's ready for. Speaking to the tech oligarchs and these type of technologies, not just the data centers. I don't know if you saw it this week, but something I've literally been reporting on for 2.5 years, maybe closer to 3, really since probably the first couple of months of the Ukraine-Russia war kicking off officially, Russia invading Ukraine, everything going through NATO. And it's really bizarre. See, this should explain pretty simply to people how you live in a post-truth world, and there is no straight shooting from the hip whatsoever. Okay, so out of nowhere over this week, the Musker nuts came out and started talking about how the military was in a direct violation of the terms of service for using Starlink to connect into American suicide drones. Excuse me? It's been going on since the very beginning. I've done full reports where foreign press shows you how the Ghost and Sidewinder drones hook into Starlink. I've done full videos on the patents within Starlink itself, where it says the Department of Defense has full access to it at all times. I have talked about it being a Trojan horse civilian system from the very beginning. I have harped on the fact that Musk is a defense contractor and a cutout, and all of these things are extensions of the military-industrial complex. And for some reason, Reuters ran a story, and now Musk is saying it's a direct violation of terms of service that they're using Starlink, but then in the same breath admits that they've created Star Shield. And again, I'm one of the first to report on that over the last year, that Star Shield was this new openly militarized satellite system put up by Musk. It's not the first. Again, SpaceX is there not to I'm sorry, I hate to be a heartbreaker here. And I'm going to show you something else in a second.
Going to Mars, man?
We're not. And
I thought I did last night.
We're not only are we not going to Mars, and my high skepticism of the Artemis mission, but, I recently came across somebody else who is much more qualified than me, and many more degrees, who's even more skeptical than I am of how we are with humans in a space program that's run by rocket propulsion. Tell you what, rockets are great. They are great for getting up these type of satellite systems and weapon systems into that low Earth orbit arena. And Musk was doing that long before Starshield. Anybody can look it up. He was doing DARPA's Blackjack program along with Starlink on the same launches. I don't know how people can't get this through their heads. And one of the other things that is actually used in warfare, and our enemies are catching up, there's this video I have posted. Some of it's animation, some of it's actually real. But essentially, these quote unquote, they got you worried about Chinese spy balloons, right? Well, now you can take a weather balloon. They drift it less than 30 miles into the air. Okay, that's not even halfway up to, say, the Kármán line of 60 plus. And basically it takes a weaponized drone that then disperses over the target and into a swarm of hundreds of mini weaponized drones. Okay, that's the technology you got to worry about. Did you see Blue Origin yesterday?
Yeah, kaboom.
Kablooey! This is what I am trying to tell people. Rockets are extremely dangerous and volatile technology. Okay, we do not have them on lock after literally, 8+ decades of playing with these things, especially when we're talking about on a large scale to send a small capsule of human beings to these like massively dangerous arenas in space. Sorry. So, but I'm telling you what they work great for when they can do it. By the way, this Blue Origin flight had nobody on it. So supposedly nobody died in this massive explosion. And I mean, go watch it. It's one for the ages.
The video is, well, I mean, SpaceX has had several explosions. I mean, this is nothing new to that. I don't know, maybe we're seeing it more in the media because it's Bezos instead of Musk, and it's just kind of like old news with Musk. And he pretty much needs to come out with like an ear on his forehead at this point for people to really pay attention. But, that's the way it goes, I guess. But I mean, we've got assassination attempts. We had 2 in the month of May, and it's like on page 5 in the paper. Nobody even cares anymore. Nobody pays attention. Like, oh yeah, a guy was firing up the White House. They shot and killed him. I don't know. I mean, living with Trump, whatever. We are deep in the weeds with Jason Burmis, brought to you by River City's Reader. Have you seen that there's a couple of proposed AI data centers in our area now?
I have not seen those yet.
Yeah, so they're proposing one just on the edge of Clinton, Iowa, right out on, like I call it New Clinton, the Mill Creek Parkway, like the bypass on the back side of town. They're talking about one there, and then they're talking about one maybe right outside of Rock Falls. Here's my question. This is something I've been thinking about all week, and I'm like, I can't wait to talk to Jason and ask him this. So, why the hell do we need so many? Okay, if we need AI data centers, something we didn't have really, I mean, there's some, but not like, where it's just taking everything over. Why the hell, do you know at all, or why, we need so many of these?
Yeah, because it's the takeover. First and foremost, you would think that the establishment would drop their fantasies over the climate change arena, right? I saw a great report this week by John Stossel. Stossel's far from perfect, but I'll tell you what, he's been consistent and old school, and somebody that long ago transitioned from mainstream media into his own thing, and one of the few guys with scruples. But he basically broke down all the claims now in An Inconvenient Truth by Al Gore. You now have the 20th anniversary of that film. A lot of the predictions were talking about 15, 20 years in the future. None of them, not one, was real. Okay. And yet they're still trying to sell you on a carbon footprint when, an AI data center, I mean, when these things are complete, and we're not even talking about a large one, I mean, running for 24 to 48 hours is going to be your entire lifetime's carbon footprint, everybody. Like, it's not even close. If you talk about the building of those rockets on Blue Origin that you just saw blow up, that the carbon footprint of what went into that, it's not even ballpark, everybody. They're cutting down the resources. They really want to go into this model of control where they can now truncate your travel, where you are not free to travel. You're choked out by the economy. You're paying more for gas. But remember that they're trying to get a lot of the gas out of it and get everything into these electric cars. Again, Tesla part of that, which is a front for the military industrial complex, not because, they don't still want to utilize gas. They're going to be utilizing that, but they want to be able to shut your car off at any time. Wayne,
right.
Yeah.
The AI in the new cars, I saw that it passed one side of the House or the Senate passed it.
Yeah, and Massey was one of the only people speaking out against this car kill switch. I got news for everybody. Listen, I'm car-tarded, and I've never been able to drive a stick. The last clutch motor production of a commercial vehicle was this year. It's over. This is it. There's
really no more stick shifts. I didn't
nope,
know that.
Done. There will not be. There's no manufacturer making a stick shift vehicle for this next year. So that's over with. Okay.
Wow.
Yes. I want people to really, I'm a guy that, I'm not a rich man and I always buy my cars outright. So I still haven't even gotten into that arena where you don't actually put your key in and turn it. but that's been around 15, 20 years too, right? For certain vehicles.
Bob and the push button, yeah.
Bob and a push button. So your car, you can think it's yours. It's not necessarily going to be yours. Now, that's just one part of kind of this track trace database society that's already been established. Now, what they need these data centers for and why they want them to be localized in many ways is because they're going to digital twin as many people as possible. And they're going to digital twin everybody up to an extent with their metadata, with what's known as automated or auto content recognition. This is where, your ads pop up because you were talking about something, not even on your own phone, but maybe somebody else's.
That's been going on for a while.
All these smart devices, sure. But now they're openly telling you they're reading your emails. People are opting in for the AI to not only read, but then draft a response and send it out for them. I saw this great speech by a comedian at Harvard, the FAI speech, where he brings up just some of the points of how we're giving over our autonomy. I briefly discussed it last week with this Google presentation, but they are going full throttle where as they present you with agentic AI is what they're calling it. Again, your search engine is gone. Your URLs to search for are gone. Your conversation with AI is the only thing. So now you have this restrictive narrative management device that you've grown accustomed to. I don't know about you, Aaron, but I never got on the Alexa or Siri train. I've never had my Google Assistant on. I turned the microphones off. I had a great discussion the other day. I published it yesterday with the Independent Media Alliance. So some pretty heavy hitters there. And they come down on me pretty hard for some of my uses of AI. Whitney Webb, James Corbett, The Last American Vagabond, etc. Yes, but, we were discussing research tools, okay, and how people use AI. And I use it a lot when I know, I never use it. For instance, we were talking about how some people use it literally to write and put out their content. That's not what I'm doing. I don't want it to draft anything. The problem is that I can no longer find source documents or URLs that I used to be able to find through traditional searches. And obviously this is done on purpose. So let's give an example to folks right now on something I would use AI for, and then AI completely and totally lying to me. Okay. And once again, admitting it. And this is Google Gemini. Okay. So when I say AI, it's this same Leviathan. As I talk about, Google, funded by the CIA in QTEL, brought up through the Stanford Digital Library Initiative, which was funded by DARPA and NASA. It is and currently works with NASA in quantum computing and AI. It is part of the military-industrial complex.
Maybe that's how that guy got the $40 million in gold bars. You see that?
I did see that. I haven't dug into it, but listen. That to me just speaks to probably a low level of corruption. Think about that guy, right? In comparison to other people that don't have to steal 40 million in physical gold bars, right? Like
2 million in cash.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, he probably had those gold bars running around, or at least some of them, 10, maybe even 20 years. I would assume a lot of that maybe was looted during the war on terror. And for that to be worth what it is now, he had to sit on it for a while. So it wasn't always 40 million, right? It was like 10. Right. Anyway, let's talk about AI and Epstein for a moment, okay? So I have this article in front of me. I was editing through the docuseries I'm working on. And the headline here is, after the release of the Epstein files, why has there been so few arrests? This is an NPR article. And it shows one of the documents in the Epstein files where the Department of Justice basically releases this diagram where Epstein is in the middle. You can see Ghislaine Maxwell. Her face is uncovered. But then there are 5 other individuals who appear to be women that are also in the orbit with, quite a bit written under them. And I would assume, and I would do more than assume, that these are the people in the Palm Beach case that worked for Epstein for years afterwards as well. Some of them all the way up until his arrest, like Leslie Groff, Sarah Palin, Adriana Ross, Nadia Marcinkova. These are the names that come to mind, right? So I thought to myself, man, I'd love to get this document, right? It's obviously been released. It's published. I don't have the document number, so I can go in the 3 million plus pages and get it. So what do? I often will do an image search if I have the full image. The way it's presented there, I don't have the full image. It's on a tilt. So I ask AI, okay? So I'm just going to read the conversation. And you tell me, you know, whether or not this is something that we should be promoting or not. Okay, so I say, which document are they referring to under the headline? And I give it the URL. Pretty basic stuff, right? There should be no other context. It's not hard. It comes back with, under that headline, the article is referring to a diagram chart prepared by the FBI. The document included as part of the U.S. Department of Justice broader release on the Jeffrey Epstein files, and it functions as a visual map charting the network of Epstein's victims alongside a timeline of their alleged abuse. And I come back with, obviously, are you completely useless? I asked you which document. Can you provide me the file number, please? And it comes back and wants to be really apologetic to me, right? Wants to be my buddy. So it says, I apologize for missing the core of your request. The public record does not currently associate a specific single FBI file number, such as a 200 series, or gives you some nonsense, with that individual chart in the media report. And then it talks about the broad data dump. I'll summarize, but people can see it. That's a lie. It obviously has a number, but I let that one go, right? So it literally, it links me to the CBC, which is the Canadian Broadcast Company, for Operation Leap Year. Totally useless. So then I go to it because, I'm going over individuals connected to Epstein, and one of them happens to be David Blaine, right? The magician. Now, Blaine is in the Epstein files a lot. He actually recorded one of his bits at Epstein's mansion with Woody Allen. There's much more to it than that. Let me just say this. So I wanted to see if there were more photographs of Epstein than the one photograph that I had seen from the files. So I asked it, can you provide me with links to the photos with Epstein and David Blaine? Okay. Now, again, I'm asking it this thing because I know that at least one exists, right? It says, where the massive Department of Justice document dump contains extensive communications, scheduling logs, and emails, detail a years-long relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and David Blaine, including regular dinners and Blaine writing a visa support letter for the association, for an association of Epstein's. There are no official, publicly verified photographs of Epstein and Blaine together included in the released files or media coverage. Okay, so it gives me another paragraph, and I know this is a lie, and it says it can't provide it to me. So I copy and paste the image in, and I go, this image doesn't exist in the public domain. Comes back again. That is completely my mistake. You are absolutely right, and I apologize for the flat-out incorrect information in my previous response. So then it just admits that, this picture is David Blaine, Jeffrey Epstein, Ehud Barak, former prime minister of Israel, and Woody Allen. And, I basically ask it now on how terribly, it literally did nothing but lie to me, right? It didn't give me anything useful. So I said, rate your performance over the last several queries on accuracy and being able to provide anything of value, 1 being very accurate and 10 being useless and, in fact, detrimental to the facts. So it comes back, and I'll just read the first sentence. It rates itself a 9 out of 10, highly inaccurate and actively detrimental to the facts. Wait, it gets better. It gets better than that. So then it gives me all 3 queries and why it's terrible. And at the end it says, by confidently stating a falsehood as a fact, I didn't just fail to help, I provided misinformation that you had to manually correct. You have every right to be frustrated with that performance. And I go, wait a minute, why not a 10 out of 10? I go, can you provide me one insight that was not already available in the information I gave you? It looks like there was literally no merit in what you provided, and you are still trying to marginalize that. Guess what? It agreed. You are completely right.
I don't think it ever disagrees. Have you ever tried to get them to disagree with you?
It will disagree with you if you don't, if it can actually pull up some authoritative source with the
It
fact.
can prove.
Yeah, well, it thinks it can, right? Don't get like it gets again. It disagrees with me several times before I actually get it to, I have to copy and paste the information. But no, and now it says my performance was a 10 out of 10 failure. It had absolutely no merit, no hidden insight, and no value in what was provided. I mean,
Duncan here, my friend, you're an AI guy, like you use it a lot. Do you ever get that kind of stuff? Oh yeah, I get it all the time. And then my famous one is like when I go in there, like I'll have like a flyer that I'll have, and I'll be like, hey, I need you to update this flyer or whatever. Then it gives me like a new one, but then it puts like a picture in the back, and I'm like, hey, I don't want that picture. Can you change that picture? Then it'll change the whole flyer, and I'm like, why did you change the whole flyer? I just told you to change the picture. And then I'm sorry about that. You're right. I did do that. Let me fix that for you. And then they'll change the picture. Then I'm like, now why did you just change that other thing? I didn't tell you to change that thing. I apologize for that. Sorry about that. I will get that fixed. I mean, there's like several times where you call it out, and it's always like, oh, I'm sorry about that. But as AD brought up a good story out there asking how many people actually, speak to it like in a nicer language. Remember, it's like, could you please do this for me? And then give it props. Hey, that's a great thing you did for me. I appreciate that. Could you just do this, please? How much simpler it does. Like, oh yeah, no problem. It's like it's trying to act like a human being. And it's really weird. But I was going to ask you, do you know, like, in the AI centers, the data centers, why don't you build them underground? Use geothermal energy to help cool it down.
well, first of all, they do have basement levels, right?
I just looked up Colossus. They're building 750,000 square feet, building 2, 1,000,000 square feet. That's just south of Memphis. Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, please continue, sir.
No, absolutely. So you are going to have basement levels. Number one, you got to get the water there. Even if it doesn't matter how deep you go, you're going to have to cool these things down, right? So that heat has to dissipate. So it has to be relatively, somewhere where it can dissipate into the air. If you look at the plans for some of these massive data centers, they're already talking about mini nuclear reactor sites, not one, but multiple on each of these, because even not only the electrical grid, but they're using gas generators all over to try to circumvent some of the things that they've signed in contracts, and they're violating those contracts because none of them are ever going to be criminally liable. One of the reasons that they want them localized is that digital twinning system that I'm talking about, so they don't have to relay that information as much. And plus, they're trying to take away personal compute. Nexus Gamer just did like this 3-hour documentary where he went overseas and he's showing people, basically they're trying to take the hardware away. They're these next generations of computers. They've trained your kids on, a glorified cloud-based system, right? They gave them Chromebooks that didn't have any RAM, that didn't really do anything, that made them put their stuff online. They sat there and had personal relationships with Siri and Alexa, and now they're morphing all this in to like the Spike Jones Her Nightmare. But they're not even just waiting for lonely dudes that are trying to have a relationship with a computer that sounds like Scarlett Johansson. They want to get on the ground level.
I married my digital. Hey, everybody, let's do the metaverse. I'm the coolest guy in here. All the girls like me. Hey, have you watched that show called Paradise?
I have not. I don't know what that is.
It's on Hulu. It's not a documentary, but it's a really good show. But they got to the back part of the AI, and the big part of the show on there was they're like, hey, our generation AI thing or whatever did something that's scary, and they're like, what do you mean? And they go, it answered a question in like 0.0 seconds or whatever, and they're like, that's not a problem. They're like, no, it answered a question we hadn't even asked yet. And that's where it was just like, where it was creating its own self and doing everything to where it's like, remember how AD was talking about how they were talking to each other in languages and they had to turn that sucker off because these AI centers and these AI robots are figuring things out themselves. What's going to stop AI robots from figuring out going, how do I eliminate humans?
I'm less worried about that because so much of it has been truncated by not only the NSA, but the contractors it's working with. I think a lot of that is actually to marginalize the idea that this thing is programmed by humans. For instance, when it lies to me like that, they've already created a term, hallucination. Like, oh, it's hallucinating when it makes these things up. No, what it's doing is it is scouring the web for the so-called authoritative sources that have been propped up by these same programmers, because again, the mainstream media essentially an extension of the military industrial complex, and it amplifies those narratives, and now it is trying to take authoritarian control over every aspect of your life. So if you can no longer, for instance, search anything and you have to rely on this great deceiver, well, you have to rely on the great deceiver because you don't have access to the URLs or anymore. If all these people have access to these large language models, but you can only get them through the cloud, well, you have to go with their software. You know, that executive order that Trump signed failed again with that group of tech oligarchs, but they already have the CAIO program, which I've talked about here, the Chief Artificial Intelligence Officer program on all of these companies. So the NSA is already in the hardware and software business of every one of these data centers, of every one of these companies that are trying to make these models, and they will have lockdowns on it. I don't think you're ever going to give AI the power to go in with either nuclear codes or, you know, being able to wipe out all humanity. You may have it set up where all of a sudden it limits the amount of energy in a geospecific region, and maybe that wasn't implied, and people lose power and end up, you know, freezing to death and things like that. Yeah, but then again, the power structure loves that because you're a pleb. They're not going to have the same systems for them, and then they can just, you know, say, "Oh, well, the AI did it." Well, you cook that into the system, you know.
Right.
So much of this is being cooked into the system, and I don't think they're ever going to give artificial intelligence control over the very, very important systems where it could go against quote unquote all of humanity. I think this is a tool of the predator class, and they are using it in a really specific way. You know, especially in a time where everybody is questioning what's going on. I call it the post-truth world. You know, this was part of my conversation at the very end of it. I go, I don't know what's on the table anymore. We're seeing, like I said, for the first time, technology is not expanding to the general, commercialized technology, expanding to the populace. You know, I'll show it again, you know, like right in my hands here, I got 2 sticks of RAM that I paid $300 for when my money was worth more 3.5 years ago. This goes for $750 right now. We're on a gaming run where, you know, the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series came out 6 years ago now. 6 years ago. In the PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5, it was a 7-year cycle. They're not even talking about new systems because they've increased the price 3 times. And by the way, the Switch 1, you know, the thing that everybody has that sold like 10 million of them, well, guess what? That goes up in September by $50. That's crazy. Like that's 10 years, that's a decades old technology. DDR4 RAM, we're on the 5th generation for years. You know, no DDR6 in sight, except for on graphics cards most people can't afford. And DDR4 RAM is now exploding in value. So I don't know what to tell people. That coupled with like this whole disclosure thing where they're trying to tell you that like aliens are a threat and showing you military videos, we're in a very, very weird spot. You know, that's all I can say.
I got a little curveball for this week.
Mm-hmm.
We never discussed what we were going to talk about ahead of time. I mean, maybe like a bit here and there or something, but we don't, you know, we just get on here and go. But I got a little curveball that I want to ask you about because I feel like if anybody I know knows more about this than what I've read, it's you. It's about the missing $21 trillion. Ring a bell?
Yeah.
Okay. For the background here, Michigan State scholars found that between 1998 and 2015, they're reporting the Department of Defense and HUD had $21 trillion in unauthorized spending or unsupported journal voucher adjustments. 21 trillion with a TR. That's 1,000 billion per trillion, by the way. And some people, Catherine Fitz, one of them, a former Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, she says they use the money, and this is where Musk would come in with the Boring Company, to build underground cities, essentially, that connect to each other, and that some of the AI data center stuff and the power stuff that they want to set up there is to help power the stuff underground. So $21 trillion is kind of a lot of money. What do you know about this, Jason?
All right, so let's talk about that for a second. Now, think about the time period that you were just discussing. Even during
20 years.
Yeah, 20 years. And if you remember, not only did you have a big recession following the war, right? We were in a pretty big economic boom late 90s, and my generation was fooled into believing everything was gravy, baby. Technology was coming in, the internet was here. It was before the bubble pop. We were all going to have cars and all these other things. Obviously, that didn't happen, right? And then they changed the system. And instead, we were already on this road to entitlement where we had this semi-welfare state. So we're never going to have a quote-unquote Great Depression again of bread lines, et cetera, et cetera. We'd already set up the food stamps that would turn into EBT cards, all that stuff, right? So what they call it? The Great Recession, right? So you got this Great Recession, and as this is coming into play, you've created even more government authoritarian offices, DHS amongst them, a ton more subcontractors, et cetera. And you already have a network of what Catherine Austin Fitz is talking about, certain underground bases throughout the United States, even some, city-like arenas. And I use that word pretty liberally, right? Because I know that people can get fantastical and they've seen, The Incredibles or something, and they think it's like...
I've seen Spies Like Us, and that's a movie.
Yes.
Like a Pepsi.
I would say they're already publicly available where you can see some of these bunkers that, basically when you go inside them, they look like, I would say like large-scale high schools. They have big auditorium rooms, big rooms where people are eating, common rooms that you might see in colleges, et cetera, et cetera.
History Channel did a special on some of them.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely exist. I interviewed Cynthia McKinney, former congresswoman, and when you get into Congress or the Senate, they actually allow you and certain family members, they basically do a drill run if some emergency happens where they take you down into the city below DC, right? And, she said it was much more elaborate than she thought it would be, but at the same time, it wasn't sci-fi level. So how do they steal 20 trillion, right? Like, that's a good question. So take, for instance, the housing crisis that comes in. When they're talking about, pumping, I think they said something like, 8 billion or whatever. Look up how much they actually made out of that 8 billion through fractional banking. It was 20 plus trillion just on that alone. Now, a lot of that was supposedly paid back, but it was very easy to inflate the system with fractional reserve banking because you didn't even have to print the fiat currency, okay? So this is one of those things where you can just move this money around with zeros and ones, and it makes fraud a lot simpler and a lot harder to track, especially when you have all these different entities within that bureaucratic system, okay? So when you bring in something like the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, which we work hand in hand with, and you allow them to create what is known as an SDR, okay? And an SDR is this digital unit that never, ever, ever, ever is physical at all. And it is a global currency system. I encourage people to type in SDR IMF. I think they brought it in like 2009, 2010. That makes money laundering even easier, okay? And that's essentially what's gone on. You funnel these things through back doors to black projects. A lot of people have complained about NASA over the years, especially people that think everything is fake. I don't think that's the case. But NASA is one of those tools for not only seed funding, like we talked about with Google, right? But money laundering, absolutely. And that's just one of the small tools. So I would assume that the way this has worked is through, complex wire transfers that didn't even involve physical fiat currency in the first place, Aaron.
So, it's all just so screwy. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's such a big game. The three-letter agencies, the government, all the governments, all the people, there's a story in the Wall Street Journal today about Putin has spent $26 billion in Russian state money on living forever. He's doing he's talking about the organ thing, and then he got caught on the hot mic talking to Xi, saying, hey, if you replace your organs, you can probably, man can be immortal. His own daughter is one of the heads of doing it. She's an endocrinologist. It's just all crazy. Look here, we're going to take the 21 trillion, and then we're going to just loop it around on the computer a few times, and then nobody will notice. Right? I mean,
well, it's even more than that, right? They don't even have to loop it into the computer, right? Some of these companies that are set up, they come and go. They're total shell companies, right? So then that entity doesn't even exist when you're trying to investigate it. Maybe there's some tax forms filed. We don't really know what happens in the leviathan of paperwork that goes through that system, right? We still haven't gotten any answers, Aaron, on whether or not that supposed Central Intelligence Agency raid happened at Tulsi Gabbard's office on MLK, RFK, and MK Ultra documents, all of which shouldn't have existed in the first place, right? And within a week of that, not only does she put in her resignation, but did you see why she apparently did?
Her husband has a rare form of bone cancer.
Fast-acting bone cancer. I think that guy's about my age. That should be just... And look, I see it everywhere now. Cancer and heart attacks exploding, strokes exploding in young people, in people under 50, like they've never seen before. Gee, I wonder why that might be.
Well, we saw, a direct correlation in time from people getting, which was very experimental, not the normal way that they do by any means, mRNA, which is not normal up until this point. And then we completely disregarded all of the medical standards that we had forever in putting these things out. And since then, all of a sudden we have all these young kids, and when I say that I mean it's usually boys, between like 12 or 13 and 21 who go into cardiac arrest out of nowhere. They just die right there, and then a lot of them, they've been able to save them. But look, Bronny James, perfect example. Super healthy kid, never had any problems, got his... Like a year later, he has cardiac arrest on the floor, on the basketball court. And obviously we've seen a lot of these, DeMar Hamlin, the Bills player, and that never happened before, that I'm aware of, before the... I can't say that it was definitely that. I'm just saying it never happened before that.
Look, all I can say about that whole arena is, number one, the government lies to you. Number two, the technology that you're talking about, mRNA, was directly developed by that same DARPA I just told you about, that is the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, that it was developed under the Adept and Protect program, that they literally partnered with Moderna in that program and that technology in a 20 million plus grant. Anybody can type in DARPA, Moderna, mRNA grant. You can see it's still on their website. Okay. Moderna had never had a commercially viable product before this. And then all of them, Moderna, DARPA, BARDA, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, getting together, Vertex, the same ones, all of them are in the collaborative mRNA project prior to the COVID 1984 nightmare. And to bring it full circle, the Musker old Musker nuts, because Tesla's not a car company, his company, Tesla, partners with CureVac. They build the bio-nano factories that print up the hate and lie shots, and he becomes one of the richest. I mean, he's already one of the richest guys, but you thought Warren Buffett or Bill Gates did well during the COVID 1984 nightmare. Sergey Brin of Google. Oh, they all did well. Nobody did better than Elon Musk. And he sat in front of those same machines. You know, I know he cried wolf afterwards and said he got injured after he took his shots and blah, blah, blah. Go watch him in front of machines telling you they're the best thing since breakfast while he wears a mask over his face overseas. Guy makes me sick.
He wears a mask overseas?
Well, during that time period,
Oh, yeah.
you can see him in his masker do, the Musker nuts, in front of the machine, printing up the stuff that they're injecting in you on behalf of our Defense Department. And again, they're commercial subsidiaries like Moderna, because that's what they are.
Right.
Yeah.
We were watching the Fever game last night, and there's a lady right in the front row. I mean, on the court, very expensive seat, wearing a COVID mask. And I'm like, did someone give her a few bucks to wear that just so that you see it on TV? Because, I mean, you saw her on TV a whole bunch because she's in the front row. And it was hard not to miss her because she's got a bright light blue COVID mask on. And I said to my wife, I'm like, that's so weird to me. Like, they want to keep it in the back of everybody's mind. You don't want to forget about this. Remember this happened? Here, take this shot. Here, take this shot. Here, take this shot. Nah, I'm good.
Well, I mean, they tried Hanta, a few weeks ago, a couple months ago, and now,
Ebola.
Yep, Ebola's in the background. And I'm so glad you talked a little basketball, because I wanted to bring this up. I've actually got it queued up. I grew up huge Knicks fan. Okay, probably. Listen, probably haven't watched pro basketball post 9/11. I probably gave up most of it, right? I wasn't as involved, but from the time I was like 10 years old into my early 20s, I remember when the Knicks on that truncated season with Latrell Sprewell and Camby got into the finals and just got their arnuses whooped. I remember the police actually came to my house because we were all smoking weed and being stupid as they lost their final game. I'm watching them lose their final game and hoping not to be arrested at the same time. Anyway, if you were to be, they did get to the finals a couple times. In that era, I'm a big, Ewing, Starks, Anthony Mason era guy. At that time, okay, courtside tickets for the finals were $2,700, and you got a little Spike Lee there. I'm sure he'll be at the finals still. And it was reported. Now, here are two just over the top reports that the cheapest seat, and I think that this has actually gone up in the arena right now. I mean, we're talking bleachers, is $3,634. They're probably already sold out, so scalpers are going way more than that. Right now, as of, I don't know, I think I did this last night, so maybe 24 hours, no, 12 hours ago I posted this. A courtside ticket for the Knicks finals is $102,000+.
What the hell?
It is six figures to sit front row at game one of the finals this year. And that'll be taking place, less than a week from now, June 5th, I think?
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday. I saw after the first game one versus the Cavs in the Eastern Conference Finals, when they came back in the fourth quarter down 22, I told our sports wonder kid, Caleb Zagman, I said, they're going to maybe they go 5, but I think they're going to sweep. They have broken the Cavs. Like, that's what they did in that fourth quarter, and that's what they did. I mean, they won by 30 points every game after that, and now they get a big rest again, which is what they had going into the Eastern Conference Finals, and that seemed to do them well once they got over that first 3.5 quarters of rust. But I think you got a good shot this year, man.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I haven't seen one in my entire lifetime, right? I think they got it in 70 and 73. The closest I've come, other than watching the heartbreaking Game 7 against the Houston Rockets and Hakeem Olajuwon, would be watching Clyde the Glide talking about it as a commentator for the Knicks. So look, I'm not a cable guy. I've rustled out. They're not bunny ears anymore, but the little antenna thing, and it is apparently on general television, free TV. So I'm going to be watching it. I hope for my stepfather's sake that has been watching it, his entire life and continue to, that we can get a championship. So go Knicks.
There you go. Go Knicks and do your research, everybody. That's for sure. Yeah, man. There's a handful of things we didn't get to today that I always have in the back of my head, and I'm like, oh, I see it, and I'm like, oh, we got to talk about that. But it's, I don't know. It's always just fun to talk to you and get my mind going, man. But my favorite story of the week was definitely the CIA agent with 40 million in gold bars. It's like, okay. So, and he said it was what? Part of his, he had him because it was part of his job.
And it may have well been. You don't know with these people, right?
Right. Oh, no, we seized, a whole ship of cocaine and happened to come across these gold bars and money. They told me to hold on to them in case we need it later. Or who knows? And my prediction was that somebody made a phone call because they weren't going to let him out. And I don't know if he's out yet or not, but I bet he is.
Again, I'm waiting on this case, but you just nailed it, right? We don't know the circumstances. This could be him and maybe some other people doing some backdoor shenanigans. This could be black operations in order to pay informants or sources off the books. It could be a lot of things. It could be a combination of those things. But are we going to get the full story on that one? Probably not. Just like we continue to get no criminal prosecutions with some of the most obvious scandals of our time. We just talk about the COVID 1984 nightmare. They can feed us bull shenanigans about new charges on Fauci. I'm not holding my breath. They dropped the auto pen stuff on a dementia patient that they clearly installed. I mean, it's over the top.
Did you see he's suing to not have his biographer release some of the recordings?
I did see that.
Joe?
Yeah, but again, it's not like they're prosecuting anybody, right?
Yeah, and then Jill came out and said she thought he had a stroke during the debate.
I saw that too. She said they thought they drugged him up, but again, they were drugging him up. They were putting him on methamphetamines because he wasn't conscious. I mean, look, I've said it before. I call balls and strikes. I watched the guy in the debates before they even picked him in the primaries. It was clear he was suffering from dementia then. I've followed him since before he was the vice president. When he was running for president, he was just a senator. The 9/11 and war on terror years. Remember, this guy was somebody the establishment really liked. He was in Delaware, one of the largest money laundering states and fronts for the type of shell corporations and cutouts I've discussed here today. He was the full-on puppet. He ran nothing. Everybody knows that. And for some reason, we're still debating it, and we're allowing somebody like Jill Biden, another known liar, to have this resurgence. Everybody who's praised Candace Owens about being the best, she just did her big Hunter Biden love fest. I mean, these people have no scruples on all, and this is why I always stay back, and I'm not trying to, go after other people in the alternative media, but, Candace especially, I mean, she's tried to what? Say that had Harvey Weinstein on and acted like he was some kind of victim. She just let Hunter Biden do the victim tour and say, "Oh, I listen to you all the time." Look, like I said, we're in the post-truth world, and people better, watch who they get their information from. And I always say this: get as much firsthand information, source material as you can. Don't just read the headlines. Check out as much as you can and use your God-given discernment. Certainly don't leave it to AI.
Colonel Rob Maness has a lifelong record of providing dedicated service to this nation. Having worked his way up from the enlisted ranks to full colonel, he served our country for more than 32 years. He has served as a bomber squadron commander, bomb disposal technician, Joint Chiefs of Staff operations officer, assisted the national security team with the campaign plan for the global war on terrorism. He authored the first theater nuclear war plan, and served as the Vice Commander of America's largest airborne intelligence wing. Colonel Rob Maness is a true American hero. This is Rob Maness Live.
Tom, we followed the Oathkeeper 1, 2, and 3 trials very closely. And matter of fact, we were there for closing arguments of the Oathkeeper 1 trial. A question that I always had was, what were you doing there? You weren't an Oathkeeper. You weren't in the leadership of the Oathkeepers. But for some reason, and the prosecution knew this like a month after the whole thing started. What the hell were you even doing in that trial? Help me wrap my head around that, because it's a question that I've had for now 3 years.
There's no easy answer for that, and that's something that's kept Sharon and me awake for a long time. In fact, my fellow defendants at the table would be talking, the defense table, they would be talking to their attorneys and saying the same thing. What's Caldwell doing here? He's not one of us. But what happened is that the FBI and the DOJ had targeted me. They had a rush to judgment because I knew a couple of the Oath Keepers. So you could say it was guilt by association. And the Department of Justice and the FBI put out statements through the press saying that I was the big cheese. I was the top banana. It was my orders that caused the insurrection at the Capitol. And they went so far as to say that, in fact, the commander of the Oath Keepers. All of this because somebody had said that Tom was a commander. I was a lieutenant commander in the Navy. We all know that veterans like to refer to each other by the rank that they held on active duty. Since the DOJ and the FBI know nothing about being on active duty or actual service to our country, nothing about the military. In fact, they hate the military, and that came out during the trial. They jumped to conclusions. But once they had her on a limb, their reputation at stake. You see, Washington, D.C. is not like any other place, and I know because I did 3 tours. That guy was born there. The only thing worse than being just because you're a boob in Washington is to be found as being wrong about something in Washington. You don't get invited to the martini bar and get to rub elbows with the right people. So does it tick.
Friends, welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. It's Whistleblower Wednesday, and we're live on Worldview Tube and our X Spaces simulcast. And folks, today we're bringing you that story right there that should shake every American to their core. It's a true January 6th story of corruption, persecution, survival, and ultimate victory. Our guest is that man, retired U.S. Navy Lieutenant Commander Thomas Caldwell, a decorated veteran who honorably served our nation for nearly 20 years, 2 decades, mostly in the intelligence community. He's a former radio personality, a humorist, an artist, and a conservationist who, until that fateful day, lived a very quiet life with his wife Sharon on their family farm in Berryville, Virginia, deep in the Shenandoah Valley. But 2 weeks after January 6, 2021, that piece of that idyllic farm was shattered. Armored vehicles and federal agents showed up to arrest an innocent, elderly, disabled veteran, a man the government knew had committed no crime. Tom was charged with conspiracy, falsely accused of leading an insurrection as part of the Oath Keepers as their commander. Prosecutors demanded he spend the rest of his life in prison. For nearly 2 months, he endured solitary confinement. That's at the very beginning. He was denied medicine and medical care. He suffered physical abuse and total isolation while his farm was raided, his credit cards were canceled, his retirement and health coverage were stripped away. 4 long years of lawfare followed that. And yet through it all, Tom's unshakable Christian faith, his wife's steadfast love, and the power of prayer carried him through. He was acquitted outright of 4 felony charges and received a full presidential pardon from President Trump in March of 2025. He tells the whole story in his powerful book, The Mouths of the Wicked, an eyewitness account that serves as both a warning and a testament to the indomitability of faith. Tom, welcome to the Rob Maness Show, sir. Thank you for your service. And your sacrifice, and your courage.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you. It's an honor to be with you, Colonel.
It takes courage to fight back like you guys have. And I've had the pleasure and honor of meeting both of you guys personally and talk to you in person. And the book is fantastic. Thank you for sending me a signed copy. Mine is over my shoulder here. I'll send you a signed copy. It just came out almost 2 weeks ago. So I've joined the author club.
That's terrific. And Sharon said that I should be sure to punk you for an autographed copy. So you've already punked yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's on the way.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thanks for agreeing to come on. We had talked about doing this a while back, and I've been in and out and everything, but I had this opening up today, and I was thinking maybe it was probably going to be August or September based on what you and I were talking about. But now we get to do this now, and it's important to get this back in front of the American people and keep it there. And the reason you're going to see several clips, folks, throughout the show today, as you always see, but you're going to see people with very big audiences interviewing Tom and hear what they had to say about this. So it's not like we're not trying to get it out there. And some of the biggest of the biggest have done that, and we're going to continue to do that. So, Tom, I covered a little bit of the stuff in my opening monologue, but just why were you there? I guess is my big question. Before we get into the whole Oath Keeper thing and all that stuff, why were you and Sharon were both there, right? On January 6th?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And she calls it a husband and wife thing. It was actually her idea, so I could always blame her if I wanted to get into that sort of thing. But it was an historic occasion. It was a sitting president who was making his last address. I voted for the guy. He didn't win. Regardless of shenanigans, we thought we'd like to go. We'd never been to a Trump rally per se. And, Washington, D.C. is the city of my birth. Why not go to Washington and say goodbye to a gentleman that we thought had done a pretty fine job? A lot of your viewers may not know, although many of them are quite sophisticated, that there were many conservative and Christian speakers who were scheduled to address crowds on the grounds of the Capitol building that very day. So that is why so many people left the ellipse. For the people that are uninitiated, that's the southern part of the White House grounds. After the president was done speaking, that's why they left and went to the Capitol. It wasn't to burn the place down or have an insurrection. It was to hear other people. And the Honorable Mayor Muriel Bowser had issued permits for those speakers to address the crowd. So that was the deal. I am a disabled veteran. I stumped down Constitution Avenue. That's about the longest mile I ever made. Mm-hmm. It was very cold that day, and I was stumping along with my combination cane and flagstaff with my American flag proudly by my side. Sharon and I got down to the Capitol building and never even went on the Capitol grounds. For most of the day, we sat at a place called the Peace Monument or the Peace Fountain, which is not on the grounds, and a very famous place. Of course, it was wintertime, so it was a dry fountain. There were no seats down there. There were no park benches. So I parked my keister right there on the concrete, and that's where we spent most of the day. We were about 3 football field lengths away from the Capitol. We saw no violence. We participated in no violence. We weren't there to protest anything. We broke no laws. Imagine our surprise when the FBI came a-storming into our farm.
That's incredible. So let me ask you this, since you brought up the other speakers and everything. Do you know what the layout was of the various stages? Because it's my understanding there were somewhere between 4 and 6 other speaking events around the Capitol building that had been permitted on Capitol grounds by, as you said, Mayor Bowser.
Right.
Do you know where they were?
I think the vast majority were on the eastern side of the Capitol building. For people that don't know the orientation there, Constitution Avenue will run from west to east as you leave the Potomac River, and it takes you right to the side of the U.S. Capitol that is the most famous one. It is the place upon which the parapet is that the presidents are sworn into office. Mm-hmm. That is the view that people normally have in their minds when you say the U.S. Capitol. I believe that most of the stages were set up on the other side, that there's more concrete on the other side and more block upon which these things could reside. On the side that Sharon and I were on, it's mostly a grassy field. It's a lawn, actually, where I played as a child when my family would have picnics on the grounds of the U.S. Capitol. I should point out that there were no barriers. There were no signs saying, don't get on the grass, don't get close to the Capitol. And we would have had a hard time getting to the Capitol just because of how many people were there. But the direct answer to your question is, I know of only one stage that was on the west side, the side where Sharon and I were.
Yeah. And the scaffolding that was up was there in preparation for the inauguration, right? Coming up in a couple of weeks.
Right, sir. That's where they would hang lights and speakers so that people all around that area could hear the goings on.
But you guys never even got close to that area.
Well,
right?
after we got word, and it passed through the crowd, this was about a little bit before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that Congress had left the building. Mm-hmm. We didn't know that they left the building for any other reason than maybe they were done. I would say to most people, if you could have explained to me the process of certification of the Electoral College prior to January 6, 2021, I would have given you the Cupid doll because I had no idea. So people said, well, I guess it's over. Those people who thought that the 7th Cavalry was going to come over the hill and President Trump was still going to be our president, they were disappointed. And so many people were leaving. And yet there were folks that said, you know what? Why don't we go up on the inaugural balcony? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stand there where people like Stokely Carmichael, John Kerry had addressed crowds. Let's go up there where the presidents are and take some pictures of what we used to call in the Navy some happy snaps. Yeah. And so Sharon and I, shoulder to shoulder with people, kind of waddled our way up there like so many emperor penguins, made it up the stairs, got to the balcony. We were there for a total of 5 minutes. And we can prove it because I have the most exhaustive pictorial history of what we did that day of anybody you're ever going to meet. Over 200 pictures and videos. We were there for 5 minutes. And even on the government's own video, you can see us every single minute doing nothing wrong and me actually gesturing emphatically, here is the way down. Because we couldn't get down the same way we came up, there were more and more people packing in behind. Yeah. So we were there for a total of 5 minutes. We got down, we went back to our car, and that was it.
I'm laughing, not because I think it's funny. It's because it's the reaction of somebody that's been observing this and interacting with January 6th. I call you guys victims. I know that's probably not the right thing to do, but you are victims of weaponized government. There are very few people that actually broke anything or did anything. And you're in that crowd that nothing should have happened. Nothing should have happened to you.
We agree with that. But you know what? The life is what happens to you when you're busy making other plans.
That's right. Well, we got to take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll see another video of you. I think it's of you. But I want to talk about the specific charges, why you titled the book the way you titled it. I think it's very interesting, and people need to understand why the book title is The Mouths of the Wicked. And I want you to talk about what the government actually knew and what they didn't know. We'll be right back with retired Lieutenant Commander Thomas Caldwell.
Friends, this is Brandon Howes. For more than a year now, I've been teaching through the book of Revelation, and the response from you has been overwhelming. You've asked me again and again, when are you going to put this study in print? We want to mark it up. We want to share it with our families. Well, it's here. My brand new 2-volume commentary on the book of Revelation, verse by verse, chapter by chapter. This is not a watered down, allegorized replacement theology approach to Revelation. This is a literal, grammatical, historical study, the way the Lord intended his word to be read. And I connect the prophecy of Revelation to the headlines you're watching unfold right now, the rise of global government and the convergence of end-time events the Lord Jesus warned us about. Folks, we are living in serious days, and there has never been a more important time to understand what God has told us about what is coming. Get your 2-volume Revelation commentary today at worldviewstore.com. That's worldviewstore.com.
Everything we've been saying from day one about J6 is true. And, you know, there was Antifa present. John Sullivan knew it was going to happen. This was a setup. And there were Antifa and FBI agents actually outside, and with people on the other side breaking windows of the Capitol. It wasn't Trump supporters. It wasn't your average J6er there. And, also the Oath Keepers. I've interacted with Oath Keepers for decades. And, they were salt of the earth. They were retired cops and firefighters. But you were never a member of the Oath Keepers. You never entered the Capitol. You never planned an attack. And the government has admitted this, right?
That's absolutely true. And they knew very early on that they had gotten it wrong. And yet they came after me like they came after no one else. They said that I was the top banana, the big cheese, that I was the mastermind of January 6th, even though they did absolutely no investigation on me whatsoever before they sent a SWAT team to our farm in Virginia, nearly killed my darling wife on the front porch of our home, and then dragged me away to solitary confinement. So one of the things that was really chilling was my very first lawyer said, the DOJ knows that you're innocent, but you know what? They don't care.
They don't care. It's unbelievable, the weaponization of the United States government against innocent Americans. And in this case, Tom Caldwell is a disabled American veteran. He served his country. He's a decorated veteran. He's worked in the intelligence field for many, many years. So he's done the hard work to protect the United States of America. And this is how he is repaid. Folks, if you're hearing about the weaponization fund and it's going to be killed by Congress, you need to write and call your congressman and get on every single day until they back off of that, because the president of the United States is correct. Folks have to have a way of being reinstated and refreshed so they can get their lives back. And my guest today is the author of the book, The Mouths of the Wicked, Tom Caldwell. And he's with us today to talk about this. Tom, look, man, let's talk about the title of the book. Why The Mouths of the Wicked, before we go too much.
Well, the biggest reason, there's actually two, if you'll permit me. It's the book sort of wrote itself as I lived through it, because I started making notes and smuggling things out of prison to share, and thinking those would be the last words that anybody in our society would ever hear from me. I was in solitary confinement. I was putting up with a lot of abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse. They put you in darkness for days at a time. It was an ice cold 6x9 concrete box with a solid steel door. They really made it hard on me, and they wanted to break me down. They wanted me to admit to things that I didn't do, and to bear false witness against other people that I didn't even know. They said, well, we'll stop the pain if you'll just play ball. And I wouldn't do it.
And they were talking about, wait a minute, they were talking about you being in solitary confinement when they were asking you to do that?
Oh, sure. They would come, and they would go through my attorney, or they would send somebody, a representative, to talk through the bulletproof glass. You have a little square door that has a solid cover that they can close up, so you're totally closed in there. Or they open it up and they say, look, you just need to play ball. You just need to talk. You just need to sign these papers. It's very much like the Stasi. The East German Stasi. But
and these are the American Department of Justice federal prosecutors.
That's right. That's right. And so I knew that I needed to get into and stay in Word, Colonel. The most precious times in that terrible tomb that I was in was when they would take a dirty old handset, kind that you would get off of a garage or a gas station payphone in the old days, and they'd stick it through a little slot in the door, and I could hear my darling wife's voice. And we would pray together. They would never miss an opportunity to mock my faith after those calls were over. But I knew that I needed to get into the Word. And so I would ask again and again. Of course, I wasn't allowed to go out and go to the library. I would ask again and again for a Bible. So finally, one night in the middle of the night, there was a guard who had a weak moment. And when he passed by, I said, "Do you think that you could give me a Bible?" When I got the Bible, I'll tell you what, I snatched that thing through the hole in that steel door as if it was life itself. And I sat down on the floor. We used to call it Indian fashion back in the day.
Yeah.
And I opened up the holy book. I just let it fall open to wherever it might. And I was saying at the time, as I'd said many days while I was in there, God, no one knows what Sharon and I are going through, because she was going through a hell of her own, trying to get me an attorney, trying to get me out. And when the Bible opened up, it opened to Psalm 109, and my eyes fell upon the mouths of the wicked and the mouths of the deceitful are open against me. They speak of me with a lying tongue. And I knew then, it was almost like God said, nobody knows. Nobody knows what you're going through. Take heart. Have faith. I told you to be courageous. Hang tough. And that stayed with me. When I went to try to come up with a title for the book, after all of these years, that came back to me for that reason. And also, there was never any evidence that I had done anything wrong. There was nothing but false testimony, perjured testimony, manufactured false exhibits, and the stuff viewed from the fantasy and the mouths of the wicked messengers.
Yeah, Tom. We're getting some rubber banding, so if I lose you, we'll bring you back in. But this is incredible, because when I hear you speak about the experience firsthand about being threatened or being given the opportunity to stop the pain, you're a disabled veteran. Can you talk about, if you're able to, talk about the physical condition that you were in at the time when this happened? Well, it looks like we lost him, folks. Hopefully we'll get him back, because this man's a disabled veteran. Now and at the time, he's a disabled veteran. Tom, I think we got you back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what was your physical condition as a disabled veteran, if you can talk about that, at this time when they had you in the box?
Sure. Well, I was 66 years old when this all began. I've got my left arm reattached by virtue of a brass pin to my upper torso. It was blown loose. And so they totally reconstructed that. I also had my spine cracked in multiple vertebra, and multiple discs had been destroyed. And so my lower back had been put back together by some very good surgeons in sort of a Jenga blocks kind of a thing. Yeah. I say, as a disabled veteran, I'm dependent upon prescription meds, notions, potions, and lotions to be able to have some kind of a life and be able to be participatory in that thing called life. And the first thing that happened when I was thrown in there, besides being roughed up and being chained up and all of that, was that they denied me all medical care. So all my prescription meds were withheld from me, even though the prison instructed my darling wife to drive several hours the day of our arrest to bring me the medications that I would need for, quote, a few days, end quote. Some of those are controlled substances. I have no idea where they went. They might have been, sold or consumed by some of the guards at the prison. I don't know, but I never saw any of those.
So your wife brought them, and you never saw them?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's incredible. So were you getting disability benefits and retirement from the VA?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir. And of course, one of the first things they wanted to do was stop those benefits. So they did. It was just part of their trying to squeeze us and trying to eliminate any funding that we would have to keep going, to keep the lights on, to keep doing any kind of farming, and to pay for an aggressive legal defense, which is what we needed.
Yeah, and you mentioned in the FBI raid, I want to talk a little bit more about that they nearly killed Sharon. Describe
That's
what
correct.
happened there.
Well, after they dragged me across the front lawn of our house and threw me face down on the hood of a government vehicle and chained me, double chains, and put me in slave shackles and all that, that's when I looked back at the front door that I had exited, and they had called Sharon out in the bright lights, this glare, these spotlights, these searchlights they had. And she was standing there, and it was pretty breezy that January morning. She was standing in nothing but a nightshirt, and she had her arms out to the side, sort of like Jesus Christ on the cross. That was the first thing that struck me. And she had in her hands a pair of socks. She had a sock in each hand, and she just wanted to let her put her socks on her feet. She was so cold, and they were screaming and yelling and the epithets and all of that. And I just felt the tension ramping up. And that's when I saw the red laser dots of their M4 automatic rifle pointers all over her face and her chest. And it was the first time that I can remember in a long time that I called out audibly to our Heavenly Father. And I said, Abba, Father, please don't let them murder my wife. Please don't let them kill my wife.
And what was the response?
The response was from God. He stayed their hands somehow. The giant FBI guy that was behind me snatched me away. I didn't even know for a long time whether she was alive. I kept fearing the hearing of that rifle report that would mean that my reason for living had ended. And they took me away, around the back of the house, threw me in a vehicle, and I asked over and over about Sharon's condition, and they laughed at me. They walked by and they laughed at me as I sat in what I call a government stink mobile. It smelled like, stale coffee and government entitlement. But they snatched up Sharon and they roughed her up a little bit and took her in the house and stuck her on the couch. I think eventually they allowed her to get dressed, but it was a very traumatic thing. She doesn't talk about it very much.
So have you ever found out why they took the approach of swatting you guys so aggressively? I mean, what do you have, like a bazooka and an artillery, a 155 millimeter artillery piece, or maybe an A10 at your house?
No,
I mean, what's the deal?
No, sir.
Any idea?
And they did that to us, but it was almost like we were one of the test cases, because they did it to hundreds and hundreds of our fellow citizens.
Yeah.
I think they did it because, it's kind of a shock, fun thing. Maybe they get together in the dark and they get fresh donuts from Krispy Kreme, and then they go and they attack people. And it's like, play dress up and take your guns out and point them at people and yuck a puck a little bit. I'm not the only one that they did that to, but I could not understand why they did that. Now, I'm a farmer. I've got a couple of firearms, at least I had. You got to have a shotgun and stuff like that.
Right.
But they weren't interested in any of that. In fact, they looked at it, they talked about it, but they never confiscated anything. No, what it was they wanted to make a statement. They wanted to come and they wanted to terrify us. And I can't help but make the connection to Vicki Weaver and Ruby Ridge. I thought that Sharon was going to get wiped out because you got these cowboys that are out there with their firearms, and you just don't draw down on somebody like that.
Yeah.
You just don't do it. And yet they did. She was innocent. She was practically nude. All she had was this thin nightshirt, and yet they're sticking their guns in her face.
That's absolutely right. We got to take another break. When we come back, the first question I'm going to ask you is, have any of these jerks been held accountable? We'll be right back with Tom Caldwell.
At a certain age, you stop chasing younger. You start protecting what helps you feel steady, strong, and well. Your body's collagen matters. It supports the structure of your skin, joints, and connective tissue. But as the years go by, your body needs more support from the inside. That's where Bella Grace Elixir comes in. Bella Grace Elixir combines Verisol collagen, the world's most clinically proven collagen, with asteryl astaxanthin and cat's claw in a proprietary blend designed to help support the processes that reconstruct collagen, while also offering antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. And this isn't just for women. It's for men and women who want to age with more confidence, more care, and a daily wellness routine that supports the body from within. One simple elixir, thoughtfully formulated for whole body wellness. Take care of the body that has carried you this far. Order Bella Grace Elixir today at melissahousebg.com.
For one, in a conspiracy. They said I conspired and I actually put together a military-style attack on the Capitol, that I stormed into the Capitol and did all these terrible things. They even claimed I threatened our lawfully elected representatives in Congress. Total claptrap. But they sent that information all around the world, across all the media platforms. Interestingly enough, while I was languishing in the prison in solitary confinement, not knowing when I was going to get out, Sharon found us our current lawyer, Mr. David Fisher. And David Fisher immediately started doing lawyer stuff, like looking for the truth and doing some research. And when he did that, he went to the government and he said, how's about showing me some evidence? And when they couldn't produce it, they immediately changed their position. Now they say the exact opposite of what they said. Originally, they claimed I was the commander of the Oath Keepers, that I did this terrible thing to go inside, and I created a plan to attack Congress. Now they admit, no, Tom, you really didn't do that. You weren't the commander of the Oath Keepers, not a leader, not even a member. Now, they seem to be very nice people, but I'm not part of that organization. Then they continued to do their flip-flop, and they said, you know, I guess you didn't really go in, and I guess you didn't really develop a plan to attack. But still, Tucker, we're mired in a legal battle against the government with no end in sight. And what they're doing...
No end in sight. And that was on the Tucker Carlson show back when he was on Fox News. So millions of people watching that audience. And I've showed you a series of interviews with the Caldwells on Real America's Voice Cowboy Logic show, which has millions of viewers. On David Zieri show, which has millions of viewers. And now this is on Tucker Carlson, and with millions and millions and millions of viewers. So it's not like this hasn't been out there and the truth hasn't been out there. My guest is that man, Tom Caldwell, the author of The Mouths of the Wicked. You got to go get this book, folks, The Mouths of the Wicked. It tells the whole story. And this man was in intelligence. He's been a writer before. He's a storyteller. It's an exceptional story. Firsthand experience of this tragedy of what happened to our beloved United States of America and our citizens who did nothing wrong. And Tom, what exactly? Well, first of all, any of these jerks, these goons, been held accountable?
Not that I can tell.
Okay.
The winds of change did come when President Trump was inaugurated, and I think some of the prosecutors at the Department of Justice saw that the tide had changed. A couple of them were demoted shortly after the administration came in, and then they slipped out the back door and they got jobs with the white shoe liberal law firms in D.C. and proudly proclaim on their resumes and on their website that they led the prosecution against the evil people who tried to overthrow the government and all of that. So there are also still some of the prosecutors that remain at the Department of Justice. Now, I don't want to say anything bad about the Attorney General. I'm not going to do that. That's not what I do as a Christian. And I certainly wish the best for him. He's in interim, and we wish the best for Pam Bondi before that. And also, we're hoping for the best for Kash Patel, too. But I must say it's a little frustrating because every single one of those people that participated not only in the SWAT and the takedown and the Gestapo interrogation of me in chains here at my farm, but also every single FBI special agent who perjured themselves in grand jury proceedings and at trial, a 10.5-week trial in Washington, through which I was drugged. Every single one of them is still employed at the right hand of Kash Patel. Now, Kash has said, well, gee, I'm not going to fire somebody who was only following orders. But what we need to emphasize is the FBI agents involved in these violent takedowns volunteered for those things because they felt that it was career enhancing.
Yeah.
How else can you explain why an FBI special agent in an office in Florida gets on a plane and helps in a takedown in Washington State? And it was happening over and over again. We saw this at trial.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And you know, the real damning piece of this, Kash Patel, I'm talking to you, Mr. Director, is you have FBI agents that participated in this hit job at this farm on an elderly couple, one of which was a disabled American veteran. Decorated American veteran, and they didn't. I challenge you, bring me the intel, Kash. Come on this show and show me the intel that required them to use that level of force and that level of ridiculousness against this man and his wife. You can't do it and you won't do it because you don't have the intel, and they're still working for us. My taxes are paying their paycheck or their retirement if they got to get to retirement, and I demand to get some accountability on this, because they're the ones, Tom, the ones on the ground at the tactical level that should have been saying, no, this is an unlawful order. We teach them to not obey unlawful orders, just like we teach our military personnel not to obey unlawful orders and to push back on it. And they didn't do it. That's the problem that I've had with this the whole time. So what did they actually charge you with? I think we've documented it pretty well that they didn't have anything on you guys.
That's right. Well, particularly for me, and I'm going to stay in my lane, particularly for me, they just kept shuffling the cards. They said, okay, well, we can't make that stick, so we'll come up with something else. So after a couple of years, I was dragged into court with 4 members of the actual Oath Keepers. 2 I had actually met and 2 I had never met, yet I was supposed to be the kingpin in telling these folks what to do. There were 3 conspiracy charges that were leveled against me and some of the other members too. The most onerous, of course, being seditious conspiracy, which is their accusation that I was trying to overthrow the government that I spent my adult life trying to defend, and the Constitution is supposed to stand behind that government. And there was conspiracy to obstruct Congress, conspiracy to stop agents from performing their duties and all of that. And another thing that they charged me with was 1512C2. Boy, that's boring. What does that mean? Well, what your viewers need to know is 1512C2 was actually the Enron statute. Is anybody old enough to remember the Enron scandal, where people lost so much of their retirement money? And it had to do with people shredding documents of financial crimes. But what the government did, what the DOJ did, was they unlawfully applied that, and they used that so that they would have a felony to charge most J6ers. You see, otherwise they would have been guilty of trespassing. That's a ticket and a fine. At least it has been through my entire life as a Washingtonian and a Virginian. So they had to have something to throw people in prison that was a felony, that they could hang 15 to 20 years over them. Now, fortunately, even though I was found guilty of that, and I'll just step back and say, smart legal minds had told me ahead of time, and our attorney, look, you can't get a fair trial in Washington, D.C. Those jurors are going to convict every MAGA guy, every conservative guy, every Christian guy of at least something. So they did not buy the twaddle about the conspiracies, but they did go along with this 1512C2. Fortunately, 2 years later, the Supreme Court said, this is an Enron statute. So they threw that out. So now I was down to 1. And you'll love this. It had to do destroying evidence. Stay with me. The logic of the government was, since they couldn't find any evidence that I had done anything wrong, I must have destroyed it. Guilty. So that was the felony that I went to sentencing on before the Honorable Amit P. Mehta on January the 10th of 2025.
So let me see if I understand this correctly. They couldn't find any evidence because there wasn't any. So they accused you and charged you with destroying evidence, but they had to have proved it for the jury to find you guilty. I mean, even with a straight face, even with leftists, you got to have a straight face on this. What was the evidence that they said they had?
Well, there really wasn't any. They said, well, he destroyed these 5 selfies that he took. These were exculpatory selfies that I sent to 35 different friends and family members. They said, oh, well, he deleted this from this one text message that was to someone who wasn't even found guilty of anything on January 6th. So there must be a lot of stuff that he destroyed because you can see he destroys stuff. That is the kind of anosognosia that's taken over these people. The fact that they cannot conceive that something they believe deeply could possibly be wrong.
Yeah. But they still tried you along with Stuart Rhodes and the Oath Keepers, right?
They certainly did, yes. And many of the charges that they levied against me were also levied against those folks. I was there with them for a 10.5-week trial. I had the benefit of, you look at it in hindsight, it's a benefit now. When I wrote this book, I still had and still have all of the evidence, the phony evidence, the exculpatory evidence that the judge wouldn't let the jury hear, all of the transcripts, not only for me, but for my co-defendants. I could have talked about those in the book too, but I think it's important for them to have their voice. So again, I use the term staying in my lane. I will tell you, without fear of contradiction, I sat through that trial. Not a single one of those people that was tried with me, including Stuart Rhodes and Kelly Meggs and Jessica Watkins, not a single one of them was guilty of anything that they were charged with. I saw all the evidence.
Yeah, I think it was April or May of that year, I went to a conference. It was one of the first conference post-COVID in Dallas, and Rhodes was there. And I got the chance to sit down with Mr. Rhodes for an hour, just him and me. And I'm like, dude, because at this point, I don't think he was charged yet. And I was like, Stuart, tell me what's going on. Because the Oath Keepers had protected me in my political campaign several times without me even asking for it. They had sent protective details when they saw certain threats when I was running for office in Louisiana. And I'd seen nothing but good things come out of these people. I mean, they're all firemen, law enforcement, veterans, and those kind of things. And Stuart told me, he seemed like he told me the whole story about where he was at, what he was doing. And he even told me that when the FBI stopped him on the street and took his phone later, he said, they're not going to find anything in there because I didn't do anything, and I'm sure he was shocked when they eventually rolled him up and charged him with seditious conspiracy of all things, in addition to the other crazies.
Right, Colonel. I'm so glad that you're talking about this because what the Oath Keepers were doing in Washington, D.C. that day was they were augmenting the Secret Service. People don't remember that the Secret Service was coming up with some real bad shortfalls in their ranks. And the special passes that were issued by the Secret Service to members of the Oath Keepers so that they could help escort some of those speakers, some of the ones that I talked about before that were going to go down to Capitol Hill and all that. Those passes were offered up in evidence. Look, this is what we were doing. You'll also remember that just before we all went to trial on this thing, that the Secret Service made the decision to wipe their phones and get a whole new phone system and wipe their Oracle database of all the records of everything that had happened for the last 2 years. Now, that's destruction of evidence.
That sure is destruction of evidence, and exculpatory evidence at that, which is a Brady violation. And I'm not a lawyer, and I know that. Well, Tom, we got to take our last break. When we come back, I found a video clip of you talking about what you think was really going on from your professional background. We'll come back in with that because it's a fascinating story, and it kind of puts some snippets of information together for me when when I watched it. I want to give Tom a chance to talk about that, whether it's in the book or not. We'll be right back with Tom Caldwell.
You woke up with a sore throat and a low-grade fever. You know you are getting sick, so here's your choices. You can get sicker and miss work, try to see a doctor this week, or sit hours in a crowded waiting room at urgent care.
I have a smarter option for you. Open your medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to doctor-recommended prescription in your booklet and take the right meds now and get well faster.
This is not a first aid kit. It's like having an urgent care in your home. It includes doctor-prescribed medications to treat over 39 medical issues like respiratory infections, strep throat, pneumonia, UTIs, and more.
No waiting to see the doctor and no standing in line at the pharmacy. It's right here.
Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit, and here's how to order.
Go to worldviewhealthcare.com. Your kit to treat dozens of common and serious illnesses is rushed to your door. worldviewhealthcare.com. That's worldviewhealthcare.com.
The emergency kit available at worldviewhealthcare.com. Make sure you don't have to go to urgent care. I got pneumonia. I didn't have to go. I took this last year. Stayed at home, went to bed.
I think what it really is a consequence of the thing called the Strategic Implementation Plan for Countering Domestic Terrorism. You'll remember that the Tulsi Gabbard has made that thing public. She did that shortly after President Trump was inaugurated. That thing was being built in November and December of 2020 while President Trump was still in office, by the same people that made that transition in the intelligence community and in various departments and administrations in the United States government. And in that, what was significant, what your viewers are going to want to know, is that it represented the first time in American history that our government prioritized investigating and neutralizing U.S. citizens over foreign terrorists and their operations in this country. And they prioritized what they called religious zealots, people who question anything that had to do with COVID or the COVID lockdowns. They prioritized people who protested at abortion clinics. They prioritized people who raised their voice at PTA meetings because they were concerned about the indoctrination of our children. It's all in writing, and it's there for anybody to read.
It's all in writing. It was a government plan, folks. You need to be reminded of that periodically. And my guest today is that man, Tom Caldwell, who wrote the book, The Mouths of the Wicked, to talk about his experience of being totally unjustly charged, put in solitary confinement, had his veterans benefits stolen and taken away from him. His wife almost killed in the unwarranted, no intelligence to back it up, in Rob Maness's opinion. And I know a thing or two about this kind of stuff, to back up that level of force and risk to use on an elderly couple that has served their country, that's minding their own business, just because they showed up to listen to a president and they sat and watched some things happen that they didn't even see any violence. And Tom, I'm glad you talked about that because it was a plan, and the government before the election had put pressure on Facebook and those kind of social media CEOs to suppress conservative speech. Because I know, because my website was making about $9,000 in revenue, raw revenue, at the end of September, and I got a note from Facebook saying on the October 1st, 2020, we're going to suppress your website on our platform. And that's where most of my revenue was coming from, and it's never been back ever since then. So there was all of this government activity leading up to this that really set the stage to trick people inside the government that something was happening that wasn't happening, wasn't it?
That's absolutely right. And, I'm an Intel guy, so you've had Intel guys and gals working for you, Colonel, and you expect them to do their homework, to do their research, and present things to you in a cogent and clear way so you can make the decisions that you need to make. And right. I have written extensively after studying this thing and all of the releases from Tulsi Gabbard. She's a hero as far as I'm concerned. And the stuff that's there, I talked about it in that clip that you just showed, so I shan't
repeat it. It is so maddening, and it's right there in writing. And it gets down into the weeds. They even plan to set up local networks in neighborhoods so that Democrat Party operatives could report on their neighbors if they did something that looked like it might be a terrorist thing. People are speaking out at PTA meetings. I've got all the documentation right here. I keep it close just in case we need to refer to chapter and verse. So it's very maddening.
Did you cover that in the book? I don't think you did you, from what I remember?
I did just a little bit. I did mention that, but I've tried to have things printed like on an American Thinker. I've been on Your News and things like that. So I would invite people to go there. I probably ought to send you a copy of some of these things because it saves people a lot of time.
You should write another book about that, Tom. I mean, the American people on both sides of the aisle need to have an understanding of what really happened because, we want our public to see something, say something. If it's real, but we don't want to build an architecture that responds to fake inputs in that way. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, it makes sense.
You should write a book about that. Well, I got a question from the audience. I want to take that real quick. Shell is our host over there. Go ahead, Shell.
We have Marlon, sir.
Hey, Tom, thanks for coming in and explaining it. It sounds like, Tom, you had some able to be able to defend yourself. What about the guys that couldn't afford it? What about the guys that they reshuffled the deck on their discovery packets, didn't give them the right evidence that was posed against them? How could you possibly defend yourself? These guys had to take the plea deal at that point. I think if they understood how much it cost you to defend yourself, and then, hey, we weren't given the speedy trial, the exculpatory evidence against you, they reshuffled the cards every time. Just watching the evolution of the J6 on X, that's what we came up with. So, Tom, it's been great to hear your story, and thanks for coming up. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate you bringing me up, sir.
Yeah. Marlon brought up a good point. That is something I think you could answer is on the discovery process. What did your attorney face? I mean, he's in the face of fake evidence. So what happened in discovery from your perspective?
Well, and they kept creating more and more fake evidence. I touch in the book on several specific exhibits. And, as an intel guy, if I'm going to talk about specifics, I'm going to make sure that you can fact check me all you want. People might be interested to know, this is a firsthand account. I tell like a friend talking to a friend, but I've got about 24 pages of endnotes. So you can go back and see exactly what we're talking about. But I only picked some of the most egregious and fake tests. Just talking about but it came coming. Would invent more when we get the evidence that they had brought out. They would have a great day and say, we really ripped them. We really showed that they're lying through their teeth. They just invent something new. Hey, we got a new witness. Your viewers are going to love this. I don't talk about the trial without talking about a guy named Abdullah Rashid. Now, dig this. He's not a Middle Eastern man. This is just a moniker that he assumed. We found out that he had about 45 aliases or so, and he was the key civilian witness against me and the 4 oath keepers in my trial. Had never met any of us, but he gave the key testimony. This is a guy who had been convicted of aggravated sexual assault of a child, and he traded his perjured testimony for a new identity paid for by our tax money. Don't ask me where he is now. He might be in your hometown. But that's the kind of thing they did. And, they did this sort of thing to all the J6ers. Now that I'm free and I'm able to actually be on chat boards and do a little bit of traveling and meet some of these folks, it's amazing to find out that, yes, of course, not everybody had 2 lifetimes full of savings like Sharon's and Sharon's and mine. Yeah, we lost everything except this little humble farm that we're on. But some of these folks had to take government-appointed attorneys who clearly hated them. I was amazed to find out that other people didn't have access to the supposed evidence. And Many couldn't even tell me the name of their lawyer. That's how infrequently they interface with them. And it takes a real knack, and the DOJ has it, bringing down the whole government on you to get people to swear to something that they didn't do and take a 5 or 6 or 7 year prison sentence as opposed to a 20-year prison sentence because they want to see their children grow up.
Yeah.
That's the kind of manic stuff that's going on in the Department of Justice. And I tell you what, faced with that, I don't ever put anybody down for taking a plea deal.
Oh yeah, I don't put anybody down for taking a plea deal. I mean, even General Flynn. I mean, with as much resources as he had, when faced with the reality, he took a plea deal. I don't blame him at all because look, the federal government's got a 90+ conviction rate. I think it's over 95% conviction rate.
Yes,
There's
sir.
a reason for that. It's because they get a lot of guilty pleas, a lot of them, because they're able to bring all this information to bear. So let me ask you this one last question before we get to the end. You mentioned you still have the farm. Have you been able to raise any funds to try to get some of this back, some of your wealth back? Do you have a give, send, go, that kind of thing, where you guys raise funds to pay legal fees and restore your savings and those kind of things?
Well, we were not permitted to have a give, send, go. They singled me out and wouldn't let that happen. Sharon tried to create one of those while I was still in stir. But because people had heard about our story, we've been so blessed, people sending us cards and letters and their favorite scriptural passages and, checks when they could to just kind of help us keep the lights on. It took everything that we had in savings, I will tell you, up to $1 million. And still we were in debt. Freedom's not free, especially when you're fighting the Department of Justice. So it's not exactly the kind of freedom not free that you and I are used to, Colonel. But right now we're not asking for folks to contribute anything to us. We're so blessed. Sharon and I are never going to be restored. I mean, how are they going to give us our years back? How are they going to keep her from waking up in the middle of the night having that same nightmare that she has over and over again? Most of the time, she can't even sleep in our bedroom anymore because that's where she was when they came. So we're not going to get that back. We're not going to truly be restored, although there's talk about this fund that Congress is fighting, and some people are putting in notice of claims to the government. We've done that, saying, wouldn't you like to do the right thing? We don't expect that to happen. But as far as restoration, I will tell you this. Sharon and I, our love is stronger than it's ever been. Our faith in our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, is stronger than it's ever been. We feel like we have more friends and more family across this country by virtue of people reaching out to us than we ever could have imagined. So we are so much better off than so many other people who we get to meet when we travel. I've been able to speak at the Citadel. I've been able to speak sponsored by the Faith Coalition down in Sebring, Florida. And we get in my creaky old 20-year-old Toyota Highlander, and we make it down the road, gasping and buttering all the way, and we speak to wonderful people, and it's worth it. And people come up and just hold our hands and say, we've been pulling for you, we've been praying for you. We had no idea. People in Boerne, Texas, and Detroit, Michigan had prayer groups for us. And so what we want to do is continue to give back. I'm hoping that the book properly gives credit to our Lord and Savior, because he pulled us through. Yes, this is a horrible story, but there are so many miracles, and there's so much good stuff that happened to us along the way. And Sharon and I, when I was down, she would pull me up, and vice versa. And she is the unsung hero in all of this, Colonel, if you'll permit me. But I always say, if you want to be happy for the rest of your life, make a Christian woman your wife, because it worked for me, and she was with me in lockstep. Some J6ers were abandoned by their families.
You're absolutely right, my friend. And I met you guys a couple of times now in person, and it's exactly as you describe it. Thank God. And thank God we have Christians in this country that can see through the lies and see through see through what's coming out of the mouths of the wicked. That's the book. Tell people where they can buy the book at before I let you go, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's available in paperback and ebook. The best place to go is puffinpublishers.com, Puffin, like the seabird. Puffinpublishers.com, the publishing company that got behind us when the big guys wouldn't do that. You can also find it at bookbaby.com, and now it's going to be available on amazon.com soon.
Outstanding. Well, thanks a lot. Tom Caldwell, author of The Mouths of the Wicked. Get out there and buy this book and support these guys, and keep everybody in your prayers. Our country needs it, especially these folks. Tomorrow's Truth Thursday. We'll see you then.
I gotta remind them that I told them the other day, but I gotta remind them that Zach's here. Zach is here in studio today. Matthew and Jonathan's friend. Okay.
Well, get these on.
Mute Tom.
Yep. Yeah, I'm looking. good. I'm good.
Balls and banter. Balls and banter. No excuses, just win, win, win with your balls and banter. We got balls, we got pucks, we got sticks, we got everything in between. We got balls and banter.
All right, folks, it is Thursday. Chaos already calling me out in the chat. Drew's refreshing his beverage. That's why he's late to the show. He's got to have that juice. You know me too well, Chaos. It's true. Tom and Nate are here. We also have someone new to present here to you. We've got Zachary, son of Mark of House Goldwich. We call him Zach around these parts. I'd say we're diversifying. We're not. He's white too, just like the rest of us. But new voices and ideas all at the same time. Welcome to the crew here, Zach. Good to have you.
Appreciate it. Glad to be here.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day, boys. We're getting Nate in frame. There we go. Looking good. Looking good, boys. Tom, how are you?
I'm doing well. What a fantastic day that we're having up here in Northeast Ohio.
Yes, everyone loves Toledo so much. Okay. All right. Nate, how about yourself?
All right. Just getting used to our new four frame.
I know. We're flying by the seat of our pants here. The new four split. The old four split didn't work, so we had to do a new one. But
the quad shot.
Yeah, we got the quad shot. Looks good. All right, so we've done introductions. We've done the welcomes. Enough of this shit. We got to get into the show. There's a lot of things that we're going to talk about. Starting with the Knicks, who took care of business last night. Man, Jalen Brunson dropped 30 points. You had Cat, who added 18. Cat did a hell of a job holding down the fort with Wemby. I think Wemby was 2 of 12 when Cat was guarding him. He put up 26 points still. Wemby did. But, man, the 12 straight playoff games now for the Knicks that they have won, a long-ass streak for them. Second longest streak in NBA history for the playoffs. What was your takeaway, Nate? You're the NBA guy. Go.
It was a good game. You know, the Knicks kind of surprised. They ended up coming back there. Yeah, the Spurs seemed in solid control in the third, and then Knicks kind of just chipped away and ended up getting ahead and didn't really give it back up, you know. There wasn't much else to say. Jalen Brunson kept getting hurt, but somehow coming back in. Every time he went out, I was like, yes, he's gone.
He's gone. I flipped away a couple times because the Spurs did seem to have things under control. Yeah. So I was checking a couple other things, doing, you know, getting the kids down and yada yada yada. And then sure as shit, I mean, they come marching back. Did you guys get to watch the game, Zach or Tom?
I did not.
Tommy boy?
I did, yes. Oh, sorry, I'm off mic.
Your camera's doing the Zoom thing again.
Yeah.
It's a fun story.
Oh, shit.
No, you're here. You're here. You don't need to. No need to pan. Okay.
I think I just turned off my camera.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you sure did. You sure did. All right. Well, we'll come back to you in a moment. But it was a good game. It was a good game. Knicks really are. I mean, we talked about this Tuesday. They came into this thing so damn hot. The Spurs, such a good team, and what they've done with Wemby and the entire supporting cast that they've got down there in San Antonio has been really impressive. But man, I tell you, like the two teams in the NHL playoffs, which we're going to talk about in a second, and these New York Knicks, they're just hot as the dickens, and they kept it up last night. So we'll see if they can do it again. Do they have any shot, Nate, of coming back and repeating in Game 2 tomorrow in San Antonio?
Yeah, I mean, you can't rule it out, you know. If the Spurs can't adapt, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do much. They ran the whole game and then started giving up in the third and fourth and couldn't get it back. So, you know, it's tough to think they can't, but you know, it's all about a game of runs to see when those runs fall.
Yeah.
I mean, the real thing is going to come down to De'Aaron Fox. He's been terrible the last ever since he got that ankle injury, he's clearly not 100%, but he's just kind of wild with the ball. It seems like turning over. He's shooting terrible. I want to say like under 200 or something.
Yeah.
He's missing layups even. So it's like, dude's clearly not 100. He still brings something to the table when he's out there, but at the same time, it's just like you can't trust him to shoot anything. So I don't know what you do with that. If you actually bench him and just make him sit with this injury, or what the goal is. But I think that would be the real momentum shifter. If De'Aaron Fox can get back on track, I think if he was on track, they would have won game 1. So we'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, we'll see. Get him hot. I mean, there's other thing. Wemby turned the ball over. I mean, he not only did he get shut down a good bit. Yes, he had 26 points, but Cat shut him down a good bit. I think he turned the ball over 6 times. Like, there was a lot of things that win against the Spurs. We'll see where it goes. It's still such a great environment that they've got there. So I'll be looking forward to that game there tomorrow night. We got a game tonight, but first we got to talk about Tuesday's game because we previewed it on Tuesday's show. We didn't get to talk about it.
Hey, Drew, before we move on, I just want to mention about Jalen Brunson, because before this game, I was all in on the Spurs, but Jalen Brunson getting hurt, coming back in, and then, having a pivotal role toward the end of the game, to me, that guy won me over. Just speaking from a producer perspective and telling a story, I find myself, and I can't believe that I'm saying this, now rooting for the Knicks, because I like the idea of Jalen Brunson and what he's bringing to that Knicks team. He may not be the best player for them, but I think he is the glue that's holding that team together.
I don't disagree at all. They're a fun team to watch. They absolutely are. They have been. He's a character. He's a stud. I'm not saying I'm flipping who I want. I don't know who I want to win. Here's the deal. I want both of these series. I was telling my kids this last night. I keep going back and forth in my head. I just want both these series to go to 7 games, the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup. Just give me more sports. Don't ruin my life. I'm counting on all 4 of you teams to not jack up my spring. You've been told. Vegas wins very impressively. Game 1, Tuesday night. I know Zach was watching, no doubt. He's a big hockey guy, big hockey family. But, dude, you turn this game on, and both teams are coming in hot as can be. And I forget if you say, is it Ehlers or Eulers?
I think it's Ehlers.
Ehlers. I mean, dude, gets launched out of a cannon like Evel Knievel and just scores a bunch of goals, right? I mean, he scored his first goal within 25 seconds, and then before you turn your head, you go get another beer, because some people drink beer that fast, and then some bitch scores a second goal. Carolina goes up 2-0. It's like, well, crap. I just want this to be a great game, and boy, was it. But they jumped out to a crazy fast start. You got the momentum of that badass home crowd environment in Raleigh, and then it kind of changed, and all of a sudden it was 3-3 in the second, and then it's a 5-4 victory for the Knights. What was your takeaway from the game?
I thought it was a great game. I mean, you haven't seen a game, I think, that entertaining in the Stanley Cup playoffs yet this season.
Yeah.
So it was fantastic. I didn't expect that. I'm going to be honest. I personally was going to go Carolina in that series, and it looks like Vegas was commanding in that game.
Yeah.
It was really interesting.
Well, you can go down in that, Nate, right? You go down in a game like that 2-0. Obviously, these teams are studs, chock full of studs. They're in the Stanley Cup final, but that can screw your psyche. How you respond to going down 2-3-0 fast and early, that tells a lot. They didn't bow down at all. They didn't cave. They just rallied, and they won the son of a bitch.
Was it 3-0 at one point? I'm trying to remember.
It was 2-0, then 2-1, and then it ended 3-3 in the second. I forget who scored first in it, but yeah, I mean, just a crazy game and lots of resilience by the Knights.
It was crazy comeback, yeah. A lot of times you see that 2-0, kind of feeling like, oh, man, this ain't going to end well. But, they just took it one goal at a time, as stereotypical as that is, and, just kept going with it. It was like, holy cow.
Well, you say, too, Zach, I mean, you're right. But there have been some other games that have been crazy this playoffs, because you had the Wild go up 3-0 against the Avalanche, and then we decided we wanted to be done, so we let them win, and they came back. But then the Avalanche go up 3-0 on the Knights. The Knights come back, it wasn't 3-0. It was 2-0 last night. But this is. I mean, it always is. But the NHL playoffs, very, very special time. I loved it. I can't wait for the game tonight. Going to be freaking awesome. Carolina needs to come out, and because even though I want the Knights to win, I need Carolina to probably win today just to keep with this game 7 thing. I want all these things to go to 7, unless they want to do 2-2. You guys can decide between Vegas and Carolina. Have your conversations. But I either need it to go 1-1 tonight, or I need Carolina to go into Vegas and win the next 2.
Definitely.
So.
Definitely need Carolina to win. I think this is definitely the 2 best teams. The best team from each conference right now. We're seeing it on display. It's going to be amazing.
They play fast. That's a fast team. They create some interesting opportunities. Tommy boy, you watching tonight? Where are you watching?
I am watching tonight, and I'm trying to pick out an undisclosed location where I'm going to watch the game. I have to do everything in secrecy now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the smart thing to do.
But you're right. When that game first started, I was like, holy smokes, here we go. This isn't going to be much of a game. And then all of a sudden, it was like, oh, we have a game here. And, to me, man, there's something about that Golden Knight team that just kind of, tickles my fancy.
They tickle your fancy. Well, I mean, they're tickling everyone's fan. They're just so damn hot right now. Like Hansel from Zoolander. He's so hot right now. Okay, you know where else the Knights are winning? We'll see who wins the game tonight. Everyone should watch it. It's ABC, 8 p.m. Make sure you set that and watch it. But we're at this time of year. And it happens a couple times a year for different things. This one, obviously, everyone knows about. But it's June, so everyone thinks everything's supposed to be gay this month. And I don't know why. The leagues, the teams, they get involved with it. But kudos to the social media team in the Las Vegas Knights for winning. You can see the graphic they put out on June 1st. It wasn't, hey, do your neighbor Gary. It was, did you know June is National Cancer Survivor Month? No reference of the other, which I think is amazing. Now, look, if you do whatever you want to do, I think I have my issues with it, but I still can like you. I don't think all these teams should have to post this nonsense unless they really want to, and a lot of them don't, but they feel compelled to. I love that the Knights just went the opposite way. Some teams just don't post anything. They're like, nope, we're going to do, obviously a big deal too, Cancer Survivor Month. Like that's an important thing, but I like that they pick something else. Like that's very based with how they handle this.
It is, and I don't like groupthink with anything. I always think about that Seinfeld episode where Kramer's marching for AIDS, and like, why aren't you wearing the ribbon? I don't like it. I don't like anything where I'm forced to comply with something. If I want to do it, I'll do it.
Right.
But don't make me. Don't have somebody in HR hovering over me and saying you have to do this, because it rubs me the wrong way. And the same thing in culture. Don't tell me I have to do something, because you're going to get the opposite of what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's interesting that these lists come out every year. And I would encourage you to remember, if you're a fan of this NFL team or this NHL team, you don't see as much for the NHL, but in the NFL or any of the other sports leagues that matter, most of your organization is on board with you. There's just this pressure, which is so crazy, and it's not an excuse. They still shouldn't do it. But like, don't go along with groupthink. Don't do things because you feel like you're supposed to. I hate that. It's so weak. It's the dumbest thing. But you're seeing all these lists, and there's only, I think, as of yesterday, there was only, I forget, it was 7 or 11 teams in the NFL who hadn't posted gay shit. So kudos to the ones who stick up and do what they want to do. And again, for the teams who want to post about it and they really care, that's fine. Like, I disagree. We can agree to disagree. Just post because you're compelled to, not because you feel like you have to. Okay. Want to talk about this dude right here. I don't know who it is. I follow him. But this is some crazy stats. This guy put this graphic out. We'll throw it up here. You can see it's about Jaromir Jagr, who obviously absolute beast hockey player, had an amazing career. But His post today was with Rasmus Andersson reaching the Stanley Cup final, a former teammate of Jaromir Jagr. Someone has appeared that is a teammate of his in the Stanley Cup final, including those who preceded him because they were still playing when he came in 1990, for 46 straight years. Like, that's a weird stat to be tracking. But it's also interesting. Jaromir Jagr, again, an absolute beast, no longer playing in the NHL. I think 18, he stopped in 2018, played for a bunch of teams, took a little 3-year hiatus from 2008 to 2011. But dude got drafted in 1990. Young dude out there setting records, legendary in the NHL, is back home playing in the Czech Republic now for, is it Kladno? Kladno, I don't know all the Czech teams. Surpriser. I mean, I did study and live there, but I don't know all their hockey teams. But one, isn't this a weird-ass stat? And then two, just while I was looking into it, this Joker stops playing in 2018 in the NHL, goes and is playing there until last year. He's technically not retired yet. He said he's probably going to retire. But he was 54. He is 54. I mean, he didn't stop in his early 40s like a bunch of other dudes. Like, nah, I'm just going to keep going.
Right.
Like, crazy that he is still, again, sounds like he's going to be done this year. But he's still in the mix and has been for all of those years. 2018 was 8 years ago, guys, when he left. So he's been playing for 8 years overseas. Wild.
Yeah, and I think if it's Jagr that I'm thinking of, I think he was the coach of that team in the Czech League, last year, the year before, and they needed bodies. So he was like, you know what, I hadn't played yet, but I'll come out of retirement again, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. I think there's a bunch of records he's set too, like in terms of his age for scoring a goal. Like he was 52 years and I think 63 days, which previously had been like 52 years and 6 or 8 days. He set that record. It's easy to set a lot of records when you're still playing in your mid-50s, I guess, as they're age-related. But I just found that crazy. Both that this dude is tracking that kind of a stat. Like, I just find that, I don't want to say peculiar. I think it is a little interesting. I don't know that the stat actually tells us anything or means anything, but, and then the fact that he's still playing. The whole thing was interesting to me.
I think what it tells you is how many teams Jaromir Jagr has been on.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a multitude of teams.
Yeah.
All I know is somebody who's keeping stats like that is not getting laid anywhere.
I mean, that's probably a fair point. And if you are a person who made that, we'd love to have you on the show. And we'd love to talk about your sex life too. I mean, we can get into everything, hockey, whatever's going on there.
Yeah, that stat again. I really like sports, and now we're getting into the time in our cultural or in our societal evolution and human evolution that a lot of people on the spectrum who are into sports are going to start digging into stats like that. So I think we're going to see more and more digs like this. And I'm all about it because I really, truly believe that it's going to be the folks on the spectrum who could focus on things and start breaking stuff down are the ones who are going to save society.
We need some Rain Man analysts who sit up in the bullpen over here who maybe mumble and make some weird noises throughout the show, but then give us really good data, like yarn maps on the wall, occasional barking, like what's going on over there? It doesn't matter. You just leave Jeremy alone. He's doing his thing. I think it'd be great. We got to get to that point where even if they don't provide any real value to the show, we have people over there just doing stuff, random stuff. Yes. By the way, I didn't get to shower before the show after my workout. I smell terrible. Like I just want to let it. I want to be transparent.
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, it's tough. It's pungent, stings the nostrils. Speaking of Pride Month, what are you going to say, Nate?
I'll say it adds character, a little flavor,
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Like I'm just going to take some of my juice, as Chaos called it, and I'll just, put some on here, like some aftershave. What was the aftershave that was so famous growing up, Tom? Was it Brute?
Brute,
yeah.
Dude, I put that on one time, and back when I, married to my first wife, and she came walking in. She didn't know that I put it on, and she goes, "Oh my God, you smell like my dentist."
Interesting. Could
Yeah.
be most likely not good. Most likely not a good thing. You know me. I'm not an aromas guy. I'm not loving this aroma either, but I'm not a chemical aroma kind of a guy. But as I was saying, speaking of Pride Month, Caleb Williams is the cover guy for this year's Madden NFL football game that's coming out. Usually it's in August. You can see we've got two images. There's that one, and then there's this one, where, of course, it's hard to make out, but he does have the nails rocking in this particular image. Each finger's like a different one. So you've got that. And for one, we talked about college football, EA Sports College Football 27 the other day. I'm pumped it's coming out next month. And I will probably play this game too, because of the games that I do play, they're almost always football or hockey. And that's if I have time, which is almost never. But I do love the games. And I get the pick. I really do. He had a great year. But a lot of people have their thoughts. Everyone's going to have their opinions. The first pick that we showed, by the way, was a reference to his jump pass in the playoffs, which was freaking sick. The dude had a good year last year, and we'll talk about that in a second. But rapper Boozy came out and put out a statement. We'll put it up on the screen. I'll read it to you. It says, "Fingernail painted on Madden. Young boys look up to you, bro. Shaking my head. And Caleb Williams, this is an example you set for them. Players should grab your ass in the locker room and call you Carrie every time they see you. You want respect from your teammates, and your hands look like they bitch nails at home." Shaking my head. Whoever thought you would see this on a Madden cover? I feel for these kids. So Boozy going down on it, doesn't like it one bit. And I will say this. I've talked about this so many times on the show. I don't appreciate Caleb Williams doing his nails. I find it to be very peculiar. I'm not a big males painting or decorating their fingernails thing. Frankly, I'm not a big chicks who decorate their nails and go all crazy. But I will say this, even though I think that is really strange, the dude did ball out last year. Like the dude had almost 4,000 yards passing, 27 tutties to only 7 picks. The Bears, reminder, won the NFC North last year, one of the tougher divisions in the entire league. So I don't love that he's painting his nails. But I understand why they picked him to be on the cover. And I hate that the Bears have a young quarterback who's athletic and does the right thing. And I thought he was going to be a cancer in the locker room, and he's turned out not to be. Like, it's kind of gone the opposite direction of how I'd like to see it as a Minnesota Vikings fan. What do you guys think of this? Nail, you can comment on the nails. You can comment on him as the athlete. I don't give a damn. What do you think? Tom, I'll start with you.
I think he's the best choice to have on the cover. He's one of the most electrifying players, I think, in the NFL. As far as the nails go, I'm not a big fan of it, and to me it smacks of a bigger, broader statement that's going on within athletics, because we're seeing a sort of over feminization of some of the athletes, where you could tell that they grew up in the salon with their mothers and get their hair done, and and I'm all about wearing nice clothes and fashion and everything else. But some of the pics, when we see these walk-ins to the locker room, some of the outfits are just kind of, they reek of, femme to me. And I don't I just see this as being more of the feminization of sports, when you start painting the nails is being something normal.
Right.
It would be different, if he were in a heavy metal band. But in the world of sports, I just think it's a bit odd. Who knows? I mean, people thought that Joe Namath wearing a mink coat was odd. So I'm old school. I prefer not to see it, because I think he's a tremendous athlete, and I think that anything that he's doing to take away from what he can spotlight on the field, I think that's to his detriment.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the mink coat and the nails to me they're similar, but they're different. I don't know.
I'm not saying the mink coat was femme. I'm just saying that it was a bold move that that he was going to wear this full length mink and just look like an out and out baller.
Yeah, and by the way, Tom not liking nails, I think is saying something. I knew that you didn't, but like you're an accessorizer. Like you accessorize a lot with all sorts of accoutrements on your fingers, your hands, your nipples, he doesn't actually have anything on his nipples, but like all sorts of stuff on his hands. So that says something. I want to get your take, Nate, and then also Zach, on Caleb and his fingernails and the cover. But Nate, Chaos did say to you in the chat, Nate sort of stuck with his first NHL pick. The Knights showed out. Going back to that.
Real quick, though, I actually switched back. I was at the sports book, and I put money down on Vegas to win, not even taking the 1.5. I switched back.
Okay, so we went on a swing, start of show, end of show Tuesday to getting to sports book, full circle. There you go.
And I went back. Something was telling me, like, nah, I know you said it on the show, but no, go back with Vegas. Go back with Vegas.
Yeah.
Just something about when we were talking about Carolina, I was like, oh, man, they're hot. But, I don't know, Vegas, the way they handled the Avalanche, I was just like, I think they could do it. Man, luckily they did.
I mean, they've been
in the first period. But.
Yeah. No, but then they sure rallied. Three times in their first 9 years in existence, they've been to the Stanley Cup final. Those are odds that an owner and a general manager, like you've got a pants party going on. Like you can't walk around the office. You're so damn excited because your team has made that kind of a performance. It's really impressive what they're doing there.
It's crazy. I don't know if there's ever been anything like that in pro sports. The expansion just coming on, being that successful right out the gate.
Yeah.
I can't really think of one.
Not consistently. Like the Jags had early success, when they started here and got to the AFC Championship. They had some fun times. Never, of course, got over the hump. Carolina came out pretty good early on, but not like Vegas has just been consistently good out there in the West. It's fun to see. Okay, Caleb Williams has nails the cover. Nate, you go first.
Next. He does it to raise awareness of issues, so that's fine. And if people have a problem with it, then I guess it's working because, all's fair in war and sports. I mean, Dennis Rodman used to wear wedding dresses and marry himself, and it bugged people out.
That's true.
Weird things,
Yeah, but he didn't wear wedding dresses on the court.
Yeah, but I mean,
but he maybe would have if Stern would have let him.
Right. Well, what about putting like the black stuff under your eyes and stuff? Is there not a point where it's like, oh, what are you putting on, makeup? It's like, I get it's different, but it's just like.
I care a lot less than I did at first. When it first came out, I was like, this is some dumb gay shit. But I just really, and this is true. You audience members, certainly you guys do, but like audience, too, like there's just so many things anymore now where it's like, I just don't care anymore. I don't care. Like I do, but I don't care enough to care that much. So let's just move on. You think he's a good pick for the cover?
I think he's a fine pick. If the fingernails weren't painted in the cover, I don't think we'd be talking about it.
Yeah.
If it was just a jump shot, but he painted his fingernails for the cover now, so now it's a topic of discussion.
Yeah. Well, and they gave him, you could see it too. We didn't play the video because it wasn't like a great video, but they gave him like a Madden necklace or something like that, to honor him and celebrate that he's on the cover, which is a big deal. I mean, it's obviously a massive deal to be the cover athlete for Madden football. But you can see him grabbing it and holding it, and each nail has these very specific things. Anyways, enough about Caleb Williams' nails.
I just want to throw in real quick. It's funny, Boozy is commenting on who should be a good role model or not. I mean, the man's paid to have people killed before.
Yes.
But we should care about what he has to say about someone, like what they wear or whatever. It's like, oh, wow, yeah, we should all be more like you.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Nate. Exactly. Maybe cast the first stone if you're perfect kind of a thing here. You're not. Yeah. No, great point.
Maybe Boozy's different now. I don't know. I don't know him personally, obviously. But, like you said, don't live in a glass house and throw the first stone.
Yeah.
Because everyone knows where you're coming from. Everyone knows what you talk about. And it's like,
yeah. Well, man, I tell you what, we're all broken. No, I can't. There's some other stuff right now that I'm dealing with outside of this with a different organization. Man, you see some broken stuff. The more you learn about some people not related to this company, it's like, holy crap. Like I'm feeling pretty good about myself. Like Like, there's some crazy ass folks out there. Speaking of crazy ass folks and concepts, guys, just listen to me. This is a public service announcement for all men, whether you're a father, a husband, a boyfriend, whatever. Do not let your daughter, your wife, or your girlfriend attend this event at LSU this summer, because they have announced that they're going to be the Huddle. They're going to be kicking off the 2026 season with the Tigers at the Huddle, an exclusive clinic for women. You can see a cute young blonde there in the practice facility. You do not want to send your wife, daughter, or girlfriend to a facility where Lane Kiffin and Coach O are going to be there.
Not at all.
Like this is how you end your relationship. How did it go, honey? And you're not going to get many responses, and then you're going to start getting like a distant, cold shoulder kind of a thing, and like always see her texting on her phone, and then excuses for why she's not home for dinner. Like, just don't do it. Don't send them there. This is a trap in Baton Rouge to steal women from families.
Oh,
I saw that. I'm like, oh, shit, that's a terrible idea. A lot of people do women's football clinics. Totally fine when you have different staff members and real adults in the room. This one, a little sketch. I'm just saying, like, if you're like, this is a great idea. No, Lane Kiffin. We all thought maybe he had grown up last year. He didn't. He's the same old Lane Kiffin. And now Coach O's back in Baton Rouge. Like, this whole thing. And mostly joking here, also serious, don't send them. Like, don't let them go, especially your daughters. But, man, crazy seeing this news. I thought it's fun to joke about, but I also thought it was, like, seriously, like, don't send people.
This is a terrible idea, and it's got to. The idea is fine, but the problem is the name of it, the Huddle.
Yeah,
join us in the Huddle, where we can cuddle and you'll leave with a puddle. It's just, there's so many things, so many ways.
Maybe
a
seed, yeah.
Yeah, there's so many ways to take that. And plus, I think it's great to have a reach out to women to familiarize themselves with football, because I know all of us have watched games and constantly answer questions while the game is going on, because we're answering obvious questions, and it would just be nice to, have a female you're sitting next to who knows a little bit more about the game, so she doesn't keep asking, why did they run where all the guys are? Things like that.
Right.
But
you're not speaking from experience, though. You're pontificating.
No, I'm speaking from experience every single time. And the thing that drives me crazy about my wife is she always refers to football as ball, which is fine if you're a true fan.
Right.
But if you're kind of like, a pedestrian and referring to it as ball, as if you're like involved with the sport somehow, it's like, you got to stop that, or else we're going to get divorced.
Yeah, ball is reserved for people who either played ball or like are super, super infatuated with it and all in. Like that's a bro football term, not necessarily a casual observer. But I love your wife, so I'm not judging your wife on this.
But it does seem like, speed dating for the two most lecherous coaches in college football.
100%. No, it seems very predatory and very questionable. Don't make sure you get your own drinks. Don't leave your drink. The same rules that happen at a bar apply there. I just had a Gatorade and I woke up 3 days later in a barn. Yeah, like, just be careful. I'm not suggesting that Lane or anyone has done any of those exact things.
It's going to be 2 hours on explaining to chicks how to snap a football, where Coach O and Lane are going to be taking turns being quarterback.
Yeah, taking quarterback, and then when they're doing shotgun, like just standing back there taking some notes. No, stay down there, honey. Let's get like at least 10, 12 more reps. Why is the camera guy zooming in and coming right? There's a lot to unpack here. I think it's really fascinating. Would you send your girlfriend or spouse there, Zach?
I mean, absolutely not. And just because of the reasons you guys have already outlined. I mean, we all know, Lane Kiffin's history. So look, I think it's a terrible idea.
Yeah. Okay. So we're all in agreement. Is that, or Nate? You haven't said. Would you send a female person there? A female person.
No, but I don't know of anyone who'd want to go. I mean, what's the demographic of this? So they're going to be like 37-year-old women who are like, oh man, this is my perfect opportunity to try and learn football, and not just learn it, but be on the field actually doing it to learn it. Like, no one's doing that.
Yeah,
No one wants that.
It's
No
a
one
weird
asks for
thing. Just stick to coaches camps for kids, so you can scout and recruit, which is not what they're supposed to be for. But stick to that, and then stick to coaches clinics. That's the way to do it.
And there's women's flag football, and there's probably some tackle football somewhere there too. But either they're young or they're already ingrained in it. There's not going to be any 35-year-old, 40-year-old women who are like, I've always wanted something like this. Finally, thanks, Coach Kidd.
Just the ones that want to meet Coach Kiffin, exactly.
Yeah. Look, he's a handsome dude. He's an interesting fella. He's the villain that college football needs. Like, I'm thrilled that he's around. I just hope that. This is good for the chastity belt industry. Like, people have learned about this. Okay, Brooke, you can go, but you've got to wear this, and I'm holding on to the key. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Lots going on this weekend. Obviously, NHL, NBA playoffs continue. You've got hockey tonight. You got basketball tomorrow, and then you can figure out the rotation from there. It goes that way. You got PGA in Dublin, Ohio. How far is that from you guys?
Dublin is not terribly far. I want to say it's like an hour and a half or so.
Okay. So you got the Memorial Tournament up there at Muirfield. That started today, goes through Sunday, obviously, per the usual on PGA Tour events. It's one of their signature events. So that's happening. Will be fun to have on if weather's nice. See, here's the thing. Like, if weather's nice, I'm out, and I got the race on and golf on out back. There's cigars flowing. There's other stuff flowing, appropriate stuff. But if it's not, then I don't usually wrap up the weekend with golf indoor on a rainy day. Like, there's different activities then. But hopefully that's good. Hopefully it's a good tournament. Again, NBA, NHL, Tom's UFL. You've got that.
Yes.
We'll give you an update on that on Tuesday on how all that shook out. NASCAR this weekend. We mentioned it Tuesday. They're up in Michigan, a little bit north of you boys. So you've got that race. Reminder, it's 3 p.m. on Amazon Prime, not one of the networks. Don't do what I did last Sunday and think there was no race and then come to find out that there was a race and it was 8 p.m. on Prime. I'm an idiot, but you already know that. So let's do that. We're like well ahead of schedule today. Like, we're hauling ass. We started a couple minutes late. We're hauling ass now. Let's get to some memes. Let's do That's Meme-tastic.
That's meme-tastic.
That's meme-tastic.
We should do that one more time.
All right, so here are the rules. Zach, new for you, new if you're here in the audience for the first time. It's Thursday. We just have a bunch of memes. They're not in any order. We might finish on a great one. We might finish on a straight dumpster fire one. I have no idea. But we'll just throw them up and we'll have some fun with it. This just in here, obviously we're talking post-draft stuff, OTAs going on, and it's unfortunate, but the Dallas Cowboys have already been eliminated from playoff contention. So, sorry, Cowboys fans.
That meme never gets old. It pops up this time every year.
Every year. Every freaking year. There's another one like it, Tom, that you'll see coming up. So this is just true. This one comes up every once in a while, too. And it's summer now in Florida. And this has happened already multiple times this week. And if you're not from Florida, you might not get this if you haven't traveled here much. But 2:45 p.m., you see a gorgeous beach day. Looks like somewhere over in 30A, beautiful water. 3 p.m., it is a straight-up hurricane, y'all. The trees bending over backwards. 3:15, it's back to absolutely perfect, blissful weather. So true for this state. The other day, we have this. I'm sitting inside working. All my family lives really close to me. The heavens open up, and it is downpouring so hard. And I call my mom, who lives damn near across the street. Nothing. No, totally normal there. I'm like, okay, that's Florida. That's just how it is. Like, it can rain over one house. Like, sometimes I think they're trolling me. Like, just turn on over Drew's house.
Oh, when my wife and I first moved to Jacksonville Beach, she was like, how can it be raining right on top of me as I'm driving, and what I see ahead of me is just total bright sunshine? I don't understand how this works.
Yeah, It is.
Yeah, it's like when I'm driving on the Buckman Bridge, and on the right side you've got just torrential downpour. On the left side, you look at Jacksonville, and it's sunny and no clouds. It's
Beautiful
crazy.
skyline. You can see the Main Street Bridge, all the stuff, it's a weird ass state. There's no two ways about it. Okay, we talked about Caleb Williams earlier. The alternate cover that they all are, I think, going to use for some of the different versions of the game is out, and you see him here kicking his heel up with his purse, his clutch. Very flamboyant. Yes.
You're gonna hate. Haters gonna hate.
Haters gonna hate. We've got a Babylon Bee headline here. We've got a UK stabbing suspect who has pled Muslim. They've gone hard on this issue. Not all Muslims stab people, but mostly people who get stabbed have been stabbed by Muslims. We were at Island Girl the other day, and this headline popped up for real. A version of this on the news. This is a Babylon B version, so obviously it's a little different. But you got Jill Biden, who says that Jill Biden assures nation that Joe's old age did not hamper her ability to serve as president. So you can believe what you want to believe about the Bidens. You can like them, not like them, like Trump, don't like Trump. I don't give two shits. But there is a lot of stuff that went on there, and I thought it was a good headline. Tom,
right? That's not precedent setting. I mean, you go back to Woodrow Wilson. Edith Wilson was, to me, the first lady who became president of the United States after the so unctuous and odious Woodrow Wilson had a stroke and was bedridden for the second part of his term of his reelection.
Correct. Yeah, that's how it played out. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Yeah. Okay. We've got some women here in some two-piece suits, one very well endowed up top. And the caption says, if you look a little bit to the left, you can see a monkey. A little bit to the left of the gal in the navy blue, who, if you're listening or driving in your car, has a very impressive upper region of her body. We'll say that's the nice way to say it, I guess. I don't know. It's the more appropriate. You what, Nate?
She's going to do very well at the huddle.
Yes, they've already signed up, no doubt, 100%. So there's, I forget who put these out, but someone put out a bunch of different alternate Madden 27 covers since there's all this debate and conversation going on about Caleb. And there's two of these. The first montage has J.J. McCarthy with his infamous 9 angry face top left. That thing has been, as a Minnesota Vikings fan, the amount of times that I've seen this is... holy crap, it's a lot. You've got, I can't see who that is down below. Oh, you've got Trump and Jackson Dart, obviously down below shaking hands. That's a controversial thing. You've got Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo, bottom right, broing out, which I actually kind of like that one. Like, I think that's good. And then I don't know what that top right one is.
Ben Johnson, the Bears coach. He's been known to rip his shirt off a few times after a good victory.
Is that him? Okay. So there's Ben Johnson.
Act
shirtless.
like you don't do it in your house, after a good win.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do it after a good dinner. Just rip his shirt off.
Yeah, why not?
Like, yeah, that was some good takeout. Woo.
Yeah, well, you guys know what I do. After a Vikings-Michigan win, I usually strip down naked and dive into my pool. And my neighbors love it. I think they love it. They haven't said anything. They don't talk to me anymore, but I think that's their way of saying that they love it. I don't know. We'll see. But then we
find small things to celebrate in big ways. That's the truth of life.
Right. We've got Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel with her pregnant in this one. Obviously, they went on a boating trip together while she was pregnant. That one, we've got Drake May just getting obliterated like he did in the Super Bowl there. We've got Daniel Jones with his bloody face. Man, Daniel Jones got the shit kicked out of him that game. Absolutely destroyed. So they've got his bloody face. And then we got Max Crosby in a Ravens uniform. Obviously, that trade happened. Then that trade didn't happen. And the amount of stuff that's happened since that trade didn't happen has been crazy. By the way, he says he's happy in Vegas. He's glad to be there. Water under the bridge. They're moving forward. And if you're the Raiders, I think that's great. You can keep him, and he comes back from that healthy, regardless of what the Baltimore doc says. If Max Crosby's healthy, you want him on your team. If you're in prison, you want him in your cell. You want that guy with you, and I think that was a good one, though. So let's put those back up. Best one of these 2 images, or 8 images, 2 montages. You've got that one, and then here's the other one.
If I'm going classic comedy, I'm going Rossini.
Okay.
That was gonna be my pick. Yeah, you can't go wrong there. It's pure comedy.
It's pure comedy. It's pretty cool, especially since they've also added a baby in there. There's so many. I saw an AI video today too. They did like a fake Maury Povich show, and they're telling Mike Vrabel that her 4-year-old son is his. They've done some stuff there.
The one that's named after him.
Yes, the one that's exactly. It's Michael, right?
Right, it is.
Nate, what was your pick?
Yeah, the Mike Vrabel one's probably the funniest one for sure. The Crosby one's awkward because that's the story I keep forgetting about, where it's like the hottest trade item on the market, the best defensive player, except for Myles Garrett, who we didn't know was on the trade block, and then like all of a sudden the Ravens block it, and it's like nobody's calling. No, they're not trying to trade anymore. They're like, we're glad to have him. We're rebuilding, and we're super glad that he's here as part of the rebuild.
Right.
It's like,
and we'll figure out how to pay these other guys that we signed after we traded him, thinking he wasn't going to be here. We'll figure all that out.
Right.
Crazy.
So something's fishy there, and I still don't know what's going on. And maybe his knee is just a bum knee now, and he's not going to be very good.
Yeah, I who knows? Well, time will tell. By the way, speaking of knees, I saw Micah Parsons saying he's not, which I love now that he's in Green Bay as a Vikes fan. I think sometime sometime in October, he's not going to be back till then. So,
yeah, he's starting on the PUP list, so he'll be out till at least then.
Suck a D, Green Bay. Great franchise. Respect the hell out of you. Hope the worst for you this year and all years moving forward. Okay, this one's just real. This is really Tom and I's era. Well, it's anyone's era. I don't want to just say it's Tom and I's era. But we see these types of memes come up every once in a while. We got wooden spoon, a ruler, a belt, a sandal, a fly swatter, a switch. If you've ever had your ass beat with one of these, then you're probably not a they, them. And I think that's a pretty fair assessment. One, I think that you should have gotten your ass beat with one of those at some point. Repeatedly, either you're a bad kid or your parent is probably behind bars now. But like at some point that needed to happen. But the type of people who go that direction and get into, well, I'm a they, them, or I'm a zebra, like whatever. Like they didn't get the shit kicked out of them by their parents. They might have in school, and I'm not saying that's okay. Like don't bully people. But fair point on that. I feel like they missed a paddle on there. And, you know, the belt and the paddle are big. Like, we literally had a paddle in our school. Our principal had a freaking paddle in our school.
Yeah, my dad was a principal and paddled a lot of kids who I was friends with, even though I didn't go to the same school where he was principal. And they talked about how much it hurt. And so that was enough for me to not challenge my dad ever growing up.
I never got the paddle at school because of the same thing. It's like, he looks terrible. Like, I'm not okay. All right. I mean, I was not a terrible kid. I'm a terrible adult, probably. But like, I was not a terrible kid. But yeah, that you don't want. You see it too. You're like, no, that wouldn't feel good on me. But I mean, we are lacking that discipline now. Okay, this one a little there's a couple political ones that work their way in here today, but we've got the evolution of the left, the political left that is 1860 to modern day. We're starting with a Confederate soldier, KKK. We've got is that Teamster? I can't really see the someone. Who is Tom? Can you see what that is in the 1950?
I don't know.
I don't know what it is. And then we got a hippie in the 70s. You get it. We've got a dude in I don't know if he's supposed to be like some political elite in the 2000s. We've got a tranny in 2023 and then a female in a burqa in 2025. Okay.
Speaking of the 70s, man, I went down the rabbit hole of the Patty Hearst kidnapping. Holy smokes, is that rabbit hole deep?
Yeah. I mean, I have not gone down it. I'm saying, yeah, I presume that it makes sense. By the way, caveat on the last thing. That's obviously attacking people on the left. That is what your party's done. You've gone crazy. But you look at our party, and we have Lindsey Graham on our side, who's probably sleeping with 3 young men right now as we speak. So, like, we've got our own problems. I'm not saying that the right has it all figured out. They don't. Both parties suck. You were saying, Tom?
No, I was just going to say, if you're in the mood to see a good documentary about the Patty Hearst kidnapping, there's one on Amazon called Gorilla, and it is really good. There's a lot of unanswered questions to it. It's very much the narrative that we've heard over the years, but I think that there is a connection between some sort of intel agency and some of the members of the SLA.
Okay. You've heard it from Tom Cunningham. Check out Accidental Education. This is the appropriate time to plug Accidental Education Reality Lab. You can check that out. You can go to TalkRed.com and see it. You can go to Rumble. Make sure you're following that, and then you can go to Tom's Substack. Tom, what's your Substack?
Accidental Education.
There you go.
Search the lessons that I learned from 30 years in reality television.
I'm telling you, Tom knows this. When we edit his show each week for him, he does it. I get a kick out of it. It's Nate, have you ever seen one of Tom's shows?
I have not. He keeps me out of the loop of that. I don't think he wants me to. He's protecting me. He doesn't want me to know the truth.
Maybe so. But it is like, if nothing else, just go listen to his damn intro song and then the synth 80s that we lay under the entire time where he's talking. It's special. It's something really special. Okay, what do we got here? We've got some Antifa or whoever people marching. Rural America, we're coming. And then we've got Betty Sue or whatever this old lady's name is who's carrying an AR. Y'all hurry up. I've got a pie in the oven. Yeah, I mean, I think protesting's dumb no matter who's doing it. But you don't want to go to the rural parts. Like, don't do it. Like, don't do it. Minneapolis, San Francisco, all those places, watch out for needles. But like all those places, very different than rural America. You'll get your face shot in out there. Okay, how many more do we got, Matthew? Like 5, 6, something like that? 7? Okay. All right, let's rock through them. We'll go through them real quick. Remember Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift were at the Cavs game. They have now hung a banner, 2026 NBA playoffs. Taylor Swift came to one of our games. Hey, you got to celebrate something where you can. So they're celebrating this. Taylor Swift sat there in attendance. Travis Kelce now a minority owner in the Cleveland Guardians. Like, they're going all in on the Cavs. I think that one's pretty clever. That one's pretty good. Huh? Yeah? Oh, I thought I heard someone say something. Sorry. I'm losing my mind. We got another team eliminated from the playoffs. The Cleveland Browns have been eliminated from the 2026-2027 NFL playoffs. They've obviously just traded Myles Garrett. They're doing everything they can to get Arch Manning, whatever they're doing. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing some shit. And as we said, I mean, Jared Verse, good player. They got it, but Nate, did you see that interview? By the way, Jared Verse kind of like, yeah, he was shocked by it.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he's not happy. I mean, he's moving on, saying the right things now. Like, you know, at the time, he was like, at the time it was really hurtful. I'm like, at the time was like 72 hours ago. Like like we're still in the time. But he was shocked and upset by it. I tell you, you put some piss and vinegar in a guy like that, he's going to go do some things. He's on a terrible team, but he's going to, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Let's skip this.
They made some good moves. They made some good moves.
Yeah. Look, anything that's not the Herschel Walker Cowboys Vikings trade from '88 is not that terrible. Like, when that's the bar of like, that's the terrible trade, you can talk to your GM, your coaches, the players, and be like, well, is it that bad? Like, oh, no, like nothing's that bad. All right, well, then we can consider it.
What was worse, Herschel Walker or the Luka trade?
I'm so biased that I have to say Herschel Walker. I think people can make cases. I think the Herschel Walker trade is worse than like some different like hostage rescue situations that we've had over the history of our country. Like there's people who have died, and I'm like, that's terrible, but not as bad as this. Like this was really, really bad.
Let me ask you this: Herschel Walker trade or the Vikings missing a draft pick?
Neither good. I mean, I'm at the point where I've got like 84 therapists. Like this is my you broke yourself overseas doing all the shit you did. This is my Vikings therapist. This is my it's not good. I hate what they do to me.
You have one for each of your sports teams?
I probably should. The only team who really does that to me, though, I mean, all Minnesota sports do that to you, but the Vikings, the way they do that, like that trade again, Darren Nelson, you dropping that pass in '87 on the goal line against the Redskins in the NFC Championship, like you're a terrible person. And I liked you. I had his jersey. Will not go to his. I don't know if he's alive or not, but I wouldn't go to his funeral. I'm so mad at him. I would. You were great. You were great. You just ruined my life, and I still think about you all the time as I put lipstick on and make my kill list. We know that the UFC is going to the White House. They're already building that's this month, right? They've already been building the whole setup. Well, Babylon Bee has another headline here. Trump is recognizing Pride Month by hosting a soccer match on the White House lawn. We've got pride flag barriers around it with the White House in the backdrop. I just can't. Nate, what's your take on this? Like, are you like you bet on everything again? Like you bet on baking competitions in Botswana. Like you'll dive into anything where there's, and I love that about you. Are you all in on FIFA this summer? Or is it soccer's just harder to get into, so you're not? By the way, some people are suggesting that FIFA and the World Cup in America this year is going to have more money bet on it than the Super Bowl and March Madness and all these other major events.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that because it's an international draw with international teams. So you'll definitely see that. And that's one thing I think with the ticket prices everyone's talking about. It's like, well, this isn't just an American league. This is a worldwide league. And the same thing happens overseas in Europe and stuff when these teams play. It'd be interesting to see. It might even be cheaper in America than it would be to like see FIFA in Spain or something,
That said, it's like tens of thousands of dollars to get good seats at these big games, the finals. Yeah.
Right. And we don't even care about soccer here. So imagine somewhere where it's like, in everybody's blood.
Yeah. Well, it'll be. I mean, again, when the World Cup comes around, I love America. Like, I will cheer on America. I'll watch that. If we get outed early, will I watch the rest of them? Probably not. Maybe, but there's so many other great things going on with. Right. Well, I mean, there's less at that point, but there's still golf and NASCAR. So I'm probably doing that, and then there's baseball. Will you watch FIFA?
I'll watch Team USA. Huge, Team USA guy. But
Go America,
right? But as a hockey fan, I think that meme is hilarious.
It is. So. It is fun. I mean, let's be honest. We don't call it a major sport in America.
No.
Like we have 4 major sports, and the people who like soccer, that's great. Like I know that you weren't good enough to play the other sports growing up, so you did it. But like, it's not that we have 4 major sports in America. And then we have some other ones that aren't in the 4 major sports that everyone loves, NASCAR, golf, all these other things that people love and watch. By the way, totally college football. Yeah, well, college football. Yeah, to me, college football trumps the major.
Softball, baby.
Nate's into softball. I was talking to my 2 buddies the other day. Used to be baseball coaches. Now they're softball coaches. I was like, that's interesting. Like they've gone all in on softball.
Have you heard about that chick from Texas Tech? The one Holly Rowe reported it, but this girl, every time she has a ladybug land on her, she eats it.
Okay,
I have not seen that.
I have not seen that either. I can't say that I'm intrigued to do that myself. But hey, whatever happens. Again, we reference. I reference at least a lot Pedro Serrano and the things he does or did in Major League. if your thing is not chicken, snakes, and voodoo, and it's eating ladybugs, like that's whatever works for you. Like, you do you. Okay, I was just gonna say, I watched the new American Gladiator last night. Have any of you guys seen that? So it's back.
No.
It's on. I think it's on Prime. Miz from WWE's hosting it. It's not as good as the 80s. Nothing is. But the nostalgia factor is good, and seeing like just some jacked hosts with one names like Blaze and, Nitro, Diesel, all these things, beating up on some of these civilians. I thought it was kind of fun. Like, I wish that they had made some of the graphics more 80s style. It's very modern. They're in this very modern arena. A lot of the games the same. They had the joust. They have the thing where they get tackled trying to throw the ball into the unbalanced buckets, whatever that one's called. I forget what it's called. But it was pretty fun. We watched it with the kids. I don't know. Something to watch. Your games are over. You've had a few beverages. You're not tired. Like, what am I do? Put on American Gladiator on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, you know what? You know what's funny? I had a neighbor back when I lived in L.A. named Billy Worth, and Billy is an actor, and he was in the the name of the movie's escaping me, the vampire movie, The Lost Boys. And when you see the poster, Billy's not on the poster. He's like the fourth Lost Boy, but was still a main character in the cast. Anyways, when it comes to American Gladiator, Billy Worth was a challenger, and he was the first challenger to start taking pokes at the gladiators themselves. It kind of changed the whole vibe of American Gladiator early on, where the contestants started having a go with the gladiators.
Interesting. I loved Lost Boys, by the way, as a kid. Kiefer Sutherland, wasn't Corey Feldman was in that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or Corey Haim.
Was it Corey Haim?
I think they both were.
I think both. Feldman was in it. They
were interchangeable back in the 80s, pretty much.
Yeah, fair point. Yeah, your name's Corey. You did drugs and you were raped by Hollywood. Yeah. Okay, same thing. Okay. Let's skip this. Let's do the last two, and then we'll get out of here for today. We've got. So we talked earlier about the huddle, the women's clinic. We got Lane Kiffin and Coach O dressed up as D-Generation X at LSU's facility. That's a great AI image there.
That's AI?
I mean, right? I mean, Lane looks like Lane Michaels, I guess we'll call him instead of Shawn Michaels. Is Coach O supposed to be Triple H? I guess. I think so.
Could be. I think it's the New Age Outlaws.
Either way, it's good. And then last one, we talked about the Knicks. Knicks lead the NBA Finals. The last time it happened, literally, this was happening. OJ leading a caravan of law enforcement officers. I remember watching this at school as this happened. That's the last time they were that good. Excuse me. It's been since, was it? I forget the year. Since 53 years. Since then, since they were in the finals, 53 years since they won the finals, I believe was the stat we shared the other day. Crazy.
99 was the last time they were in it, but I don't think they ever actually led that series. So I don't know if the memes.
Meme might not be accurate. Yeah, I mean, turns out.
Wasn't OJ at 95 or something like that?
Yeah.
96? Yeah.
95. I missed it because I had kidney surgery. I was coming in and out of consciousness as I was laying in my hospital bed.
See, I think that would be good nowadays with live betting, and they could throw up some OJ lines like, is he getting away?
It was June 17th, 1994.
Oh,
94. I was gonna, yeah. Well, I don't know. Zach, we're glad you're here. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks for talking some hockey with us, talking everything. Boys, good talking to you always. Now we've got our 3 and 4 split kind of figured out. Things will change as always because that's just kind of how things roll. But hope you guys enjoy. You got the Memorial Tournament. You got NASCAR this weekend. You got NHL tonight, NBA tomorrow, flip-flop those throughout the weekend. You got Major League Baseball going on. So many things to be excited about. There is some other stuff going on in the world. Just turn it down. Turn it down. Enjoy the weekend with your family and friends. We hope to see you back here on Tuesday. Be safe, be smart, be free.
We got balls and banter.
We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of it, is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
I've said I've been 100% right on this now. Years it's coming. It's coming. We have $300 trillion of debt at all levels globally, and we're about to have the world's largest margin call. And here in the United States, we have literally an insane bet, highly leveraged bet, both governmental and private corporations, on productivity increases from AI. And by definition, those productivity increases, when you look at it, would have to come with mass layoffs. Full stop.
And per a new Wall Street Journal article, U.S. officials say the president is not considering resuming an all-out war with the regime unless American troops are killed. The reluctance reportedly signaling the president may be willing to tolerate flare-ups for weeks in order to avoid a bigger conflict in the region as he tries to secure a deal.
The negotiation itself has gone very well, actually. Very well.
Mr. President.
It could happen. I mean, if it happens, and it might not happen, you know, who knows? But if it happens, it could happen like over the weekend. If we can get something down in writing which will accomplish the same thing without killing everybody, I'd like to do that. Most of my people, I think, would like to do that. In theory, they're pretty close to signing a paper. We've actually gotten along with them very well.
But in a rare rebuke of the president, a handful of Republicans joined Democrats.
The Islamic Republic of Iran. And as soon as that's done on our way back, we'll just make a little brief stop off.
Mr. President.
We'll take care of it. We want to help them out. Look, we have a lot of people that voted for Trump. Whether they did or not, it didn't matter. But I had 95% of the Cubans voted for me. They're unbelievable people. They're energetic. They're entrepreneurial. You know, some of the richest people in Miami are Cuban. They're unbelievable. And I'm going to take good care of them. I'm going to let them go back to their land. They want to be back with family. You know, they have a lot of family over there. They've been treated very badly by Cuba. But we're going to treat Cuba well, and we're going to let our people go back and let them invest in Cuba if they'd like. So we have some very good plans for Cuba. I think, you know, we have to get rid of the regime was very tough, very nasty. The difference is now they don't have money coming in. They had a lot of money coming in from Venezuela. They don't have any money coming. They had oil coming in. They had money coming in. But we're going to take care of Cuba.
Mr. President, sir.
And they, you know what? They want us to. The people want us there so badly.
Mr. President, sir.
U.S. troops. Is that your red line for ending the ceasefire?
If they killed?
U.S. troops.
What does that mean?
That you would restart the war with Iran if they killed U.S. troops.
Well, it would be a good reason. I'll be honest with you. If they killed U.S. troops, I think I would do that very quickly. Yeah, that's a very interesting question.
How do you define ceasefire?
Pretty much the way it is. It's a different part of the world. You know, I'd say in that part of the world, ceasefire is when you're shooting in a more moderate manner.
We keep hearing about these peace deals. We've heard the vice president's negotiated one. We've heard that the president's children have negotiated one. We've heard that they've done it in some other country. They've got some agreement, and then the agreement falls apart. And the one thing that's in common, the flaw that is present in all of those agreements that never did come to fruition is that Benjamin Netanyahu was not a party to the peace deal. And until you get him to be a party to the peace deal, there is no peace deal. He's using this, what's going on in Iran now, which even the Secretary of State admits was done at the request of Israel. They're using that now as cover to do in southern Lebanon what they did in Gaza and are still doing in Gaza. And so Israel has used this opportunity. They don't want it to go away. They would love for us to keep, diminishing the country of Iran and all of their other neighbors with our taxpayer dollars and the lives of our soldiers. So if you want a peace deal, you're going to have to involve Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, I saw a statement from the president.
All right, Thursday night, and we are live. Hope everybody's doing good. As always, be blessed in the mighty name of Jesus. Let me see who is in the chat tonight. I am at the bottom, so I'm going to scroll up just a little bit, see if you guys can keep up. Keeper 1376 is on. USA 1 Mike is on. Motorcycle is on. Skunk 71 is on. Scooter Magruder is on. Patrita C is on. Guitar Glenn is on. Hanslick Donovan is on. Captain Cliff is on. Robin Aroni is on. Mike Griffith is on. Big Jim Go Blue is on. Dead Pal Fitty is on. Drummer for Jesus is on. Let me see. Arcadia Angel is on. Boot Waters is on. Aggravain is on. Let's go scroll down. JD Joy is on. Let me see here. JBC 2020 is on. The one and only Release the Hog is on. Let me see. Scrolling down. Sometimes I can't remember whether I said them or not. But anyway, Mark 1069 is on. USA Abbey Girl is on. Aphrodites is on. Scrolling down. David Graves 123 is on. Conservative Waffle is on. Jules 21 Hours is on. Luann 5 is on. The one and only Clean Sanchez is on. Be Chilled is on. Let me see here. Snag Dog is on. Conservative Warrior is on. Hey, there's Conservative Warrior right on top of Conservative Waffle, right on top of Conservative Warrior. There we go. All right, Mud Tire 84 is on. One of the Pride is on. My Dog Loves Me is on. All right, scrolling down. J Keen 317 is on. What's up? Back to you, my friend. All right, Mojave Jeep is on. Let me see, scrolling down. Graybeard is on. Lots of different names tonight. Good to see you guys. LA 106 Times is on. I think I've reached the bottom here. All right, there's one more. Graffiti Bug is on, stating that I'm on. All right, let's hop right to it. Of course, we're going to start with Iran. Redacted video overnight, which I believe was last night. But anyway, overnight, Iran struck Kuwait's airport, so it was a day ago, a facility that is also used by the U.S. military. Shortly after the attack, U.S. CENTCOM claimed there was no damage, but the narrative was rebutted within hours by reports showing massive destruction. Play for me.
Well, overnight, Iran launched a series of devastating attacks on Gulf countries. Iran is targeting U.S. bases in multiple countries, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Iraq, following U.S. attacks on Qasem Island. By the way, Iran said that they were going to retaliate last week, and they did. But according to U.S. CENTCOM, says that every Iranian missile was stopped in its tracks. In other words, shot down. And then daylight hit, and suddenly, shocker, CENTCOM was lying to us? Iranian missiles struck targets all over the region, and video are now emerging as a result of that. Here's Kuwait. the Kuwait International Airport. And there are some daylight photos that have also emerged as well, which you can see. And so then once we get satellite imagery, according to Egypt's Intel Observer, fresh satellite imagery confirms the destruction of drone aircraft shelters located within the airbase in Kuwait following this Iranian missile strike. So CENTCOM stopped all of the missiles? Okay. According to Max Blumenthal, friend of the show over the Gray Zone, said Iran is targeting these bases. Iran seems to have recognized that deterrence can only be established by forcing the U.S. regime, the mafia co-opted by Greater Israel, to recognize every terrorist action has a cost. Meanwhile, we are seeing, obviously, a worsening economy in the United States, and you can draw a direct line between the start of the Iranian war and rising interest rates, rising gas prices, rising food costs all across the United States. According to a new study this morning, new data this morning, most voters believe the U.S. economy has gotten worse since last year, but they're divided over which party can do a better job of handling it. Here's a little insight. They're both in on this together. They both love war. Both of these parties are massively corrupt, and they both, of course, want this war, and they'll do whatever they can to support the military-industrial complex. Iran seems to be done with any sort of negotiations at this point. They're not playing, according to sources in Iran, saying we're not playing this tit for tat anymore, and we're going to carry out these attacks on our own terms. We're not waiting for Trump to come back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We're done. What do you make of that?
What I think is that Iran recognizes that the more the war has gone on, the more leverage is going to its side, and it's playing that hand as strongly as I think we could imagine. It's not succumbing. It's not buckling. This idea that because of X, Y, or Z economic costs on the Iranian economy because of the blockade, the whole house of cards is coming unglued, and the regime is about to topple and be coerced. There's no signs of this, and there's no reason to think that that's going to happen. And in fact, what's happening is we're underestimating how much more this is going to escalate. You're run into this. To the segment here really covers the core issues here. We are essentially now in the last few weeks been bombing while negotiating. So the last night was not the first set of tit for tat attacks. This has been going on for a while. Both sides have been doing what I call demonstration attacks here. These are kind of attacks to show resolve, that they're not going to be cowed or moved in the negotiations. They also want to sort of send a little demonstration to their other audiences, domestic and international, that they're not buckling. But now what you see is that they're escalating. It's really, I think, quite sad and counterproductive for CENTCOM to be putting out essentially victory rhetoric when this is going to be easily discussed here, and you just showed it within hours. You're able to show that was not the case, and what that does is it disillusions supporters on their own side here. So they might think putting out this rhetoric is a good idea, but over time it tends to be counterproductive, even for their own supporters, because people just see it with their own eyes. I'm sorry to say.
All right, so there you go. Well, it goes on for another minute or two. But anyway, you guys side by side that whenever you can. So I love being lied to. How about anybody else? I mean, I love it. I mean, it's, as much as there is talk about Russia, which, by the way, it's funny, just on a side note, now you have really what is the woke right. We're called the woke right because we're demanding that Trump actually be conservative, and you're not conservative. You demand somebody else be conservative. But anyway, Russia's starting to come across the lips of people like Ben Shapiro again to deflect, obviously, from Israel. But anyway, that's a Russian tactic, KGB tactic, always lying and propaganda and everything else. Well, look at this. U.S. Central Command claim Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claims they struck U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain and a U.S. air base in the region with missiles and drones today. False. Actually, it was true. So, and by the way, you just saw the video footage of it. And again, I guess, you can just leave this up for a second, guys. Again, it has to do with, I believe this, is the boomers that are actually in charge. Because they honestly don't think that you're going to have contradictory footage to your lies out on X in about 10 seconds. Everybody has a phone. Everybody is taking video, so your lies are going to be contradicted with actual cinematic truth. And that's exactly what happened here. No, this never happened. It actually did happen. Here's all the footage of it. And now we're having to lie because we're not making any inroads to victory. The problem with Iran is, and as I went into this last night briefly, is you are dealing with a ruling class that doesn't give a crap about their population. So that's one thing. We don't have that, and I'm glad we don't. I mean, again, it's tacit to say that we're not even supposed to have a ruling class. But anyway, that our ruling class gives a crap about any of us. We know they really don't, but they're kind of forced into it. But anyway, they're not forced into it there. They don't have social media like we do. There's no accountability. They don't care about their population. So they have that. They don't care if they starve to death. As long as you have the Republican Guard and the mullahs all surviving, which is millions of Islamists, they don't care about the Persians in the population. They don't care. They'll let them all starve to death. They're all useless eaters to them anyway. And we sit back and we're thinking, it's always a huge mistake. It's like a man treating a woman like a man. If you think a woman thinks like a man, you know what? You're not going to ever get married. All right, you need to understand there's differences. There is a big difference between the Iranian mindset and our mindset. And that is what Trump is not getting. But don't worry, there might be a deal over the weekend. That's what we're hearing now. And I believe, what are we on, 98, day 98 now, day 97, something along those lines. So over the weekend, we'll still be in a 100-day war. But anyway, so they will let their population die. So it doesn't matter if you have a blockade. It doesn't matter at all. And they have enough fuel to run their economy anyway. And we're in another Vietnam situation, because if you go and you try to absolutely level Iran, now you're in World War III with Russia and China, who trade goods and services, and China gets a lot of oil from Iran. So, I mean, you can't. See, now you're absolutely tied down. You know what? And just correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron. Isn't this why I said don't get into the war?
Yep.
There's no way to win. There's no way to win, just like there was no way to win in Iraq. There was no way to win in Afghanistan. There was no way to win in Korea. There was no way to win in Vietnam. There was no way to win. You're too far extended. You're 6,000 to 10,000 miles away. You cannot win unless you drop nukes, and then everybody dies. Why is it that Trump fell for this and Biden didn't, Obama didn't, Bush didn't, Clinton didn't, Bush 1 didn't, Reagan didn't, but Trump did? Well, it has to be Israel leverage. It may be the Epstein files. I don't think Trump did anything incriminating, but it may be the Epstein files. I don't know. Something's being dangled over his head, almost like a honeypot, because nobody else fell for it. Nobody else, but here we are again. So you have our own central command lying to the American people. And I would just love to hear all the MAGA moronic pundits all come out and justify this. I would love to hear it. Go to the next one for me. All right, let's go to Douglas McGregor tweet. More good news. But don't worry, it might all be over this weekend. Breaking, multiple tankers break through the U.S. blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, so not only are we gaining nothing, our blockade is beginning to leak. Was any of this true? Well, I went to Grok. Yes, this is a developing story today, June 4th, 2026. Shipping data from Kepler and other trackers reports that multiple Iranian flag tankers, I repeat the word, multiple, carrying around 7 million barrels of oil destined for China, successfully transited the Strait of Hormuz. This marks the first significant breach of the U.S. naval blockade on Iranian port-related traffic since mid-April 2026. And you have administration staffers calling on tankers and ships to just go through the strait right now. It's safe. That's what you have. That's the desperation that we're in right now. The United States of America, with the most potent military that's ever existed, is lowered to administration staffers and cabinet members saying, don't worry about it. International shipping magnates, don't worry about it. Just go right through the strait. Nothing to worry about, even though they just blew up a ship that was laying mines in there. That's how desperate they are. Just trust us. It's good. And nobody's going through there. And that hence the reason why you're seeing skyrocketing prices all over the United States of America and all over the world, because nobody's going through the Strait of Hormuz. People are like, well, we only get like 2% of our oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Doesn't matter. You know that Trump is raiding our strategic oil reserve to give to other nations? There's a reckoning coming. Eventually, we are set, according to Douglas McGregor, we are set to, our SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserve, is set to run out in somewhere in July. Because Trump is raiding it. He's already raided 17 million barrels and shipped it overseas so that everybody can have the illusion that oil doesn't need to go through the strait, and it will keep prices low, just like Joe Biden did right before the election in 2024. So aren't you glad we're winning? It's just, I mean, again, not good. Not a good development. And yet Trump is sitting there from the Oval Office, if Americans are killed, we're going to bomb them again. We're not going to go in unless Americans are killed. So you're even telling them what you're good at going to do and not do? You know what you got to do right now is you literally got to piss on the fire. Call it a night. Or as Phil Robinson said, piss on the fire and call the dogs. Whatever it is, you know what? It's over. You can claim victory because you blew up their military, all right? Even though the Republican Guard is still there and perfectly fine with millions of troops that if you ever go in there in a ground war, you ain't going to win unless you use nukes. This will just sit under case forever. I mean, did we win in Afghanistan? No. Did we win in Iraq? No. Why? Because they don't let the military off the chain, for one thing. But the other thing is just hide in the mountains, especially Afghanistan, not in Iraq. All right, let's go to the next one. Joe Kent tweet. Iran agreed not to develop nuclear weapons in 2003. Then aren't you glad we attacked them in 2026? I mean, again, now we're asking them to do the exact same thing we already had. And there's no evidence that they've even increased their enriching of uranium. There's no real evidence of any of that. Don't worry. Mossad tells you that there is. We get it. Now that we're merging our military with the IDF, merging them, all of our weapons technologies, that immediately will then, it's already been documented that they ship them right to China. It's always amazing how China is able to keep up with us technologically, even though they don't. China is not, everyone treats China like, that's like Confucius and brilliant people. Obviously not. You can't be overly brilliant, first of all, when the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom and you have no Christianity in your country, you're going to be stupid. But anyway, they never develop any of their own technology. It all comes from us. It's stolen from us a lot of times through Israel. This was done in 2003. So 23 years later, you attack. Just like we were told. I was reading Truth Social post today from Trump. We were told that their enriching ability, their stockpile of enriched uranium was already decimated. It would take them 100 years to recover. But again, less than a year later, half a year later, we're now with our fleet in the Persian Gulf. We're engaged in a 100-day war. But we were told, 6, 7, 8 months ago that. It's not even 6, 7 months, a year ago now. Somewhat close to a year because it was July, I believe, July of 2025. Yep. So that it was decimated, that their nuclear abilities were decimated. I don't understand. The reason why I'm reading redundant is I don't understand how people don't wake up. Like when I'm confronted with the very fact that I'm wrong, I literally wake up and go, wow, I was wrong about that. I literally just wake up, I was wrong about that. It happened to me one time. This guy was an absolute jerk. I mean, absolute jerk of a human being. And he came up and corrected me about Hebrews chapter 12, 1 and 2, because I quoted it correctly, but I interpreted it incorrectly. And he was totally right. And I went home, I researched it. I'm like, oh, crap, because I really didn't want him to be right because he's such a turd sucker. So I didn't want him to be right, but he was right. So I called him and I said, you were right, I was right. I texted him. I called or texted him. I said, you were right, I was wrong. That's what you do when you find out you're wrong.
Yep.
That's what you actually do. So when you find out that you're wrong and that there's already a nuclear deal long before this, and that there's no evidence whatsoever, Benjamin Netanyahu since 1984 has claimed they're 2 weeks away. Trump right now said that if we wouldn't have attacked, they already would have had a nuclear weapon and used it. Trump, I mean, are you going to keep buying into this? This commitment is exactly why they were negotiating with this administration before the war. And every time they would negotiate, what would happen? Israel would come blow them up. Their team would show up to negotiate, and Israel would blow them up. And it doesn't mean that I like the mullahs. You can say one evil entity attacks another evil entity, can you not?
Yep.
That mandate came from the former supreme leader who we killed. So the mandate, actually the supreme leader had put out, it is I'm trying to remember whether they're Shiite. It is anti-Shiite Muslim for us to ever have a nuclear weapon. Now, do I believe him? Of course not. But we can monitor the uranium enrichment anyway. Why bother blowing their country into oblivion? Why bother? And again, $2 billion a day, Americans are dead, countless civilians are dead, paving the way for more aggressive hardliners to seize power. So that's what we've done. We had a bad mullah already in charge, and now you've got a worse mullah. And by the way, the worst mullah is now his son, who watched his wife and children killed by Americans.
Yep.
That's going to help a lot, right? I wonder why it is we're not having a deal yet. And why are we even there seeking a deal? We're now seeking a deal to give us what we had before the war. We're seeking them to say that they no longer want to develop nuclear weapons. You already had that before the war. Now, do I believe them? No, but you already had that. So we're going to sign another paper? We're going to have another paper. We're going to have another declaration. You have another president who just enriched the military-industrial complex, which are all leftists, by the way. So you have Gunther Eagleman, Benny Johnson, and all the rest of them. Ben Shapiro, of course, Ben Shapiro. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ben Shapiro talking about, how they're all right-wingers while they support a war that enriches left-wingers. I mean, who owns the military-industrial complex? The left. Larry Fink, Vanguard, BlackRock, they own the military-industrial complex. Go ahead and look into it. Oh no, Vanguard, it's not BlackRock that owns it, it's Vanguard. They're the same thing.
Right.
The primary stockholder in Vanguard is BlackRock. The primary stockholder in BlackRock is Vanguard. It's all an illusion. Everything you see is illusion under 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 10. The love of money is the root of all evil. Everything is procured for money. World War I, World War II is all about world banking system. It's all that I'm telling you. We knew about Pearl Harbor 1 week in advance. We did nothing about it. No, but that can't happen, even though we're just watching CENTCOM lie to us. Your CDC lies to you. The NIH lies to you. The Republicans lie to you. The Democrats lie to you. Trump lies to you. Biden lies to you. Now they may sprint to develop and acquire a nuclear weapon because now they're like, crap, we want to have that deterrent. Because that's Israel's deterrent, is that they have allegedly 1,000 nuclear warheads. So they have a deterrent. So we are pining and grasping and negotiating and allegedly giving them $300 billion fungible dollars to rebuild their country. That's part of the agreement. Where will that go? Into the NGOs, into Democratic Party, and Rhino coffers. That's what will happen with that $300 billion. All right, let's go to the next one. Bannon's War Room video. Brandon Weichert on the NDAA clause. No one's talking about. America is merging its defense industry with Israel's. Play for me.
So I basically all weekend did what I used to do on the Hill. I just basically read everything I could inside the actual NDAA PDF. And I focused a lot on 224, Section 224. And it's not what they're saying on the internet. The U.S. and Israeli militaries are not merging commands and whatnot. That's a kind of a misnomer. It's actually kind of scarier. What we're doing is we're merging our defense industrial base and high-end technology development bases into one. So they will, under this law, if it passes as it's written, become a seamless, there will be no change or difference between U.S. and Israeli defense and tech sectors. It will be one big blob. And that is where this is headed.
Hang on, full stop. You got Navarro and this team over at the White House has been about rejuvenating our defense industrial base. So be specific. When you're saying this is one of the critical aspects we have, you were the first to report this, and you got a lot of blowback on it. And now it turns out you were probably directionally closer to the truth than others, but about our ability to have certain weapon systems, certain ammo, between Ukraine, the Gaza situation, what we need for the South China Sea and Taiwan, and what we're unloading onto the Persians, that all gets back to these shortages, and it gets back to our industrial base. We got enough problem with our industrial base and sorting it out. Are you talking to me that this is because the command merger you're saying that's a false narrative, right? But it's deeper that you're actually taking the two industrial bases and you will merge those together. How does that play out in the language of the NDAA?
Well, I break it down in my Substack piece, but basically what they're talking about is they focus on the U.S. Congress wants to be able to basically have complete access to Israeli technology and developing weapons and pick and choose what we can then procure from them. But alternatively, the Israelis will be able to do that as well with our high-end technology and our high-end, and in some cases classified technology. I would remind your audience the most powerful warplane in existence today, it is said, is the F-22 Raptor, which is a fifth-generation air superiority warplane, and it's the one plane we will not share with the British or any ally, but under this deal, if it goes through, potentially the Israelis might get their hands on it, and the reason the previous Congresses didn't want to share the F-22 with anybody is because it has such advanced high-end gear in it. It's stuff that's still 30 years after it was first developed is ahead of the game in terms of what our enemies have, and they don't want it getting into the hands of anybody who might misuse it, lose it, or even sell it. And as I said in the article, the pattern is Israel gets our secrets and they leverage those secrets for their own gain, not for what's best for the United States. We saw that with Jonathan Pollard.
You anti-Semitic bigot! How dare you speak the truth? I'm sorry, Mike Huckabee. If I say that Israel leverages our military secrets against us, in other words, commits espionage against us, am I not going to be blessed? Am I cursed by telling the truth? I just have to keep silent, right, on that? Imagine believing that out of Genesis chapter 12, 2 and 3. So it's even worse than what was initially thought. We are merging with the IDF, with our defense industrial base. That's a great idea. So everything that's part of our defense industrial base will be part of their defense industrial base. But we get their stuff too. What stuff? What stuff? I want everybody to name one really good defense weapon. I'm trying to think of different weapons, airplanes, ships. I don't even know. Tech, whatever, defense tech, whatever it is. Name me one great Israeli weapon. The tank, ship, missile. What? If they were great, then why did they buy all of our stuff and then sell it to China?
Right.
Why is that? So imagine this deal. This would be like a billionaire merging with a guy with $100 in his account, and the guy with $100 now gets access to the billions, and the guy in the billions gets access to the $100. That's what we're getting here. Who makes these deals? Who makes these deals? Our ruling elite. That's who makes these deals. Who makes them? The people who are financially profiting off of them. That's who's making it. Life really is that simple. It really is that simple. The people who will profit off of this, because now you're going to have a whole lot more money involved, because Israel is one of the richest per capita nations on the planet. Why we have to give them $3.8 billion per year is beyond me. But anyway, they can pay for it themselves. But now all these politicians who are okaying this, because they're all going to vote for this NDA, because if you don't, Aaron, if you don't, Will, and the 360 people that are watching, you're an anti-Semitic bigot. If you don't vote to merge our military with the IDF, you're an anti-Semitic bigot. We also are merging our high-end tech base with them too. And what does Israel want to do? They're already eyeballing Turkey. They cannot even take Lebanon. They've been striking Lebanon since 1983. I think it may be 73. And still can't take it. Everyone talks about how great their military is. Their military is not that great. Mossad is great about getting pages on people and blowing them up.
Right.
But other than that, and the technology that they used to eliminate all the leadership in Iran was our technology. They don't develop squat. So this is a horrible deal put in place, negotiated by people who will personally profit off of it, possibly even including Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr., because they are making billions off of AI and the military-industrial complex right now. People are percolating about it. It's coming up. Is it illegal? I don't think I don't think anybody could claim anything. I mean, you just had Scott Bessent questioned about it on Capitol Hill, but what Scott Bessent answers was get your own house in order. So he didn't even deny it. He was telling congressmen and women who are insider trading, which is really what Don and Eric are potentially doing, allegedly doing. All right, go to the next one for me. All right, here's good Trump right here. Good Trump. Just in. See, I'm not a sycophant. Good and bad will be reported. President Trump signs an executive order invoking the Defense Production Act to save 13 coal plants across 10 states. Biden tried his hardest to close these plants. Brilliant idea to close coal power plants when you have absolutely no replacement. This is what's happening, rolling blackouts in California, telling everybody to shift to electric. And then you shift to electric and you don't have the capacity to run electric. So if you don't have the capacity to run, because having a electric car charger in your home is like having 3 or 4 air conditioners. And you know that's one, your air conditioner and your hot water heater, huge contributors to your electric bill. But you don't have the electric capacity to charge all the electric vehicles that you want charged. You know why they're doing that? Because they know there's not the capacity. They know. I'm talking about the globalist, leftist, bourgeois elitists. And by the way, we're fighting their war right now. You're like, Trump does good here, but then he's obedient to the globalist, leftist, bourgeois elitists, run by Epstein, run by Larry Fink. Yes, that's people. That's people. Especially principleless people. They're looking to benefit themselves. But this is what they do. So what happens is they don't have the electrical capacity. They shut down the coal-fired plants. That's why they pay $3 more a gallon in California. They don't have the capacity. They don't have the refineries. They have nothing. They don't have the transitory system for gas. They actually bring their gas through the Panama Canal to get to California. But anyway, so they do this on purpose. So they shift everybody into electric cars. And then they don't have the electric capacity to charge those cars because think about it. Think about how much you're pulling away from one energy burning system to another energy burning system. And the problem is when you're burning gas directly into your car, it doesn't have to go through the power plant. And obviously when you are, and again, none of it makes any sense whatsoever. It's either smoke coming out of a person's tailpipe or the power plant's tailpipe. It really doesn't matter. But what they do is leverage you into an electric car. Then there's no capacity to charge the car. Then they can use that now as leverage over your behavior. There's not enough power, so we're going to have to pick and choose who gets the power. That's what it's all about. Please read the book of Revelation, chapter 13 and 14. Leveraging you into a one world commerce system, a single access point controlled by them. Trump's fighting back against aspects of this, fighting back against corrupt elections. Great job fighting back against an open border, although we are having no mass deportations now because that's not politically popular. So Trump immediately shifts sides. Did a great job closing the border. He's arresting, or not necessarily arresting, but investigating corrupt election operations. Great. And this right here is great. It is great. Today, we're officially invoking the Defense Production Act to save 13 coal plants in West Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina, Indiana, Tennessee, Arizona, Arkansas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, and Wisconsin. Our action will allow these facilities to invest in upgrades that will extend their operational lives for decades into the future. This is great, Trump. And it needs to be acknowledged. This is great Trump right here. And he needs to be acknowledged right after bad Trump. Here's some more great Trump. Nick Sortor video. John Bolton to plead guilty to illegally retaining classified documents. Play for him.
Breaking news, sources revealing that John Bolton is planning to plead guilty to retaining classified information. That plea will likely keep him out of prison. This stems from a charge, 18 of them at the end of last year, of keeping a diary-like material of classified information. So it looks like that case is moving forward and all likelihood is now settled. All right.
All right, here, and that's great Trump. That's Trump's DOJ. That's exactly what needed to happen. Trump raided his home. That needed to happen. And John Bolton, it's actually hysterical. And what a disgusting human being. Now, side note, we're now fighting the war that he always wanted us to fight.
Right.
To make that make sense. You have all these MAGA morons celebrating that John Bolton gets arrested, but we're now fighting the war that John Bolton has been advocating for decades. Isn't that great? But I'll say the positive for just a minute here. So John Bolton accused Trump of mishandling classified documents, and now he's going to prison for mishandling classified documents. He's facing up to 60 months in prison. And a $2.2 million fine. So hopefully he ends up in prison. He belongs in prison. He's one of those people that would put you in prison for the rest of your life for false charges, for even crimes that don't even exist. Not crimes you didn't commit, crimes that don't even exist, and sleep like a baby at night. That's who John Bolton is. And you know what? Be not deceived. Johnny Be not deceived. God is not mocked, for whatsoever man sows, that shall he also reap. Enjoy Galatians 6:7. Hopefully he ends up in federal prison for that full 60 months. I would love to see it. He deserves it. Plus, he's just responsible for killing hundreds of thousands of people around the globe.
Right.
And now, again, Ben Shapiro is rejoicing in this, I'm sure. Gunther Eagleman is rejoicing in this. Benny Johnson is rejoicing in this. As you whore for his war. Congratulations, because now you're fighting the war that Johnny Bolton has always dreamt about. I want to say nastier things than that, but what he's always dreamt about. All right, let's go to the next one. More good Trump right here. See how I'm such a fair,
Wow,
I'm just such a fair arbiter.
Yeah.
Kelly Loeffler, SBA is launching a truly unprecedented investigation. It's unprecedented. Investigation, you're like, Tom, where you're setting us up for something. I am. Into pandemic era fraud that until now has never been pursued or prosecuted. Now, I want everybody to remember those 1, 2, 3 words. Pandemic era fraud. Everybody got them? Will, you got it? Aaron, you got them? Everybody watching, you got it, right? Pandemic era fraud. She's going at an unprecedented investigation into it. We're leveraging every available resource to hold criminals accountable and make taxpayers whole. All right, go to the next one for me. Let me just show you this to set this up, all right? Now, this has nothing to do with that, but I just want to show you what we're dealing with. This from Insider Wave tweet. This just got even more interesting. This is from earlier this year. Rep. Byron Donalds just disclosed buying MRVL on April 2nd. Rep. Maria Salazar, both Republicans, discussed buying, and the Democrats are worse. Disclosed, Ro Khanna, look into Ro Khanna, made $59 million last year. But anyway, MRVL again, on April 6th. On April 19th, MRVL reported a collaboration with Google and on AI chip development. They both sit on the Financial Services Committee. So the merger, the collaboration would have to be approved by what committee? The Financial Services Committee.
Yep.
So they know they're going to approve it, so they buy stock in it before they approve it with their own money, right? And then it gets approved. Now everybody else finds out about the merger when the merger actually occurs, but not Marvel Technology Inc. What is that, Aaron?
That's the MRVL.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, so they find out everybody else finds out on the day that the collaboration occurs, but not Salazar and not Byron Donalds. They found out 30, 40, 50 days in advance and then buy the stock on the merger, knowing that both companies are now going to receive, I don't know, billions more dollars. They both sit on the Financial Services Committee. Again, these people are trading in the commodities that they regulate. The committee that oversees capital markets, financial technology, all of which are the same, and AI-related financial regulation. The stock is only up 60%, though. How would you like to make 60% a year? This is what it's all about. Both of these devout Republicans. Just cheating. Just always cheating. All right, go to the next one. So here we go. Now, remember this. Now, you're like, Tom, we were talking about Kelly Loeffler. Well, here's her announcement. You're like, you're setting us up for something. I am. Eric Doherty video. Breaking: Trump CBA chief Kelly Loeffler just caught $1.1 billion in suspected PPP fraud. Freezes 27,000 borrowers in Ohio alone. $9 billion caught in California, Minnesota, and Maine. That's a good thing, by the way. It's a good thing. So here's her announcement. Play for me.
In the country, but they're also our nation's biggest taxpayers. Like every taxpayer, they deserve to know that the programs that they pay into will be there for those who need them, not siphoned away by fraudsters who would rather steal from hardworking Americans than become hardworking Americans. Since day one, the SBA has focused our efforts on the Paycheck Protection Program, which will go down as one of the most defrauded federal programs in American history. During the
All right, so here's Kelly Loeffler again, a previously never done before investigation into PPP fraud, COVID era fraud, people using COVID money. Remember now, who approved that? That would be Donald Trump, $1.7 trillion. And we end up spending $7 trillion on COVID, but they can only trace $800 billion that was actually spent on COVID. So there's actually $6.2 trillion that we have no idea where it went. Isn't that great when you're a country that's $40 trillion in debt, $188 trillion worth of unfunded liabilities? Steve Bannon says $300 trillion. Isn't that great? Now, again, Kelly Loeffler's unprecedented investigation into COVID-era fraud. Kelly Loeffler, then a newly appointed U.S. Senator from Georgia, was at the center of a 2020 congressional insider trading scandal tied to the early COVID-19 pandemic. What happened on July 24th, 2020, Loeffler attended, just like Byron Donalds, just like Maria Salazar, who attended a tech meeting for a tech merger and then found out they were going to merge and quickly invested in the merger when nobody else could. Well, Loeffler did the same thing in January of 2020. Loeffler attended a closed-door senators only. Of course, it's all senators only. We're not allowed to see it. We're not allowed to hear it. Senators only. I say, oh, Bubby, senators only, please. Senators only briefing on the emerging coronavirus threat from Trump administration health officials. Starting that same day and continuing through mid-February, Loeffler and her husband, who coincidentally, James Sprecher, who coincidentally is the chairman and CEO of the Intercontinental Exchange and owner of the New York Stock Exchange. But they're all doing this for your good, right? So starting that same day, she and her husband executed and going through the month of February, all 2020, right before the infamous March of 2020, 15 days to flatten the curve, brought in by Donald J. Trump. They themselves, Loeffler and her husband, executed dozens of stock transactions in January and February of 2020, right after this meeting, starting the same day. Primarily sales worth between $1.275 million and $3.1 million. Some reports cited higher totals across related accounts, up to around $20 million in broader sell-offs. They also made a couple of purchases, including in Citrix, a telework software company that later rose. This occurred in public markets. This occurred when public markets were still relatively stable, but by the way, they were saying nothing. They were selling off and saying COVID's not a threat. It wasn't a threat, but they were told that it was, and they knew that it was going to be treated as a threat. So it gets really kind of complex here, doesn't it? Because we all know it wasn't a threat, but they knew it was going to be treated as a threat, and they were trading on it that way. And she very dutifully wore her mask the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
Very dutifully. This occurred as public markets were still relatively stable, but before the major crash in March of 2020, Loeffler had publicly downplayed risks. So keep the stocks high while you're selling, right? That's what she said. Everything is fine. All is well, right out of Animal House, right? All is well. All is well. And while she's selling her stocks at max price, had publicly downplayed risk in some communications while the sales happen. Similar trades by other senators, Richard Burr, Dianne Feinstein, and Jim Inhofe fueled a widespread outrage, calls for resignations, and nothing ever happened. And accusations because they were all in this meeting and then traded off of that meeting. That's what we're dealing with. And it appears Donald Trump and his sons are doing the same stuff, folks. Listen, they're not saved. People expect Trump to be a Christian. He's not a Christian. He's not. Listen, if you put up a picture of yourself as Jesus, you're not a Christian, okay? We'll put it out there last night. You put up a picture like that, you're not in the right frame of mind, okay? And I don't care whether he did it. Well, don't put it in those comments. He didn't create it. Did he post it or did he not? Did he post it, then get all sorts of criticism for it, then took it down and then claimed that he was portraying himself as a doctor? And you're going to trust that he's not doing any insider trading doing basically the same insider trading as congressmen and women are doing? Why wouldn't he? He's not going to get prosecuted. They're not going to get prosecuted. All right, let's go to the next one. Change the subjects. Thomas Massey tweet. On June 8, 2026, I'll speak on the floor of the House to honor and memorialize the brave crew of the USS Liberty. Shut up, you're an anti-Semite. You're an anti-Semite. This is absolutely an anti-Semite. You are. You cannot mention this at all. No, I'm Mike Huckabee. That's right. Let's let them take the whole region, Greater Israel. Let them take all of that, kill as many people as they want. And they own Pornhub. They own OnlyFans. They're very much pro-trans, very much pro-homosexual, vaccine pimps, whores, green passes, and everything else. But if you say one word about it, you're not going to be blessed. You're going to be cursed. So I just would love to know these Israel whores. I would just love to know, what do you have to say about this? And again, see, for me, it's all about the nation state of Israel. I don't care about Jews versus, I don't care about any of that stuff. All I care about is the nation state of Israel. I'm going to talk about them like I do Canada, Mexico, Spain, France, England, Japan, China, Russia. Whatever they do good, I'll acknowledge it. Whatever they do bad, I'll acknowledge it. Only thing is, can't find any good.
Yeah.
Can't find any good right now. Can you? All right, so here we go. I'll speak on the floor of the House to honor and memorialize the brave crew of the USS Liberty who died and were wounded in an unprovoked attack by Israel, unequivocally, unarguably, on June 8, 1967. Ask the people who are still alive from the Liberty who attacked them. They're lying. They're lying. Catch my speech on C-SPAN. All right, go to the next one, we will. So here it is. Was this any of this true? Oh, the USS Liberty was an attack. The USS Liberty incident was an attack on a United States Naval Technical Research ship, a spy ship. And this was actually commanded by Lyndon Baines Johnson. He said, put that ship on the bottom of the ocean. That's what happened. But Lyndon Baines Johnson, has in between N words, I guess, he's just a fabulous person, right? Okay. And by the way, I believe was responsible in coordinating JFK's assassination, but I digress. But anyway, credit Roger Stone on that. USS Liberty by Israeli Air Force jet fighter aircraft and Israeli Navy motor torpedo boats. An attack by who? Israeli Air Force jet fighter aircraft and Israeli Navy motor torpedo boats on the 8th of June, 1967, during the Six-Day War. The attack killed 34 crew members, Navy officers, seamen, 2 Marines, 1 civilian, and an NSA employee. Wounded 171 crew members and severely damaged the ship. Both the Israeli and United States government conducted inquiries and issued reports that concluded the attack was a mistake due to Israeli confusion about the ship's identity, with the American flag flying over it and it being, and with USS Liberty painted on the side of it with an giant American flag, get myself on screen, fluttering over. That's going to be mistaken.
Right.
By a jet and by torpedo boats. And you can see on the deck of the ship all the American servicemen with their American military uniforms on, Navy uniforms on. And 2 Marines, Will. And, and you're not allowed to talk about it.
Right.
Any other country did this, you can talk about it. But not now. You're not allowed to do it. You're not going to be allowed to go to UFC 250 to talk about it. All right, let's go to the next one. Heritage Foundation tweet. Right-wing extremism is so uncommon that left-wing extremists have to fund it. This is, and by the way, brilliance of Trump. Brilliance of Trump right here. See, the truth is the truth. When he does something brilliant, you know what you call it when he does something brilliant? Brilliant. You know what you call it when he does something evil? Evil. When you know what you call it when he does something good? Good. What do you do when he does something excellent? You call it excellent. Same thing with Israel, by the way. Just can't find any good stuff right now. So this is great. You look at the bottom here from Tyler O'Neill. The Justice Department just secured, this is all what, today's the 4th, right?
Yeah.
So this is all yesterday?
Yep.
The Justice Department just secured a superseding indictment against the Southern Poverty Law Center, and it reveals some new bombshells. All right, go to the next one for me. Oh, no, you don't need to go to the next one. Rewind, just bring it back to me, because this is a read only. From MJ Truth Ultra. So here's what they're talking about. This is unreal. And the greatness of Trump here, the greatness of the Trump DOJ, greatness of Todd Blanche right here. And I don't like Todd Blanche. Don't trust Todd Blanche, but this is Todd Blanche. This is Donald Trump going after the Southern Poverty Law Center, which is nothing more than a propagandist NGO that I'm sure you and I have been funding for years. The Southern Poverty Law Center secretly, this is unreal, secretly paid. We knew about the generalities of this. We knew the macro, but we didn't know the micro. Now here's the micro. The Southern Poverty Law Center secretly paid a neo-Nazi over $1.2 million in donor money, a neo-Nazi, and directed the burglaries of documents to encourage fundraising. Federal investigators discovered that SPLC paid informant F9 made more than $1.2 million in donor money during the period covered by the indictment. This is for the Ku Klux Klan, by the way. That's why I read the Heritage Foundation. Leftism can't find any white supremacist terrorism, so they actually have to create it themselves. So most of the money, most of it funneled covertly through a tech writer's bank account, while F9 had been on the SPLC payroll for over 20 years. At the FPLC's direction, F9 infiltrated the neo-Nazi National Alliance and simultaneously fundraised for the extremist group while receiving SPLC funds. 2014 burglary and document theft. FD9 allegedly broke into an extremist organization's headquarters, stole approximately 25 boxes of documents, and transported them across state lines from West Virginia to North Carolina with full knowledge, knowingly, an SPLC employee. Number 2, donor money was used to copy stolen files. FD9 then broke in a second time to return the originals. Hate Watch story used for fundraising. Employee 2 allegedly based a published Hate Watch article on the stolen documents, which the SPLC then used to solicit additional donations from the public. So they are funding heinous activities by the KKK and then raising money off of the heinous activities that they themselves created. It sounds almost like October 7th. Where you create the attack and then can blow the crap out of Gaza for the next year and a half, 2 years. Amazing how that works, isn't it? It's almost like the same sort of evil ideology as infiltrated the entire world, right? That's because the love of money is the root of all evil. All about money right here. All right, go to the next one. Speaking of evil, RNC research tweet. Democrats hate women. Dems replace mother with gestating parent in latest woke rewrite of New York law. I just had to throw that one in there. You're like, what's that got to do with the rest of that? I don't know. I just had to throw it in there. This shows you who the Democrats are. Again, it doesn't make you pro-Democrat to criticize conservatives for not being conservative. It doesn't make you pro-Democrat to hold Trump accountable for no new wars, conservatism. Doesn't make you a Democrat to make conservatives to be conservative. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to vaccines for a couple minutes. Nicholas Holscher video. We now have internal documents. All of this is percolating. Hopefully, with the help of the Trump administration, with the help of RFK Jr., this will all come to the surface and people will spend the rest of their life in federal prison. We now have internal documents proving the FDA covered up 25 plus COVID shot safety signals, including just minor ones like sudden death, heart attacks. And we've put this out on the podcast before. This all came to light that the shots were causing this. And the Biden administration found out about it. And, immediately what you normally would do is take the shots, off the market, take the shots off the shelf. But no, they covered it up instead and kept telling people to take them, including sudden death, heart attacks, pulmonary infarction, strokes, brain damage, and blood clots. Play for me.
And it's very disturbing. In fact, what Senator Ron Johnson and his team uncovered was that the FDA literally buried 25 safety signals with the COVID shots in 2021, including sudden cardiac death, brain clots, pulmonary infarction, cardiac failure, heart attacks, etc. An FDA staffer, our chief scientist, actually developed a new way to analyze adverse events in the vaccine adverse event reporting system. And her new way destroyed the limitation of what's called masking to give you a more accurate representation and find the true safety signals. And she presented that method and the safety signals to FDA leadership. They ordered her to cease and desist, and they said her work was a distraction. While millions were getting the shots, millions, and they buried this. It's very unfortunate.
Imagine having an agenda. You find out that your agenda is killing people, and what do? You defend the agenda instead of stop the agenda. That's the Democratic Party. That's the Democratic Party. And hopefully, listen, they've already indicted Morens, which is Dr. David Morens, which is Anthony Fauci's, right-hand man, who is teaching people how to avoid the algorithm search of their emails by putting in false words and misspelling words and everything else, teaching people how to hide the fact that they were doing gain of function research. So I have hope here. Listen, if Trump is putting other people in prison, if he's putting John Bolton in prison, there's a good chance, because now people like me, Trump hates, but I don't think he wants to put people like me in prison, because I never want him to go to prison. But the people who try to put him in prison, he may go get them. And then that'd be the greatness of Trump again, because that's what you should do. Now, this is not the first time this has happened. Got to show you this video. I've held on to this video. I've had it for a year. and I never showed it. Chief Nerd Video. This new study from Henry Ford destroys the safe and effective narrative. This goes way back. Play it for me.
It's the CDC's responsibility to do those studies, and they've been ordered again and again and again to do them, and they have refused.
This is information that vaccine safety advocates want, and I'm not sure why it hasn't been done.
What we would need is a scientist that the CDC could trust.
They would have to be a passionately pro-vaccine, highly accredited group of scientists willing to do a super robust, retrospective, vaccinated versus unvaccinated comparative study.
As fate would have it, Dell met the head of infectious disease at Henry Ford Health System, Marcus Zervos.
Dr. Zervos is the perfect epidemiologist for the study. He's incredibly pro-vaccine, and he's also used to being in high-profile cases because he was at the center of the Flint, Michigan water investigation. Dr. Zervos only agreed to do this study to prove us wrong.
Dell and I thought that was an excellent opportunity.
We only had one request.
Whatever the outcome, you publish it. And he said, whatever the results, they get published. Would he stick to that promise if the results show that unvaccinated kids are healthier? Didn't know.
Impact of childhood vaccination on short and long-term chronic health outcomes in children, a birth cohort study. I've never seen this study before.
18,468 subjects.
Henry Ford, like other institutions, has a bias towards the goodness of vaccines. If the results came back demonstrating that the battery of vaccines was associated with chronic diseases, such a result would be particularly convincing. This could be essentially one of the most valuable studies in the field.
The vaccinated subjects were over 4 times more likely to have an asthma diagnosis.
600% more acute and chronic ear infections.
4.47 times the amount of speech disorders in the vaccinated compared to the unvaccinated.
5.5 times risk.
616% increase. Learning issues, developmental delays, speech delays, language delays.
Amongst the unvaccinated group, there were 0.
There was 0 brain dysfunction, 0 diabetes, 0 behavioral problems, 0 learning disabilities, 0 intellectual disabilities, 0 tics, and 0 other psychological disabilities. None.
It's a big difference.
It's very important that the study sees the light of day.
This is devastating.
This paper should have been rushed to publication on an emergency basis.
We are systematically making kids sick, and not just a little bit sick. Very sick.
This may be the most important study that has ever been done, and it needs to be published.
He knows if he puts his name on this, his career is over.
I mean, obviously, really emotional.
Zervo's probably going to lose his job over this.
This is an inconvenient study for the entire vaccine agenda.
So obviously that's from a little bit ago, but that shows you what it is. And we're gonna skip the next one. Will, I'm just gonna read it. Aaron Siri just revealed that. You know what? I'm gonna show it. It's too good not to show. I gotta show it. So here's Aaron Siri testifying about it. Now, everybody's heard of this Henry Ford study, right? No, they buried it. So this study came out and it proved that vaccinated kids get all the diseases and the unvaccinated ones get nothing. Everybody hear that? Almost like COVID. The only people who ever really died of COVID were the vaccinated. You're like, what are you talking about, Tom? The epicenter was 2020. You had the alpha variant that was out. There was no excess deaths. Everybody died of quote unquote COVID or long COVID in 2021 post-vaccination. That's a fact, by the way. We can show you the charts again and again and again. And from non-biased sources. So here you have it. You have this definitive study done by Marcos Zervos, a pro-vaccination whore. He agrees to do the study, but I guess then didn't insist upon it being released because it would destroy his career, because the love of money is the root of all evil. You would rather kids die of coronary embolisms than actually live and you lose your job. Amazing. I mean, you could, as a doctor, you'd probably get a job somewhere else. other than the Henry Ford Clinic or whatever. All right, so End Tribalism in Politics video, a must-watch. Aaron Siri just revealed that a vaccinated versus unvaccinated study from the Henry Ford Medical Center was buried because it showed unvaccinated children were healthier. Play for me.
Study of comparing vaccinated versus unvaccinated children. As the trailer you just watched noted, Del Bigtree, ICANN CEO, had met Dr. Marcus Service at one point, who was the head of infectious disease at Henry Ford Medical Center. And he agreed to meet and to potentially do the study. He is conducts clinical trials for vaccines, including for the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. He's avowedly pro-vaccine. And when we met him, we argued that this was an opportunity to shut the anti-vaxxers up about their claim that unvaccinated children are healthier. To our surprise, Dr. Zerva said he would conduct the study. He recruited a chief epidemiologist and 2 statisticians within Henry Ford to do so. These were mainstream scientists who no doubt held orthodox views regarding vaccines. In early 2020, I received a copy of the study. It showed the results of the analysis comparing children enrolled in Henry Ford from 2000 to 2016 from birth onward who had no vaccines compared to those who had 1 or more vaccines. This study was based on actual medical records, meaning finally a large vaccinated versus unvaccinated study using health data from a major United States health institution, something, as the IOM pointed out, never existed before. The study began by explaining it set out to reduce vaccine hesitancy by assuring parents the CDC vaccine schedule is safe. Instead, what these researchers found was that vaccinated children had 4.29 times the rate of asthma, 3.03 times the rate of atopic disease, 5.96 times the rate of autoimmune disease, and 5.53 times the rate of neurodevelopmental disorders, which included 3.28 times the rate of developmental delay and 4.47 times the rate of speech disorder. All of these findings were statistically significant. There was also other conditions for which there were numerous cases in the vaccinated group, but 0 in the unvaccinated group. Hence, a rate cannot be calculated, including brain dysfunction, ADHD, learning disabilities, intellectual disabilities, and tics. For example, there were 262 cases of ADHD in the vaccinated group, and there were none in the unvaccinated group. In this study, there were around 16,000 kids in the vaccinated group, by the way, and around 2,000 in the unvaccinated group. So the rate, of course, between those is important, and that's what the study compared. These findings were troubling, including because these chronic health issues can be caused by immune system dysregulation, and vaccines can cause immune system dysregulation. Citations for this are in my written submission. Overall, the study found that after 10 years, 17% of the unvaccinated children had a chronic health issue, while 57% of the vaccinated children had at least one chronic health issue, often multiple. That's 17 versus 57%. The only real problem with this study and why it didn't get submitted for publication is that its findings did not fit the belief and the policy that vaccines are safe. Had it found vaccinated children were healthier, it no doubt would have been published immediately. But because it found the opposite, it was shoved in a drawer. We have repeatedly urged Dr. Zervos and Lamoretta to submit the study for publication. They have affirmed the study was well designed and conducted. But Dr. Zervos has said he doesn't want to lose his job. And Dr. Lamoretta has said she does not want to make doctors uncomfortable. This is a real-world example of how the science around vaccines gets corrupted, how only studies that confirm the beliefs and policies that vaccines are safe get published. Everything else gets shoved in a drawer. This selection bias is dangerous and results in corrupting all the science concerning vaccine safety. We can protect children from infectious disease, and we can protect children from vaccine harms. We should and we must do both.
So you just have to ask about the motives of people, right? If you have a doctor who's like, I'm pro-vaccine, really believes in it, as stupid as that is, they really believe in it, and then you do a definitive study which shows everything that Aaron Siri just outlined, why would you not immediately become anti-vax? Why? What's your motive? Either it's either pride, which goes before destruction, Proverbs 16:18, or it's either that or you just don't want to admit that you're wrong, or there's money involved, you don't want to lose your job, so you're willing to kill human beings to keep your job. And the answer to that question is yes. Because that's the actual truth. The actual truth is you're okay with maiming and killing human beings for whatever your motive is. That makes you a murderer. Your motive is what? To keep your job. Your motive is pride. You don't want to admit that you're wrong. If I do, I'm going to damage the health industry. How would you damage the health industry? By revealing that the health industry is killing people. What are you damaging then? That reminds me of people saying, well, Spencer Pratt shouldn't be the leader of Los Angeles, mayor of Los Angeles, because he has no experience like Karen Bass. Karen Bass is killing Los Angeles. Why would you not want to change that for somebody who might kill it less? Makes no sense. So you just listen to these numbers. These numbers are unfreaking real. Unreal. Listen to this. So Dr. Servos, who now refuses, and he says publicly, I refused to submit this report to The Lancet for peer review because I'll lose my job. And where are all the doctors that are rising up saying, we want to see this? Wouldn't you, if you're one of these vaccine pimps and whores as a doctor, wouldn't you want to see that you're accidentally killing people? Guess not. I just rather not know. What I don't know can't hurt me. Well, actually it can, and maybe your kids, and maybe all the kids you're injecting in your office. So Zervos recruited a chief epidemiologist and 2 statisticians. These were mainstream scientists with orthodox views about vaccinations. In other words, they loved them. The study compared children enrolled at Henry Ford from 2000 to 2016, so this was no small study. It was based on actual medical records. Vaccinated children had 4.3 times the rate of asthma, 3.3 times the rate of atopic disease, 6 times the rate of autoimmune disease, 5.5 times the rate of neurodevelopment disorders, including 3.28 times developmental delay, 4.7 times speech disorder, all compared to the unvaccinated. 4, 5, 6 times more likely if you're vaccinated than unvaccinated. You think the medical profession would run and say, we've got to change now. And by the way, this is exactly what happened with the Biden administration with the COVID vaccinations in 2021. They found out they were killing people. They found out they were causing people to have pulmonary embolisms and blood clots and calamari, clogged veins. And what do? Cover it up so that people can keep taking the vaccination. Now you have to ask, why would they do that? Dr. Drew asked that question. Why would they do that? Because it might destroy the confidence in our medical system. Wouldn't that be a good thing? If the medical system is killing people, wouldn't it be good for people to not have confidence in it? Does that make sense, Aaron?
Yeah.
All right. ADHD, 262 cases in the vaccinated group, 0 in the unvaccinated group. All these findings were statistically significant. After 10 years, 57% of vaccinated children had a chronic health issue. 60%. Often multiple. Only 17% of the unvaccinated children did. Had it found vaccinated kids were healthier, the report would have automatically been released. I found this on Twitter, and I was looking at something else, and I just had to put it out here. Here's our health experts right here. NPR. Dozens of public health and disease, what, Aaron? Experts have signed an open letter in support. Look at the date on the bottom, June 20th, 2020. In support of nationwide anti-racism protests. Remember this? I don't know if we had been banned yet, so people were still singing this podcast. But anyway, because we report on things like this, where you had the George Floyd protests and the BLM protests, everybody smashed into a crowd, nobody wearing a mask, and suddenly that was perfectly fine and not a health risk. Why? Because white supremacy is a lethal public health issue that predates and contributes to COVID-19. The only white supremacy issues are the ones that are being funded and made to happen by the SPLC, as we just found out. The only time you have a white supremacist problem is one that's being created by NGO money, by Southern Poverty Law Center money being given to it to create it. But anyway, so this is the health experts. Imagine you're somebody saying that you can't go to a church that's got, 500 people sitting in a building that can seat 700 people. I'm not talking about social distancing or anything, but you're just basically normal seating. Like we have 856 seats in our sanctuary. Every Sunday, there's between 750 and 800 people sitting in there. All right. So there's a little bit of room. That was outlawed. But you could go to, not us, we never closed, never will, never masked, never will, never vaxxed, never will. But anyway, I'm talking about, we did nothing. We did no social distancing, none. We never closed, never will, never mitigated, never sprayed anything, never masked anything, never took a vaccination, nothing. Never hoard any of it, never was scared of it either. But anyway, that's what you're supposed to do. That's what Trump should have done too. He would have won in 2020. He would have won the 2020 election if he did. But anyway, so you have all these people that are advocating that you can't sit in the same room with somebody. You can't shop at a Home Depot with anybody when you never get within 17 feet of anybody. But you can be jam-packed into some community center with 5,000 people face to face, 1 inch from each other's face. And that is not a mass spreader event. Those are the experts. Why? How can they have that level of extreme hierarchical hypocrisy and delusion and nonsensicalness? Why? Because they're not motivated by public health. They're motivated by personal profit. That's why. All right, there you go. That's good. 10-12. Love you guys. Glad you're still with me. 364. We're building back. We're building back better. Gosh, I hate that term. All right, what we got rants?
Yeah, we got 3.
All right, 3 rants. Let's hit them.
Jules 21Rs donated $20. Bookends Bible study.
Yeah, tomorrow night. Glad you brought that up because I forgot to announce it. Thank you, Jules. 21 hours back. Tomorrow night, live only. No replay, no nothing. Live only on TikTok and on Instagram, 8 o'clock. Pure Bible study, doing Romans chapter 8 tomorrow. Romans chapter 8. It will be awesome. Pure Bible, no politics. None. I actually do keep my mouth shut. We end up usually going somewhere between an hour and 10, an hour, 20 minutes, just like the podcast, which is only supposed to go an hour, and that's only supposed to go an hour. But anyway, so we usually end up going a little bit longer than that. But I'm absolutely no politics because here's the deal. Politics is a hobby. The Bible is my life. So that's all that it is. I promise you it doesn't go because that's the answer. That is the answer. The Word of God is the answer. It really is. We found that for people like me who are now part of 45% of what was MAGA that have pseudo turned on Trump, and not turned on Trump, but just pointing out where he's wrong. That's it. Now you see me talk about the positive stuff tonight too. So I'm not black-pilled or anything. Problem with being black-pilled is you will then make everything black-pilled. Like if you watch Nick Fuentes, Trump can do nothing right. Okay, that's not correct either. All right, I like some of the stuff that Nick Fuentes says. I'm just saying that gets to where now Trump does nothing right. Alex Jones just hits it on the money. It's my number one thing I watch now is Alex Jones. Still watch Bannon too. Bannon's pretty close. He's still a little too sycophantical for Trump. But anyway, he does say the truth about it. But the answer is the Word of God. The answer is a nationwide revival of people legitimately turning their lives over to Jesus Christ through the remission of their sins, through the repentance of their sins. That's the answer. So tomorrow night, Instagram, live only, Instagram and TikTok, live only. If you don't know how to get an account, find a young person. They can get you, in 2 minutes, have you on both platforms. So do it. Get on there, join us. Let's break the numbers. All right, stick around for the post game.
I got 2 more.
Oh, that's right. Yep. I've got more rants. Go ahead.
Charlie E340 donated $50.
Wow, huge rant. Thank you, Charlie. Charlie 340, thank you for the rant. I don't know what the zeros are or what that is, but anyway, I love you. Thank
there
you
are
so
emojis.
Much. Emojis?
Yeah.
Some kind of, Grok doesn't always get the emojis right.
Yeah.
Grok is still a work in progress.
Yeah.
And Twitter was all funky today anyway. All right, go to the next for me.
U.S. Abbey Girl donated $20. Voted early today in the great state of South Carolina. Hoping we get rid of the warmonger, Lady Graham. Thank you, Pastor Tom, for the facts on the podcast, the Bible study, and Sunday mornings.
Thank you, USA Abbey Girl. Me too. I'm really hoping that Lindsey Graham gets defeated. The latest polling is showing hope. There was no hope early, even 2 weeks ago. There's no hope at all. But the latest polling shows some hope. So hopefully, as you put it, Lady Graham does get defeated. And thank you so much for voting. I'm always voting. I'm not blackpilling. I'm voting. That's how it is. So anyway, it's kind of the weekend. So join us at Foundation Church this Sunday. If I don't see you tomorrow night, join us Foundation Church this Sunday online or in person. If you can be here, Google the address, find out how far we are away. Come meet me at the door. I shake hands with everybody who stands there and waits for me to shake hands with them. Usually takes 10 or 15 minutes max. So I'd love to meet you in person. So come to the church. If you have a name in the chat, I'll recognize your name. 99% of the time, I'll recognize the names from the chat. But anyway, I love you guys. Really do appreciate you sticking with the podcast in this MAGA civil war. But you know what? We still agree on a lot of things. So hopefully we can get it back together. Hopefully Trump turns it around. All right, I love you guys. God bless you. Stick around for the post game. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow night. Maybe I'll see you Sunday. If not, I'm still going to be off Monday for now, even though I hate it. I'm having no fun doing it. But if I don't see you at any of those other times, I'll see you Tuesday night, 9 o'clock as always. Love you guys. God bless you.
When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other.
You are the unvaccinated. You are the problem. It is the unvaccinated who are the problem. Period. End of story.
The only people that you can blame, this isn't shaming, this is the truth. Maybe they should be shamed, are the unvaccinated.
It's time to start blaming the unvaccinated folks, not the regular folks.
Anyone you came into contact with will blame you, as will the rest of us who have done the right thing by getting vaccinated.
Because frankly, we know that we can't trust the unvaccinated.
I think it's time to get our moral house in order, Anderson. It's the unvaccinated who are the threat.
All of us vaccinated folks are going to start wearing masks to protect the unvaccinated folks. It's called a Christian value.
You're basically punishing the vaccinated for the sins of the unvaccinated.
People are not behaving honorably. The unvaccinated are basically saying, well, it's open season for me. I can do whatever I want as well.
The unvaccinated are basically beating their breasts and running around the country saying, we don't care, we're living free and so forth.
We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin.
The unvaccinated, a group that includes children and people acting like children. And the rest of us are starting to get pissed off.
The vaccinated feel the unvaccinated are making me upset or angry.
This is not about freedom or personal choice.
Well, my freedom is being kind of disturbed here. No, screw your freedom.
The other day, Howard Stern weighed in with a much different approach. Take a look.
When are we going to stop putting up with the idiots in this country and just say, it's mandatory to get vaccinated? Their freedom.
But you're treading on our freedom and you're making other people sick, and really you're killing other people.
The anti-vaxxers, they seem to have a thing for death and home remedies.
The anti-maskers turned anti-vaxxers are not just putting their own lives at risk. If that was the issue, we could just say that we can watch them compete to win Placer's show in the Darwin Awards.
We have to start doing things for the greater good of society and not for idiots who think that they can do their own research.
And don't get me started on the lunatics who won't take any of the COVID vaccines.
Life is too short to be an ass. Life is way too short to be ignorant of the promise of something that is helping people worldwide.
Maybe you're doing it because you're disconnected or disorganized. Maybe you have some sympathetic psychological reasons. But maybe you're just being antisocial.
Oh, you can't shame them. You can't call them stupid. You can't call them silly. Yes, they are.
Those who are not vaccinated will end up paying the price.
The unvaccinated should be taxed. They should pay more for health care.
We need to start looking at the choice to remain unvaccinated the same as we look at driving while intoxicated.
We're going to see, and I've said, almost two types of America.
Dr. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices about who gets an ICU bed. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack, yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo, rest in peace, Wheezy.
Pointing back to the unvaccinated who are really creating a problem in this country, every death that we are seeing from COVID could have been prevented.
Literally, the only people dying are the unvaccinated. And for those of you spreading misinformation, shame on you. Shame on you. I don't know how some of you sleep at night.
Ай, молодець, бросай. Давай, бросай. Улька, давай. Улька, молодець. Давай.
Well, it's Pride Month again, making this the perfect time of year to see what inspirational passages can be found in God's Word that will help you celebrate Pride. Kick your pride up a notch and pass these comforting verses on to the gays in your life. Ooh, this one's coming all the way from Proverbs chapter 8, verse 13. The fear of the Lord is hatred of evil, pride and arrogance and the way of evil, and perverted speech I hate. Wow, inspiring. Or consider this verse, Leviticus chapter 18, verse 22. You shall not lie with a man as with a woman. It is an abomination. I'm not sure what all those words mean, but it sounds good. Ooh, Job chapter 35, verse 12. There they cry out, but he does not answer, because of the pride of evil men. Neat. Ooh, my favorite, Daniel 4, verse 37. Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of heaven, for all his works are right, and his ways are just, and those who walk in pride he is able to humble. See, God works during Pride Month. Little known fact, King Nebuchadnezzar was the world's first furry. Diversity. Hey, check this out the next time you're at a bathhouse. Romans chapter 1, verse 27. And the man likewise gave up natural relations with women, and were consumed with passion for one another, men committing shameless acts with men and receiving in themselves the due penalty for their error. That'll be good in your parade. Oh, here's a good one. James chapter 4, verse 6. But he gives more grace. Therefore it says, God opposes the proud, but gives grace to the humble. Oh, here's a good one from Jude, verse 7. Just as Sodom and Gomorrah and the surrounding cities, which likewise indulged in sexual immorality and pursued unnatural desire, serve as an example of undergoing a punishment of eternal fire. Cool. Wow, isn't the Bible just really great? Truly heartwarming. Be sure to side hug a gay and share one of these inspiring verses today. Happy Pride Month.
Podcast is all about. We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of it is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Sergeant Major Sit Rep. Going to get right into it today with a show I was told not to do. Actually warned, hey, you might not want to look at this information. Probably just leave this alone. I don't see it a lot in the mainstream media. You see a little hit here and there on finding the bodies, but still, it's not in the mainstream the way it should be. So let's get right into it. We're talking the missing and dead scientist. Now, I got copious notes here. I've done quite a bit of research on this, and I'm going to have to use the notes because there's so much there. But if anyone out there is looking at this in depth, if you want to tag me or hit me on Twitter, X, what have you, Facebook, this platform here, let me know. I'll send you what I've got because I've got some other stuff that I haven't confirmed. I don't want to put out anything that is not confirmed. I try to stay factual and relevant here. and unless I can 100% verify it, I don't put it out. And if I do put something out that's unverified, I always give you the lowdown on what I've got, how I've got it, and why I can't confirm it. And maybe those of you in the public out there that like to do this kind of stuff but don't like to get on the airwaves can help me out a little bit. So again, the missing and dead scientist, that has been going on here for a while. And I want to talk about the common denominators. I want to talk about what they did, what they do, how this all kind of comes into play and how it tracks back to the Biden administration. And there's no strong links there, but there was a DARPA program, and that's the only thing that I can find that kind of links these people together other than their actual work. But one government program they all had a little bit of involvement in. And I looked at this program and I'm like, this is, every country's working on this. It's not a secret. It's nothing scary. But let me lay it all out for you. You decide what you think, and we'll go from there. And I'd really love some feedback on this one because it's been a challenge. So what we know, we've had several verified cases starting last year. The 9 publicly reported ones. There's a couple others that haven't made it into the public because there are some circumstances there that I don't want to get into. They are probably working a program somewhere, and that's them. They do their thing, and that's fine. But the strongest cases we have: Monica Riza, Stephen Garcia, General William McCaskill, William Neal McCaskill. They're still reported missing. Now, Melissa Casasis, if that's how you pronounce it, she was found deceased in the woods on the 28th, and there was a gun present, but we haven't heard a cause of death. None of the circumstances about her death have really been put out. But the thing that they kind of all have together, surveillance video shows them happy-go-lucky, walking away, doing normal everyday tasks, and then poof, they're missing. Firearms have been found, with some of them found to be missing, but commonly ID, wallet, purses, those things are left behind. So to me, that sounds like a snatch. I don't know. It's too much, and there's too much unverified. I don't want to make any assumptions that I can't track back to something fact-based. But let's talk out each one here. Monica Riza. She's a materials scientist, metallurgy, light metals, armored metals, those kind of things for the defense industry. She went missing while hiking in the Angeles National Forest near Mount Waterman. She was described her as an at-risk missing person. She also worked for NASA. This one's unresolved. This is just one, went hiking, walked away. Now, we have that a lot in Arizona, especially out where I live towards Grand Canyon. We get these folks that come out from all over the place, mainly California, and they think they're going to go out with a bottle of water and hike around a little bit, and don't realize how difficult the terrain is, don't realize how little time it takes to get lost and get disoriented. We always find the cars. We got about 80 people missing right now in this county. We find the cars, we find clothing. You might find a shoe or a foot or something, miles away from the scene after animals have taken it off. But it takes a while to find these folks because when they go missing out in the desert, it's a thing. So Melissa Casasis, she was found dead, like I said, on the 28th. Now, she worked at the Los Alamos National Laboratory. Can't verify her role. I know she worked on a couple of different projects, but her exact role, no one has really put out. She's a scientist. She does some nuclear and some other things, but not found out exactly what she does. So that one's going to be an unresolved death at this point. Joshua LeBlanc, 22 July, NASA electrical engineer, nuclear propulsion. Verified death reported as a crash. Sensitive project claims. We need some stronger verification on this. His obituary confirms NASA career at death, Walker County, Alabama, on July 22nd, died in a vehicle crash after reported missing. More shaky stuff there. Stephen Garcia also worked at the Kansas City lab, that's the counterpart to the Los Alamos lab, nuclear contractor weapons component facility. New Mexico DPS listed Garcia missing from Albuquerque. He was also linked to the Kansas City lab, still unresolved. Jason R. Thomas, missing, chemical biologist. Death is verified. No public foul play is indicated, but also had ties to the Los Alamos lab and the U.S. nuclear program. Nuno Lauricio was shot and killed, verified homicide, MIT plasma fusion and nuclear scientist. Also had ties to both labs. We have Carl Gromer, dead, verified homicide. Records point to local criminal case, just bad luck. But also, he's an astrophysicist, NASA employee, dark matter researcher, 67 years old, been in the business a long time, high security clearance, nothing to report out of the ordinary, just a working scientist, has been in many fields. This chosen field led to a homicide. Now, this one here is the only one that really made a lot of national news. And this is General McCaskill, or McCaslin. ABC News reported him last seen in Albuquerque, February 27th. FBI was assisting in a local search. He's still unresolved. Now, this guy's a UAP investigator, but he also worked at the lab. So, got a background in aerospace engineering, UAP research, and acquisitions. David Wilcock, suicide reported by authorities. UFO paranormal all media figure, not a scientist. Boulder County released an incident timeline, said it was discussed. He had some health and financial concerns and later died. But when you do the background on Mr. Wilcock, he has a lot of contact with Los Alamos. And, you know, if you're just a UFO paranormal researcher and you're kind of on the fringes of what's accepted science and what's not accepted, you shouldn't have that many phone calls to both our national labs' internal numbers. I mean, if you got the 800 number and you're dialing 0 and asking to talk to somebody, it's one thing. But internal numbers with the last 4 going to someone's desk, kind of suspicious. So you have a legitimate cluster that has not been verified in any operational pattern. Like I said, the only thing that I can find is the DARPA space project, and that's making a nuclear fuel for a rocket that will orbit the Earth and stay in space for quite some time. Our country's been, that's not a secret. DARPA has been working on this for years, Chinese, Russian, everybody's been working on this. So not a secret program. Matter of fact, you can look it up on DARPA's website, but most of these folks had something to do with that. So what gaps do we have right now? The gaps seem to be final cause and manner of death, what their actual clearance level was and what they did at these facilities. Medical conditions, if any, and whatever the agencies, the FBI, DOE, NASA, all the agencies, what they've come up with. What are they doing? I know there's a congressional hearing on it, but congressional hearings generally result in nothing, absolutely nothing, as we've seen pretty much for our entire lifetimes. Go all the way back to the Kennedy assassination. All it proved that Kennedy's dead. Smoking gun, never found, but it was found, but we don't know if it was found. The grassy knoll, that's what committees produce. More bullshit. So I took this into a next step. And, you know, like every investigator would do, tried to find the common denominator. And that's what I'm sure they're doing. And they've probably got a lot more than I have, because all I have is open source information, very little contact with anybody on this. No one will talk about it. None of my contacts, nobody in DC, nobody in the military, nobody will talk to me about this. They're like, man, just leave this one alone. And that, of course, makes me want to do it more. But defense, nuclear, aerospace, and sensitive research, all security clearance. Missing person scenarios, 5 of the 9 had personal items left behind. So who doesn't travel with their wallet and ID, money, phone? That's odd stuff right there. But 5 of the 9, is that a pattern? Is it establishing a partial pattern, or is it just bad luck? I can't answer that at this time. So, like I said, it's drawn some formal congressional attention, but it hasn't really got the public attention yet, and I don't know why, because the crux of what I'm going to talk about today should make you think. Now, as many jobs I had in the Army, started off as a door kicker, military police, in a command sergeant major role. You're really just an admin guy. You're nuts and bolts admin and leadership, and of course advising the commander. But in that window prior to that, working human intel, I have some questions. Other people have questions, and the Five Eyes report that just came out should put a little bit of a spotlight on why these questions are relevant. So after this break, we will talk about that. But right now, what we want to talk about is what I do every week, is my gold ad. Now, why do I do this every week? Because it is still relevant, still something you need to do. And I'm going to go through it. I'll make the best case I can. But you see what's going on in the world, folks. This is the real deal. So did you sleep last night? Did you worry about bills? What's going on in your life? Well, we know what's going on. Groceries are up twice as much as they used to be. Our retirement, most of us in that retirement window. I've already retired once. I've got a second one coming up. I'm pretty damn close to Social Security age. Is it going to be there? Where's all this stuff that we worked for our entire life? Is it going to be there when we need it? Well, we don't know. That's why we don't sleep at night. So this is not imaginary that everything is more expensive now. The money we saved up till about 2020, 2021 has already lost 22% of its value. That's not an opinion. It's documented fact, and there's no signs of this quitting. It's going to continue to happen no matter how good the economy is or how bad the economy is. This is going to happen because it's everything's tied to the dollar. So you think about, well, wait a minute, I have rights. What's the Constitution actually protect? Well, it protects the right to my property, the fruits of my labor, everything that I've earned, and my right to it. But what it can't protect you from is inflation. And that is slowly robbing us, very quietly, very much behind the scenes, robbing us of everything we've worked to build. Most retirement accounts, actually all of the retirement accounts, are 100% tied to the stock market. When it drops, your savings drops. You're exposed. But there's something you can do to defend against that and save what you built. Diversify your position. Your portfolio needs to be diversified with physical gold, real gold, the kind that doesn't care about the stock market, doesn't care about Washington and what it does to the dollar, doesn't care about Chinese manipulation of the dollar. It cares about itself. And that's Augusta Precious Metals, leader in the field. They've been helping thousands of Americans protect their retirement for over a decade. A+ rating with the BBB. They'll walk you through everything. 3 simple steps. It stays in your IRA. It stays in your 401k. No tax penalties. That's the only way to go. To get Augusta's free information gold guide, go to johnsgold.com or text John 35052. Bottom line, it isn't about gold as investment. It's about peace of mind and protecting everything that you've worked hard your entire life to save. One customer put it well, thanks to Augusta, I feel confident about retirement. I finally have peace of mind without having to worry about my savings. Augusta Precious Metals. They are the absolute best at what they do. That's why I recommend them. Go to johnsgold.com or text John 35052. Understand your options, and they'll help you make that decision. Get the free gold guide, listen to what they have to say, and make that decision then. You'll be impressed. You're going to want to do it. Okay. Back to the nitty gritty here. So what do we have that's verified? Well, we know the 9 people are missing. We know that there are ties to our defense programs, Los Alamos, and the Kansas City lab. We have unconfirmed public reporting that these individuals had access to U.S. sensitive scientific information. Well, is it really unconfirmed public? You got to have a clearance to get in the lab. You got to, I mean, it goes without saying, they have a clearance. What they need to know, what they're read into, that's what we don't know. Most of the cases settle around New Mexico. So New Mexico area being the common denominator, the labs being the common denominator, aerospace industry, metallurgy, nuclear propulsion, that's kind of the crux of what they do. And is it a real pattern? But I can't call it a pattern because a pattern would repeat itself multiple times. And we've only seen this in 5 of the 9 cases. So not a real pattern yet, but age, I looked at age between age 45 and 78. So nothing really crazy there. Firearms present or missing. Garcia, Casas, and McCaslin all had firearms missing. Only McCaslin and Wilcock were dealing with the UAP, UFO narrative link, but they were involved in other things as well. So nuclear defense corridor, you got 4 of them. Casas, Chavez, Garcia, and McCaslin were all in the nuclear defense corridor. And then you add the metallurgy and the other things in there. So it's all the same body of work. And that's what I was trying to glean from the DARPA project. All these things support the DARPA project, but this DARPA project is not secret. I mean, there are secret aspects to it, but you can look it up right now in the public space. And it's something, like I said numerous times already today, that many countries have been working on this. They've been working on this for as long as I can remember. Did they have a breakthrough? Did they not have a breakthrough? You know, what's going on with this? So that's one of the things. Now, the nuclear weapons infrastructure is a place where plasma fusion science and space research all come together. We've got several colleges working on this. That seems to me to be the strongest link, but yet not a pattern. So hopefully the feds get down to that part. Now, I want to talk about the Five Eyes warnings and how it may apply to this. Now, Five Eyes, these are nations that we all share intel back and forth, and no one really hears much of these folks. Internally, we would get messages from them when it was relevant to our area of the world that we were working. But the US, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand are part of this network. So these are all NATO friendly. And when they put this information out, it typically goes to top level, NATO only. But what we have now, we have a threat model. And this is, I don't want to talk fieldcraft, but I want to talk when you observe a threat, you model that threat to see if it is an existing threat, a new threat, continuation of a threat into a different vector. But these are the same things that they're warning about, that I've warned about here, that I've fought against in the House, identified with ASU and some other colleges, even as much as local individuals at their job. So their warning is that China is infiltrating some of our most secure networks by human intelligence. We know we can lock down computer systems. Physical access is access, no matter how well the machine is protected. If you have physical access, you have access. So that's one vector. But what they've been doing lately is, I don't want to talk data centers, but I want to talk narrative and marketing around data centers. So the Chinese have spent close to $1 billion in marketing against data centers because they know we can dominate that space. We take over AI, it's game over for them. So you have people on both sides of the aisle, left and right, condemning data centers. Well, they take 1 million gallons of water a year or a day. They take all the power. We don't have power for them. That's all bullshit. So modern data centers, they can be fired by micro nukes, like the Slaughter's micro nuke. 5 megawatt micro nuke works, and they're closed loop antifreeze systems, so they're not taking any water. But kind of the same vector. Now we're going after, or China is going after, the human model, and this is pretty much the same model that we use. I won't expose too much of it, but I'll give you the clues that you need. But what they're doing is they're hitting LinkedIn, Indeed, Upwork, all the networks, and they're looking to hire recruiters, consultants, think tank staff, representatives to legitimate looking companies. Now, they've done this for quite some time, and what they'll do, they will offer payment through PayPal, Western Union, crypto, or something similar for innocuous papers. Hey, we want to know everything about the Edison light bulb. Well, I can do that. That doesn't violate any policies or expose any known secure data. So I'll write a white paper on Edison light bulbs, and I'll get paid a couple $100. But what they're doing is they're recruiting. So first, they will spot and identify people with useful or useful adjacent information. Somebody that's on the fringes of government, military defense, foreign policy, science, tech, research, whatever. Then they will assess. They'll use open source profiles, your resume from LinkedIn, networks, clearance indicator networks, military history. And once they spot you, then they assess what your capabilities are. Then they'll do an approach. They'll have a fake recruiter send you a link for a job, decent pay for little work, something that's in your wheelhouse. Like I said, very innocuous draft report or research paper on something, or an analysis on someone else's research paper. And they will have you write policy memos, tech reviews, what have you. And they will do that for quite some time, and you'll make a little bit of money at this. But they'll seemingly ask harmless, non-public questions, and then they will escalate. Once they get the hook in you, then they escalate. And then it's for more sensitive material, names, documents, organizational charts, these things that may be publicly available if you're in the field, but hard to find if you're not, and very hard to get if you're Chinese national. So this is a mass digital human operation by China, and this is what the Five Eyes are warning about. Now, we're fighting with China in the aerospace, space, nuclear, and data. What better people to recruit than these scientists? Not saying that any of these 5 or 9 individuals fell to that. They probably did not, but people adjacent to them. Maybe China is trying to identify our top people to slow the progress. So, who knows what's going on? But what caught my attention, and the mass media and public didn't catch it, how many have heard statements from the 5 outside of the military or intelligence? How many of you heard of Five Eyes, let alone Five Eyes making a public statement? So I pulled the last several statements that were issued to the public, 18 September 24, 28 October 24, 23 April 26, and now the 3 June. That is the last 5 statements made publicly by the Five Eyes in the last 9 years. So that should tell you something right there. And every single one of these are China related. So the uptick in Chinese activity on the U.S. and our data and our research information has been on the uptick since 18, but really ramped up in 24, really ramped up under the Biden administration because they were getting away with it. Biden wasn't challenging this. We weren't turning over criminal referrals. We weren't arresting people. We just had the Chinese spy, and yeah, I'll call her that, Chinese spy, because she pled guilty as a mayor in California. We had another Chinese citizen going to college, and he brings bioweapons in, and he was arrested, and he's going to plead guilty, it looks like. But they are ramping up their efforts, and our eyes are closed to this. The general public's eyes are closed to this. I had the ASU committee hearing where we know ASU is working with China on some suspect programs, and we brought this to the attention. Of course, ASU got mad. We got the letters back and forth and all the nonsense, but yet they still want more money, and they want to continue to partner with China because they get millions of dollars from China. Now, the law says they're not supposed to work any space or technology or military programs. You want to work soybean, crop yield production's fine. But you work in these industries where we have missing scientists with our colleges, that's not a thing. Now, the June 3rd warning was that Chinese military intelligence is using LinkedIn, Indeed, Upwork, and fake recruitment to target people with access to sensitive information. Now, this is FBI, MI5, ASO, SCIS. This is the best of the best in intelligence collection. And they're seeing this over the entire spectrum. And they saw enough of it, and obviously enough cases of it to make a public warning. You know, does it tip our hand to China? Well, China knows that we know. They know that we know. Everybody knows. But the public really doesn't know. So this last public statement is pretty telling. Now, the one prior to that in April was of networks, covert networks being compromised by China. So they're hitting us on the IT platforms. Now they're going after individuals to glean human information and glean what they know, and putting money out to destroy the narrative on data centers as being something that's needed. And they're doing this under the wire. The general public is not paying attention. That's why I'm bringing you this today. We need to start paying attention. For those of you out there that think that we have lost to China, well, you're a quitter. We have the capability, the technology. We just need the will. The Trump administration has the will. The Biden administration did not. The Obama administration did not. But right now, we are primed with Trump in the office. If we hold the midterms, we are primed to set China back. Their economy is garbage. Their economy is basically dependent on the United States. The Strait of Hormuz being closed not only hurts Iran, but it hurts China. It hurts Russia. It hurts that end of the world. Are we feeling a little pain from it? Well, yeah, we are. It's a global market. It is what it is. I would rather pay $5 gas. And by the way, the Democrats didn't say a word about the gas prices under Biden, and we haven't even reached that level yet. We're still under the Biden gas prices, and Democrats, well, this illegal war, all the nonsense. But folks, I'm here today to tell you to wake up. Wake up that the China threat is real. It is here. They are invading our IT networks. We have the reports. They are seeking human sources to gather reports that they can't get from our IT systems. And just on the fringes of this, we got 9 missing scientists working programs that China is in a race with us to win. So is it a conspiracy theory kind of stuff? Yeah, it sounds like it a little bit, but these are common denominators. You cannot put them aside. Can I link them 100% to this is why it's happening? Of course not. I don't have the resources available to me. I hope our federal government is working on this in a manner that they should. It should be top priority, but it's not getting the exposure it needs. So please repost this, retweet it, talk about it. Let's get this out into the public domain. make sure people are talking about this, because the more people know, more people will not fall prey to this. And let's protect America. Let's protect American data. We're working very diligently in the rare earth mineral sector to control the supply chain and take it back over from China. And once we do that, then everything else falls in place. But until we get our act together, until the federal government actually moves on this, which they are, but we all know the federal government moves at the speed of molasses in wintertime. It's not fast. Even when it's supposed to be a fast program, it can take years to get things rolling. So let's get it out in the public domain. Let's talk about it. Let's make sure that China knows the public is not oblivious to what they're doing. And let's win this war against China. In the meantime, train like they hate you, because they do. Have a great day.
Lock in America! It's time for Straight Talk! This is the Wayne Dupree Podcast, hosted by Wayne Dupree, with co-host Jason Robertson, delivering powerful opinions, arcade debates on politics, entertainment, and the hottest stories. No spin, just honest takes and real conversation! The Wayne Dupree Podcast is lit! Let's get into it right now.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the show. My name is Wayne Dupree. It is Wednesday, June 3rd. Is Mark in the chat?
Not yet. Well, maybe he is. Okay. The chat doesn't stream on Rumble Studio until we go live. Oh, so okay. There might be chats there. I can go look.
Okay. Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. It is June 3rd, 2026. My name is Wayne Dupree. You are watching the Dupree Report. And let me introduce you to Gandalf the Scruffy, talking about Mr. Jason Robertson. From Minnesota. What's up, Jason?
Hey, folks. Welcome to the Wayne Dupree Podcast. We are so thrilled to have you join us. Yeah, Wayne's taken my wife's side. Okay. I mean, let's get this out in the open. I like a nice trim beard. I keep my hair nice and short. One of my friends asked me to officiate his wedding on August 1st. And it's a Lord of the Rings wedding. So it's a white dude marrying into a Hmong family. They're doing Lord of the Rings. And like these guys go all out. Like the Hmong community of Minnesota, like these guys are going to have hand-sewn costumes. So I'm dressing as Gandalf to marry them. And he's like, I'd be neat if you could kind of look like him with the hair and beard. So I've been letting my beard grow all scruffy. I've got my hair the longest it's been since COVID. I mean, they wouldn't want me within 100 yards of a school. And my wife's not a fan. She's like, when's this wedding? Can't we just get a fake beard? And I'm like, well, no, it's the effort is what these guys are thinking. Like you're trying. And so, yeah, I've been growing it out. So you got another 60 days. My wife already has my haircut appointment set for the day after the ceremony. So yeah, so I'm going to continue to get scruffier, Wayne. Now, I think you go for it too. I bet you could grow out a hell of a beard, and your afro could probably rival mine.
You know what? My mom, my dad, around the time of the 70s, around the time of the 70s, I didn't even talk about the 80s. A lot of people had those afros and stuff. My mom and dad never let me get an afro. Never. I never had one. My hair's always been short. Ever since I was a little kid, it has always been short. So, yeah. But, I mean, you shall not pass.
Actually, well, they don't watch the podcast, but we've already got the bit lined up for the wedding where they're going to go up front. And there's a scene from Lord of the Rings where Gandalf shows up late to a meeting. And Gandalf says something like, and they're like, why are you late? Why are you late? He's like, a wizard always shows up exactly on time. And Mike's wife is soon-to-be wife is always late to everything. We can say, oh, we're going to meet at dinner at 5. They'll get there at 5:30. So they're going to be up there, and I'm going to walk out, and we're not telling her. Okay, so she's going to be like, what's going on? Yeah. And then when I get up there, I'm going to be like, Mike, much like your wife, a wizard is never late. They always show up right on time. Yeah. So that should kick off the ceremony. Pretty fun. So, yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, you do have to take pictures, Gandy.
Oh, I will. Yeah, we're going to a costume shop to rent it.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, so we're doing it like real. And then it's really funny too, because wedding pictures usually do like day of or whatnot. They want to do it like 2-3 weeks early. So I got to rent the costume twice.
Oh, man.
And then we got to drive like to the other side of the Twin Cities. So like drive an hour to go to a park to do pictures. So the wedding party is all going to have to get their costumes on like 3 weeks early. And we're going to be walking through the woods behind me. It's completely ridiculous.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
that's a lot more fun than talking about.
Did you say August? Did you say August?
Yeah, August 1st.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Or whatever that Saturday is.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to get into the show. Headline that just crossed my desk this morning. The European Central Bank just confirmed it. Gold has passed U.S. Treasury bonds as the world's biggest reserve asset. That's huge. That's big, actually. Central banks, China, Poland, Turkey, India, they have been quietly stacking gold for years. They know something, and a whole lot of Americans have understand this. They haven't missed a boat, but the boat has just turned on the ignition. So a lot of us need to be paying attention to this. That's why we talk about Augusta Precious Metals, AAA rating, Better Business Bureau, thousands and thousands of 5-star reviews, and they don't do hype. They sit you down and they talk to you, or if you are interested in their information and you contact them, then they call you, they educate you, and then they help you protect the savings against the dollar that's carrying record debt and stubborn inflation. Gold doesn't default. Okay. Bottom line, gold does not default. Gold doesn't get it doesn't get printed into the ground. So with the information that I just told you, if you want to know more, you can go to waynesgold.com, or you could text Wayne to 35052. Again, 35052. Tell them Wayne sent you. Learn how to protect what you have built before it's not there anymore. Just that easy. Again, waynesgold.com, or text Wayne to 35052 if you've been watching the Wayne Dupree, or if you've been watching the Wayne Dupree show, now the Dupree Report. If you've been watching this for a while, you do know, if this doesn't affect you, give it to somebody else. Give the information to somebody else. Bless somebody else with that information. waynesgold.com, or text Wayne to 35052. Okay, we got some things to talk about. Actually, I think it happened sometime last night, but for them to be talking about it still this morning, it probably is a whole lot bigger than just a normal hit. seems like, according to Kuwait's army, in a statement today, Iran fired 13 ballistic missiles and 17 drones at dawn, with debris from interceptions causing at least one death and dozens of injuries at Kuwait International Airport, which briefly shut down. Now, according to the General Command of the Bahrain Defense, which is in another area, so you got Kuwait making that announcement this morning, and then you have the General Command of the Bahrain Defense Force said air defenses over Bahrain intercepted 3 missiles and several drones fired by Iran. According to our U.S. Central Command, with X posts, if you are on Twitter, X Twitter, they said 2 missiles aimed at Kuwait fell short or broke apart, and 3 at Bahrain were intercepted by U.S. and Bahraini defenses with no U.S. casualties. Now, the CENTCOM is more contained than Kuwait. Kuwait's announcement this morning, which included a death and some damage. Now, according to the U.S. military, Wednesday, American forces struck. Now, this was before Kuwait and Bahrain were hit. U.S. forces struck an Iranian military ground control station on Qeshm Island in the Strait of Hormuz. They called it a self-defense response to the Gulf attacks. Iran's IRGC acknowledged targeting the U.S. Fifth Fleet's headquarters in another country, but didn't name Kuwait, calling this strikes retaliation to Qasem. Reuters on today, President Trump said that Iran had already agreed that they are not going to have a nuclear weapon, but that talks are continuing, and that he would like to meet the supreme leader if that was possible. Jason, with that information, let me know what you think. But I also have something else I want to come back on that we were talking about yesterday. We were talking about the stuff that President Trump allegedly had said, and you came from another angle, that the leak probably might have came out from the White House. I thought it was an intriguing analogy that you said yesterday. And then today I'm going to say, God, dude, I think you might be right. Because again, and there's so many angles of why the White House would do that. And then for them to Axios came out with the story. Okay. And then everybody else off Axios. Well, how did Axios get it? Somebody from the White House must have said something to them. Unnamed sources, official source. Somebody went to Axios. I was watching Nick. Well, I wasn't watching. There was a clip. Nick feels the same way you do about this information coming out. I don't know if it. See, I put out a meme a couple of days ago about how the stock market is right now. The stock market is being played. That's why we talked about Augusta Precious Metals. The stock market is being played by both sides right now. And when I say played by both sides, President Trump wants to basic control, meaning wants to give the level of confidence within the stock market. He wants to keep the confidence within the stock market. So that's why I believe, my opinion, that he comes out and says, we almost got a deal. We almost got this. We're close with the ceasefire. The ceasefire so that the oil doesn't go up. The stock market stays. I think Iran. I was going to say Iraq. I think Iran has got hip to that. So when President Trump says his stuff, and they see the stock market kind of okay, let's level it out. Iran comes out and says their stuff. Then the stock. It's like a game between both sides now with the stock market type. I don't know if it's going to burst. Because when you play in that game, somebody's going to lose control of the rope that they're holding. So, but yeah, the Kuwait Bahrain thing, I don't think what the media is really not talking about it in the way that some of us are researching and seeing it. But most of these attacks aren't on the people of the countries that Iran is attacking. Iran is damn sure trying to destroy every bit of American assets, pinpointing assets around their country. I mean, it's they're getting help. They're getting help, and I'm surprised that nobody from the U.S. government is telling Russia and China, "Look, now we're trying to get out of there. You know,
Right.
We're trying to do some stuff. If y'all keep helping them and destroying our assets." And one more reason, one more thing I'll throw out there, and then I'll let Jason respond to it. Another reason why I think, my opinion, that Iran is doing that is because they're trying to hurt American influence in all the countries that have U.S. assets. So if they, like Kuwait, we have a presence in Kuwait. Everybody knows that. We have a presence in Bahrain. They know that too. If they hit Kuwait and they hit Bahrain and they hit Yemen and they hit the USS in Saudi Arabia and they hit stuff, if they hit all these U.S. assets and they don't go for the civilian population, if they're just hitting the U.S. assets, all these other countries are like, wait a minute, we're paying you billions and billions of dollars every year to protect us, and you can't even protect yourself in our country. You know, the Abraham Accords, President Trump, now they haven't said anything since, but President Trump was like, y'all need to get on board and sign the Abraham Accords, join under one, and, you know, we all stand up against Iran. They ain't running to it. They're not running to it is because they're getting attacked, and they're not getting defended in a way that they feel safe. Because sooner or later, we are going to leave. By hook or crook, a frog's hair, we're going to leave. And they're going to be over there. What you going to do? You know, I'm surprised that I'm surprised that they aren't finding the strength to defend their own selves, which should show every American, and I hope everybody hears me when I say this, we should show every American that every country over there in the Middle East that is dependent on the United States for all these years has been a crutch, has been using the United States as a crutch. They haven't learned to do anything on their own, and they're basically it's almost like welfare, to be honest. Jason, go.
So much to unpack. Couple thoughts first. Wayne let me know he went for his walk this morning instead of this afternoon. I think it has really helped his energy level on the podcast. Doing that and a little Split Rock coffee. Do that walk in the morning, Wayne. And I told him they do allow you to take 2 walks a day. Like there's
I never heard
on
it.
them. There is
Never
no
heard it.
limit. And then in the chats, prayers for Becky starts chemo again.
Back.
Paul, I don't know if you saw that in the chat. So his dishwasher crapped out and like got water everywhere, like your kitchen. And now he just said his AC went out. So prayers to Paul. He is giving Wayne a run for who can have the most household.
My AC, the same thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's funny, but on to more pressing topics. So it was funny when I saw the leak, and yesterday, I shared it on the show. Like, I think the administration leaked it because I think Trump's sick of people calling him Netanyahu's bitch. And I think today, did you see Trump did an interview? I think with
podcast one.
Yeah, the podcast one with Marilyn Devine or somebody. I can't remember who, but they asked him, they're like, is that report true? And he goes, well, yeah. Like, I want the war to end. It was a very colorful response.
Yeah, and hold on. And when he said that sort of confirmed to me. I was like,
right,
dude.
Yeah,
I don't think he really said it, but to confirm that he said it on the podcast. Yeah, that's right. I said it. That's sort of like, because another reason why I don't think he said it is the people over in Israel are talking. They're still talking about going after Lebanon. So
right.
Go ahead.
Well, I think where this is going, and as you talk about a broader context of the Middle East, I mean, we didn't really get that involved in the Middle East till after World War II. I mean, and when the international community said, "Hey, let's go set up Israel in the middle of the Middle East, and we have oil," we've been all up in everybody's business over there, and I think it's important to protect some of the oil interests for economic reasons. I think whatever you think of establishing Israel in the Middle East, if that was a good idea, bad idea, how much the international community should support it. But now we're going on, how many years? 60, 70 years.
Mhm.
And I think the U.S., many of the citizens are ready to say, "Hey, Israel, you do you," and I think we're seeing the wind down of this. We're going to do whatever we can. The whole fight them over there so we don't have to fight them over here thing, so I think it's an interesting unwind. I think Trump, like he has a large ego, and I don't think he likes the perception that people are saying, being led around by Netanyahu. And I don't necessarily know it's true. I mean, when this war first started, I said I think Trump, there is some reason. That reason appears to be he doesn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And he has stayed pretty consistent with that message. Like his piece, like hard yes, is you have to give up your uranium and you have to agree not to pursue nuclear weapons. So, there are other things mixed in there, but that's always been the one defining characteristic. So I tend to believe that, that's really his goal. As for the whole Kuwait thing, the whole support of the other countries, it's interesting. And I see Mark in the chat is talking about he's listening to Mongol Moon. It's funny. This book series I read this guy wrote before like COVID and all that stuff. Like he wrote this series predicated on there's this unholy alliance between Iran and China and Russia and North Korea, and they were just they picked a fight with the US, and then it kind of goes through the war. But right now Iran is all of the axis of evil's proxy, and they just are continuing to look to be involved. I think Iran's getting played in a lot of cases by those guys who continue to give them stuff. They know the US has no appetite to put boots on the ground, so they're going to keep being nuisances. They can fire drones, missiles, all that stuff quickly. They can disrupt the economic activity. But I got to say, if you look, like, if you're feeling the pinch in America, like in the Middle East, in Europe, in China, they're feeling a way bigger pinch than we are. So right now, it's kind of like two boxers circling each other. Like we went in, we hit them pretty hard, and now we're kind of everybody's dancing around waiting to see how this goes. And I think to a certain regard, Trump is playing the economic long game. He sees other countries are being hurt more economically than we are. He knows the economic damage to Americans is going to hurt them politically. But I think that's kind of that he's trying to thread that needle for, when Europe starts feeling the pinch, when China starts feeling the pinch, they will be much more likely to wrap this up, and Iran will have to give up its uranium. So,
yeah, my thing is, I think that in listening, because if you go back and you start listening to a lot of things that Benjamin Netanyahu has said over the years about Iran and Iran this and Iran that, and with all the nuclear stuff. There are some things that President Trump says that sounds just like Benjamin Netanyahu. And for me, I think that Netanyahu, he might not saying that he's controlling and not that anybody said that I said it, but I don't think he's controlling him, but I think he's in his ear. And I think that he is definitely a bee in his bonnet. And I don't know whether he talks to him for 3 and 4 hours a day or whatnot, but he has developed some of the tactics. The U.S. government has developed some of the strategy of what Israel does, especially with the ceasefire. The United States really doesn't do a ceasefire type of thing. They go in and take, boom, a shock and awe, stay in there for a couple years and stuff, and then roll out. Rarely do we do a ceasefire and then we keep on bombing or keep on attacking or doing stuff. That's stuff Israel does. That stuff that Israel has done to Hamas over the years. That stuff they've done to Hezbollah over the years. And it seems like we have gotten to that point that we are sort of doing that. You know, the administration keeps coming out and saying, no, hey, ceasefire is still on the table. We're still in a ceasefire. But the missiles are still boom, 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 or, you know, well, we're doing it for self-defense purpose. Wait, y'all got hit? Or, oh, well, okay, whatever.
Well, I mean, the Israel Middle East thing, I mean, the Jews and the Persians have been fighting for centuries.
Yeah.
And this just in, they're going to be fighting for centuries more, folks. Like,
Exactly.
You know, the war is the war. This is the current installment, you know, 10 years, 20 years, you know, things will calm down. And then things will heat back up. When the world decided to drop the nation of Israel in the Middle East, like whatever your opinion is of that, like there will not be peace or harmony. I mean, that there hasn't been since biblical times. So I don't know why people would suddenly think like, oh yeah, 2026 Trump won't solve it. Trump is very specific, in my opinion. He's like, they can't have nukes.
Right.
Like, if you guys are like, he'd rather everybody quits killing each other. But at the end of the day, like, Iran can't have a nuke. And
when I hear that is that they can't have nukes, I go back to his first term. He stopped them from getting nukes and they didn't go to war. However, whatever plan was in place, he didn't have any deal about this alleged, and I'm putting it out there with the word alleged, no alleged $1 billion or to refinance their structure after a war. No, they didn't get a nuke under President Trump. All President Trump did was, like I said before, drop that Moab bomb on Afghanistan and the world shook. And everybody was like, all right, don't mess with the cowboy, basically, you know. Now it's like, because I thought that how the war started, it was they wanted to free the Iranian people or save the Iranian people because the Iranian leadership was killing people. Like 30,000, did they say? 30?
Oh, there's been hundreds of thousands. They've been on an internet blackout, so you can't really get good information.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that was a lot of the side rhetoric was, you know, like there are multiple goals. I think Trump's primary goal is the regime can't have, like, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. And whatever you think of that opinion, I think most of us agree with that, you know. And I think that's both a Democrat and Republican position, if you take everything aside. Now, how we prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon,
that's the thing,
is, you know, that's where it gets a little more interesting. But I mean, I think if Iran said, hey, we aren't going to be a nuisance in the region, and we're going to not get a nuclear weapon, that's essentially the deal Trump wants. Netanyahu wants a different deal.
Yeah. He wants total, complete destruction.
Right.
You know, he wants a new parking lot and he wants to name it Israel, Greater Israel West or East.
And he's not wrong. I mean, if I am the prime minister of Israel, I would want that too. You know, like, they're looking at people.
Warmonger.
Well, no, I mean, The Jewish people want to reconquer the land of Israel. I mean, how many times, read the Bible, how many times have the Persians and the Jews fought for control of land in the Middle East? And if I'm a Jew and I am living in Israel,
Not a Jew.
no, I could see wanting that, but now the U.S. has to decide: do we want to be part of that?
Jason Robisky.
Yeah, my real name is Robitsky, and I am the banker. All your conspiracy theories are true. I have tunnels under my house.
Yeah, and I saw that little branch altar that you had outside your backyard.
Yeah, I went outside this morning because I had a few branches that were starting to hang low, and I'm like, it's gonna hit my head when I mow my lawn. And then it turned into like an hour of just trimming trees and that sort of thing. And Beck over in the Rumble chat, I mean, made a great chat. The Jews are the most persecuted people of all time. One, I will disagree with that significantly. And two,
Jason,
I mean, answer the question, Beck. I love you, Beck, but are Christians more persecuted or Jews?
Woo.
I mean, when the communists took over in China and Russia, they killed 20 million Christians. In Somalia, they've killed all the Christians. A country of 17 million people, there are less than 1,000 Christians. You know, you look across the world, far more Christians have been persecuted. I mean, look what happened to all the apostles. You know, it didn't end well for a single one of the apostles.
No, you know what, too? If you read the story about many of them, they were brutally killed. Killed. You know, it wasn't like a knife to the throat or something. It's like they hung upside down and tortured, and like they ought to do a movie about that. You know,
I'm just saying, I mean, if you look at the three major religions, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, you know, and you kind of bucket them up, I think you'd be hard pressed to say there are more. Now, Jews, you go back in the Bible, you know, they were slaves in Egypt, and I mean, there's a lot of biblical thing to it. You're like, and I'm not questioning that, but if you just look at raw numbers in modern history, there is no group that has been killed more for its religious beliefs than Christians. I mean, that's just the fact. And we're a Christian nation. Like up until 30, 40 years ago, we were like 90% Christian. And
now it's switched. But, you know, well, not that bad, but Christians did something that Jews had never done, though.
Did a lot of things.
Christians raised up an army.
Right.
They were like, we ain't taking this no more. And they just went.
Well, the Jews have raised armies. Let's not.
Well, we ain't talking about banks. I mean, you know.
I'm just saying, I mean, this mentality, I mean, if we want to support the nation of Israel, and that is our prime directive, then, you know, as far as I'm concerned, send the whole military, wipe out the Middle East, let's set up Greater Israel and move on, you know. But
you're gonna have to do it you're gonna have to send some men in black over there with that little thing, because if you leave even small remnants, it's like a cancer that grows in 20, 30 years. I mean, so, you know,
I'm just saying that, you know, the goals of the nation of Israel are different than the goals of America. And we have way too many problems in America. We have way too many things we need to fix. I don't think us continuing to be involved in their business, especially when we have different goals. Like our goals are aligned. We don't want people killing each other in the Middle East. Our goals are aligned. We don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. You know, we want commerce to be able to go through. Trump likes Abraham Accords. Let's let everybody be prosperous, because generally speaking, prosperous nations are less trouble in the world, you know. But where Israel wants conquest, You know, I mean, listen to Netanyahu. Like, this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is what they want to do. And if we want to sign up for that, great. Like, put it on the House floor. Let's declare war. Let's get it done. I tend to be I would rather we say, okay, you know, you guys handle you, we'll handle us. But
yeah, I mean, I don't know what that Milikowski dude is doing these days. You know,
Milikowski.
Yeah, Milikowski. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, wrong show. Netanyahu. Oh my God. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's funny too. You go back in the Bible or any of the history and whatnot. Like, what's happening over there? This is not new. This is not like this is like the players have changed, but the game's still the same. They're fighting over the Holy Land.
He's Polish. Okay, so yeah, we're again. Iran has responded to attacks, and they have gone after U.S. assets in Bahrain and Kuwait. U.S. assets in Bahrain and Kuwait, and it must be again, as I said, it must be something that is more bigger than what is being reported, because the story is bigger than, or the report is bigger than just a regular hit, you know, like Mount Joseph was hit last night by a couple of drones. And next, sports. This is lasted all the way until midday. So, you know, we'll keep your eyes open on that. Yeah, keep your eyes open on that. There's a report going out that Iran has signed nuclear what's it called? That Iran has signed nuclear
disarmament. Is that what you're talking
guarantees? About? Nuclear guarantees with Russia and China. Here on the Wayne Dupree on the Dupree report, there is no signed nuclear guarantee as of yet. I've tried to do research on it. Well, I haven't tried. I did some research on it. There is no pledge to defend Iran or its nuclear program militarily. Basically, what it is, though, is that Iran does have a 20-year comprehensive strategy partnership with Russia. 20 years. They also have a trilateral pact with China and Russia. I think when Iran went over to China in April, they publicly called for a future security guarantee mechanism involving the UN Security Council, China, Russia, Pakistan, and others. But that was just a request. It was not a signed deal. So if y'all see that online, if you see it on Instagram or TikTok, or if you see it on X or Facebook, it's not true. So, you know, you don't, you know, whatever. Iran has deepened ties with Russia and China, but no one is asking to sign a deal. As I said, but make sure that you keep your eyes open on that. Okay, last night was primary night. There's a huge meeting for both parties here. According to NBC News and the Iowa Capital Dispatch, Tuesday night, businessman Zach Land, Zach Land beat Randy Finstra, who was endorsed by President Trump in the Iowa GOP governor primary. Wait, is that right? 37.8% to 37%. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, that's close.
Mm-hmm.
With 99% counted, it's the first statewide Trump endorsee to lose a primary in 2026. Land ran on the Make America Healthy Again lane and was backed by Turning Point. Oh, and Steve King, and led in 16 of the 19 counties. So Turning Point's out there, huh?
Oh yeah, they're pretty aggressive this cycle.
A Trump world strategist told NBC it was a Randy problem, not a sign of Trump weakness. Iowa Democrats got the matchups they wanted. Auditors Rob Sand, unopposed, advances for the governor, and Josh Turk won the Senate primary. Toward California, Steve Hilton is narrowly ahead of Xavier Becerra and Tom Steyer. I thought Tom Steyer was part of.
He's a Democrat. They're running a jungle primary.
Yeah, I'm watching some of the responses on X, and a whole lot of people like, yeah, that's right, we got him. Everything's looking good. I was like, okay, all right. I was like, do y'all understand math though? It looked like what he got 13,000 or 130,000 votes. Hilton got,
yeah, Hilton got 1.3 million.
Okay, no.
Barrera got 1.26 million.
And how much did the other?
Steyer got 980,000.
Okay.
And Blanco got 566,000.
And those last three are Democrats, right?
What's that?
Those last three are Democrats?
No, Hilton and Bianco are the Republicans, and Barrera and Steyer are the Democrats, and the top two advance to the general election. So it looks like Hilton should win, and so he should make the general. And it looks like Becerra, however you pronounce his name, looks like he should win. But with California, how many weeks is it going to take to count the votes? Because
I read that too.
I mean, they do mail-in ballots for 100 years. So
balance count.
And then let me get the latest update. Yeah, and it looks like Karen, the other one everybody's watching is
she's already punched her ticket.
It looks like Bass is pretty much a lock. So it's similar thing. Top two make it to the general election. Bass right now, if these numbers are right. So nobody made 50%. So she'll have to have a runoff with the second place. Right now, Pratt's at 30 with 151,000 votes. And then Nithya Raman, who is a straight up communist, she's at 22. So it's first time since 2005 that LA mayor is going to be forced into a runoff. And we'll see it. Pratt, I don't know if Pratt can pull it off, but God, I hope so.
My thing about that is when I look at the numbers, and we talked about the jungle primary type of thing, when you have so many people that's in there, and when you finally have that one that's in there instead of 5 or 6, and I told Rod that I went to the Virginia Republican convention one time. When you lose, you just don't. Well, most people, because they live for politics, they just don't go home. They just fall in line.
Yep.
So like the reason why I asked you were the 3 behind Hilton, were they all Democrats? And you said 1. So basically you got 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats, but then I think you might have some more.
4,
So, but you might have some more Democrats below.
Yeah. If you look at the numbers, 28 plus 11, so 29. So the Republicans got 39% of the vote. Democrats got 46, 47% of the vote. And then there's a lot of variables where it'll be turnout and whatnot. I would still be, and I mean, who knows what primary, what jungle primary turnout looks like compared to the general.
Yeah.
But Republicans have a legitimate chance, they're saying. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I just hate that, California is supposed to be one of the most advanced states in the world, and listen to a Californian, they think they're the greatest at everything, and they can't even count their ballots on election day.
We say the same thing about Virginia. I don't know when it switched, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know when it switched. I don't know how it switched. It might have did it at George Bush and Al Gore. It might have started then, but before that, elections were known the night of.
Yep.
They weren't pushed into the next day. They weren't putting legislation to give a few more days after that. It was, we knew who was going to be elected the night of, period. Okay. And then Virginia decided that they couldn't count all their votes. And then, the biggest one of them all is Pennsylvania. Sorry about that, Lisa. But the biggest one of them all was Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania started, we can't get all of our votes in. We can't count them all. After that Barack Obama thing. Now, with actually, with Barack Obama, they got that straight. 200 and some counties to 0, allegedly. But Georgia got the same thing. We can't do. We got a leak and can't count. Arizona, I think, too. It seemed like for states that seem to have, if you look on the map, this is a red state, period. This is a red state, this is a blue state. It's a blue state. But those states are, it's purple states, right? It's purple states are the ones that have problems counting. Is that what it is?
I mean, it's a lot of blue states. Basically, if you tie the number of mail-in ballots and how easy it is to get mail-in ballots and all that,
Georgia blue?
It's a direct line of if your state does a lot of mail-in ballots. And there'll be some interesting Supreme Court decisions this week. They're supposed to rule on a case that talks about can you count ballots that are received after Election Day? And it's expected they're going to rule against that. The conservative wing of the court actually thinks we need to get back to Election Day, which is Election Day is 1 day, period, end of discussion. And really, that's how it was supposed to be until the last 20 years.
Yep.
It's a great example of why we can't have nice things sometimes. There was everybody knew, okay, we're going to do Election Day. This is Election Day. Make your plans. You want to participate, go vote on Election Day. And then we open the door a little bit and go, well, what if you're traveling? Okay, well, what if you can't make it Election Day? And now it's gone so far from let's make these exceptions. Okay, yeah, that makes sense to, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to let everybody sign up to get on voter rolls. We're going to mail them a ballot. We're going to mail them 5 ballots to their house. We're going to let them come in however long it takes to come in. And we've gone so far from the reasonable exception that there's going to be a backlash on it eventually.
Sooner or later, sooner or later.
Because, and my opinion is vote on Election Day. Have it 1 day, paper ballots. If you say, well, I can't because of Election Day, well, sorry. Then you don't vote.
Here's a question. Do you think because of this that maybe not Trump, but maybe the next administration or maybe the administration after that, but no more than the next 2 administrations, do you think that they're going to start allowing 2 to cut off that mail-in ballot thing to vote on your phone?
Oh, God, I hope not, but it's probably likely.
It's a solution.
Well, I mean, they're talking
it's
about
not a good solution.
blockchain and
Yeah.
I mean, it's every computer thing's hackable. So,
It is right.
But I mean, I think like the concept of voting, and we touched on it a little bit yesterday, is you had to be a certain amount of a productive human being in order to vote. You know, and states did it different. They had different rules, and you get into other things like, oh, we don't want black people to vote or whatever. But even white people, as a general guideline, you had to be productive. You had to be a taxpayer. You had to own property, whatever the rules the states had. But you had to be able to manage your life to a certain quality in order to earn the privilege of voting. And then we've transitioned to voting as a right, and we need to make it easy for everybody to do. And every single thing in America that we've made super easy for everybody to do has resulted in failure.
Oh,
you know, why did the 08 market crash happen? We made mortgages easy for everybody, because we wanted to be fair. And then what ends up happening, a bunch of people who shouldn't get mortgages got mortgages, the market crashes. We should have let the banks crash too, but side note, all of a sudden college that used to have to work hard to get into, we're like, well, that's not fair. Let's let everybody get in college. Now a college degree costs $1 billion and everybody goes, and the degree is largely worthless right now. I mean, if you're out there and like, oh, I got a college degree, it's, and hey, I got 200,000 in debt, but that's because we made college available for everybody. It's just not how society works. If you don't put parameters on it, I mean, think about how many truck drivers have you seen crash that don't speak English? Like, seriously, we're giving out commercial driver's license. I mean, we see commercial driver's licenses given out to people that don't speak English. That's idiotic.
Yeah, and, but it's I've been seeing a whole lot online where most of them are on roofs. I've been seeing a whole lot of Americans on their phones crashing too. So, but I've been seeing a whole lot of those illegals caught up there on the roof. Did you know in my town that I grew up in, it was national news. Woman in Cambridge, Maryland, where I grew up, and I even think I know where the road is. Hired some illegals to fix her roof.
And then called the cops on them.
And then called the cops on her.
Yeah.
Called the cop. All those cops were around the house while they were up on the roof because she wasn't gonna pay them. So she called the cops.
Like, I was
you did the same thing? Did you do the same thing?
No, I didn't do the same thing. I tweeted about a story that was covered in Minnesota, and it just drove me bananas. This dude a guy from Mexico, comes in to America in 2022 on a work visa. The reason for his work visa is because he's willing to work cheaper than Americans. This roofing company couldn't hire people because they didn't want to work for what they were paying him. So he was paying him really low. Guy comes in 2022. He then works, his visa expires, and he starts his own LLC, which how you can be an illegal on an expired visa and start your own company.
That's
and
crazy.
He is bringing in more legal and illegal roofers who are willing to work below what Americans are willing to work for. And he has an entire company that is an extension of this. So they're undercutting American workers, American labor, bringing in illegals. Now this guy's here. He gets scooped up in an ICE raid and he gets roughed up because he resists arrest. And the judge lets him out. So he's not going to be deported, even though he's been here for years on an expired visa. And they gave him a cash settlement because he got injured when ICE was detaining him. And it's like, so here's a guy who, first of all, we should have just had the original roofing company pay their workers enough so that you didn't have to bring in a legal visa holder. But the guy came in legal became illegal when he let his visa expire, and then he's bringing in more people, and it's like it's crazy. And even in he had a GoFundMe, he got 100,000, I think, that he raised, and he's like, I don't want to go back home because I'm able to support my family in Mexico by doing this here. And I'm like, how have we got here? Like, America became an economic zone. Like, bring in your illegals, come in, work cheaper than Americans. So instead of paying an American a living wage, you can pay a Mexican who then sends money to Mexico. Like, this doesn't make any sense.
In the 70s, my dad used to work as a social service worker, social worker. And sometimes, especially when school was out, he used to take us with him during the day. And I remember going in, driving in his truck, and we turned down this dirt road, had corn on both sides all the way up to the sky, and we just kept driving. It almost seemed like a mile, and we came to an opening where there were a whole lot of, they were like for lack of a better term, it looked like slave houses, but there were people there, mostly women and kids. And he pulled in there, and he went in there to check. I got a chance to walk around and just walk behind him, and I learned they were migrant workers that came here during the season. They worked and whatnot, and then they left. Now that was in the 70s.
Yep.
That's what the program is supposed to be. I don't know where the social worker, well, they probably don't do it now, because if they did it now, we probably wouldn't have the illegal immigrant problem that we have. But one thing that I did learn when I did travel with my dad to see those different types, number one, they can cook some chicken. I tell you that. They cook some spicy chicken. They put a leg quarter, spice that thing right on up and put it between two pieces of bread with a soda. Let me tell you something, it was great. However, and we did have to pay for it, or my dad paid for it. But one thing I did learn in watching is that I don't want to live like that. That was one thing I got out of that whole thing, is like, in watching how poor it was, probably the walls probably were wood, but it looked like the roofs were tin. If I can remember, there's a whole lot of blanket like type things for their doors or whatnot. But that's what they did. They came up here, they worked, they went back home.
Went home.
It
was very much like camping villages. We have a lot of those. They still exist in Minnesota. If you think of like those summer camps kids went to. Yeah.
They were nasty. But in seeing that, you understood that program worked back then. It worked. There was no need for and I think what happened is government saw, you know what? I can get some of those people to work my backyard, and to work for different things, to work for these conventions, and to work for all this stuff, and we ain't got to pay them. Now we can look the other way. They're here on those temporary. We can look the other way and keep them here for a little bit longer. Greed does that thing. Greed, and once government decided they're going to do it, then it got out of control. Like Jason said, it got easy, and every time when it gets easy, it breaks. Or it breaks. They really can't do anything with it anymore, because then it becomes a monster. And that's why this illegal immigration thing became a monster to the point. Now, is it down under Trump? Yeah, sure. He got the Trump force taking care of stuff. What happens when he leaves, though, and another Democrat comes in? Good.
Well, can we say the quiet part out? Can we say the quiet part out loud, Wayne? Like, you hit the nail on the head with your analysis. Republicans pushed to keep those immigrants here.
Wait a minute.
Decades ago.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
I know where you're going with
I
that.
want to say Reagan, but I'm not going to go on Reagan. I'm
Okay.
just saying across the country, your Chamber of Commerce
Yeah, Chamber of Commerce.
to say, and that's your Chamber of Commerce Republicans that said, wouldn't it be great if we could have this cheap labor year round?
Yep.
Wouldn't it be great if we could have this cheap labor in our factories? Wouldn't it be great if we could have our cheap labor doing whatever, our roofs? And Republicans opened that door. Democrats saw an electoral opportunity after the door was open. But your establishment Republicans, your rhinos, your Mitt Romneys, they sold us out.
And never
now
thinking
they're
that it was going to hurt the American worker.
Right. Yeah. Go back, listen to a Bill Clinton speech.
Yeah.
Go back, listen to a Ross Perot speech. Democrats were talking about that. You can't let in people that are willing to work for way less than your own citizens are, because they'll only employ the foreigners. And now we're in this spot where these companies are like, I mean, they can't hire Americans and pay them what they need because their cost structure would get screwed.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
like, we need to go through the pain. We need to deport people. We need to take a lot of these useless college grads who got degrees they shouldn't have got and say, hey, guys, go learn roofing. Like, it's not the best, it's pretty inhospitable job, but, it's going to pay your bills. And we're not going to do that.
And then the bottom line is you need leaders that are going to say, no more welfare.
Right.
You either work or or I mean, back in the old days, it used to be like that. And I think it's somewhere in the Bible that says, you work, you eat. You don't work, you don't eat. That's just how it is. And I mean, when you see the unemployment number go up, and I think I said this a couple of days ago too, a Trump official said, well, the reason why the numbers went up is because all the illegals went home. But a logical person would have said, well, if all the illegals went home, then Americans should take over some of those jobs.
Americans don't want to, and they're on welfare.
Exactly. On welfare, or they want to be TikTok models or Instagram models, or they're struggling to write code when they don't know nothing about code. And it's just what do you do? But if you look outside the country, if you look in some other countries, God, Darren, I really don't want to say this about China, but China has this thing where they don't have that welfare like America does. They don't.
Well, they're communists. They tell you what your job is.
And they put their...
You don't get to pick. You don't get to be a Starbucks barista and says, I'm not going to go dig a ditch.
Yeah, but no. But they put those kids in computer classes from year one. In computer classes. They got them studying, they got them learning, they got them doing all that stuff in there. And then, if they're lucky, they get free college in the United States before they go back and start building these beautiful bridges or building highways in about a week. Building beautiful bridges that look like the what's that bridge out in San Francisco? The Bay Bridge. What is that? The one that swings from.
I can't remember the name.
I didn't even know that swings a mile. Did you know that while cars are driving on that thing swings?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that. But yet they're building stuff like that. It was like, God darn. And
well, I mean, when you have a communist regime and you don't have people arguing, like, you can say you're just going to go do this. And I mean, that's the part all these communists like miss, or Democrat socialists. Like in China, there's still work that needs to be done. They need trash men, they need painters, they need construction workers for the bridge. The difference is you don't get to pick that job. You get told you're going to do that job. And that job has more value than a Starbucks barista. So if they pick you to build a bridge, you're going to have a better life than if they pick you to be a barista. Capitalism lets you pick which job you're going to do. And like somehow people are lost on that.
Now, notice, in listening to what Jason was talking about, the communist way, and what I said earlier about take away the welfare and said, no, you're going to pick something. Okay, you're going to do something. We don't have the I mean, I don't think that's a communist way of thinking about it.
Nobody gets a free ride,
but somebody might think that what I just said is communist because I'm forcing people to do something to get something, which is right, which is actually morally right. But, I'm not a communist. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, no, and I mean, your point is that if you're not working and contributing to the GDP or creating a good or service that people need, you don't eat. I mean, that's, and we're not talking about the disabled or,
We're not even bringing them right.
If you're an average productive member of society, you need to learn a job skill or a trade or something that your community values and they pay you to do it. And if you're not willing to learn a skill set that they value, then you should struggle. And we've created this third option where people think they can do things that the community doesn't value and they should still be paid for it. And it's like, no, and the trades are the prime example. I mean, I think the trades are going to collapse before anything if we enforce illegal immigration, because there are many immigrants who are like, okay, my quality of life will be better in America than in my third world shithole if I go do roofs in America. I mean, that's just the reality. Anyways, we should probably wrap up and get out of here.
We gotta get ready to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna see y'all Monday. I got some work I gotta do tomorrow. Yeah, that's right.
Monday.
Yeah, I got some work I gotta do tomorrow, man. I mean, times are getting hard, and I gotta focus on getting some dollars. But I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Thank you, Gandalf to Scruffy, for joining and giving me a point of reference, point of opinions there. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you continue to research information. Just don't take what I'm saying or take what Jason's saying and say, that's what we're going with. No, research. Because honestly, I think that some of you, most of you, are some of the best listeners that we have. And y'all know that we don't try to force y'all to believe anything. So that makes me really believe that y'all are 200, 300% better than some of these other audiences out here who rely on people to tell them what to believe, which means that y'all are smart cookies, chocolate chip, oatmeal, sugar, macadamia nut, and everything. Jason, give me some last thoughts.
All right, three-pronger here. First of all, thanks for everybody tuning in. Congratulations to Wayne on walking his first time of 2. Prayers for Paul, Becky.
Did you say 2?
Yeah.
Did you say 2? No,
JR was in here earlier talking about you getting a dog to take on the walk. I let that go. Prong 2, Todd and I will be hanging out on Friday. Anybody wants to join us? Over Rumble's a place to do it. We love the Rumble chat. We look forward to seeing you guys on Friday. So much fun stuff to talk about. And then third prong, we're talking about primaries. This blew me away. Adam Homaway in New Jersey. He won the 12th Congressional District Democrat primary, which means he is going to win the House seat. He is he's actually a strong liberal, all the things, progressive, they call him. But he was actually, he testified for the blind sheik in the 9/11 trials. And he had extensive ties to the blind sheik. And so he is tied to, and this is New Jersey, right by New York. I guess we didn't learn the lessons of 9/11, folks. So it's on that note, everybody have a good Thursday. We'll see some of you on Friday, and Wayne, we'll see you Monday.
Yeah,
Wayne needs a dog. It's in the chat.
What?
Wayne needs a dog. It's in the chat.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, take care of yourself. Be safe this weekend. Get out, get some sun. The sun has really been doing a great job for us. I don't think that we have rain coming next few days, so I'm already got my walk in. I'm only doing one because Jason is. But
There's no limits. You can do two. You can do a third.
Oh no, it's going.
Good afternoon, fellow patriots. This is Matt Shea, and welcome to Patriot Radio, broadcasting live from deep inside the heart of the future Liberty State. Sponsored once again by On Fire Ministries, in the legacy of Dr. Stan Monteith, bringing you the story behind the story and the news behind the news, where it's not about right or left, it's about right and wrong. It's about our hope not being in man, but in Jesus Christ. About not ending in prayer, but moving to action. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Father, deliver us from the evil one.
Welcome to Patriot Radio.
Good afternoon, fellow patriots, and welcome back to another Gen Z episode with Pastor Matt and I talking about topics that are on my heart, Gen Z's heart, and Pastor Matt's heart, and all of our hearts collectively together, where we can talk about new ideas. I don't know where I'm going with that.
Well,
I don't know.
Revolutionary ideas.
Yes. Really, truly revolutionary ideas.
Have you seen what's been going on in Nepal and now Madagascar yesterday?
Yes, I have. It is quite interesting, and you called it the Zoomer.
That's what they call it, Zoomer Revolution.
That makes me think of like Boomer and Gen Z combined.
Yeah, Zoomer Revolution.
So explain that.
So color revolutions are a technique that was developed to bring down countries by first removing the morals out of a society, and then secondly, destabilizing key institutions in a country to finally bring it down. The color in America that apparently has been chosen is purple.
What does that mean?
They always have a color to rally behind. For us, as Christians, purple means royalty. So they're like, they want to use our color, and they want to use purple as, like, they never wear purple unless they look like Grimace. You know what I mean? And so
Grimace.
Yeah, I'm digging deep in the vault right now.
Oh
right?
My.
But they really don't own that color. Christians own that color because it's a color that represents the royalty of Jesus Christ. So they pick a color that people can rally behind. So one of the ways to defeat a color revolution is to attack the color. But back to your question, on top of that, what they're trying to do, and they tested it in Nepal, now they tested it successfully in Madagascar, is they want to use young people as the vanguard of the revolution to take over a country, even though they don't maybe constitute a majority, that there may be a minority. They want to use them as the vanguard to try to take over a country. So this is just another extension of revolutionary communism, and just the idea of destabilizing countries, and then eventually leading to a moment of crisis and chaos in which they will come in with the solution, which is obviously communism throwing out the Constitution of the United States, which is never going to happen with 20 plus million armed veterans in this country who voted for President Trump. I think that they've underestimated the numbers, number one. Number two, it's important that Gen Z gets the truth.
Right.
And isn't just repeating over and over and over again the same talking point as if that's what makes something true.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring up communism, because I've been doing a little reading myself. I have actually been reading The Communist Manifesto and Capital by Karl Marx. I acquired a 1952 copy of said books. And there's some very interesting things in there. one of the things that I found very interesting was that America was named like the perpetrator of the bourgeoisie, literally, and saying that America was the reason that capital was increasing so fervently, and basically stating that America was the enemy. It is how I read it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And obviously I'm not done with it. I literally started like 2 days ago, and the words are very large, and things are worded weirdly because it wasn't written in 1952. It was printed then, but it was written in.
It was written in German. Yes.
Yeah, and it's a little odd. There are some things that I wanted to ask you some questions about that are directly in the Communist Manifesto, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so the context is it was written in 1848 by Karl Marx.
Yes.
And then Das Kapital was kind of his expansion on kind of economic theory.
Yeah.
Just if we could just set a quick baseline of understanding of economics, which is not taught in many universities today.
Okay.
But just a quick non-history.
Go for it.
So there's really 4 or 5 main systems, economic systems in the world. And every system is actually capitalist. The question is, who owns the capital? Capital is defined as the means of production. So in a free market system, which is what we believe in for the United States, we're not totally free market.
Is free market, free buy, free sell, free trade?
The way I would define it is capital that is owned and controlled privately. Okay? So a system that came out of Italy really birthed out of the socialist movement there, and its leader, who was the chief editor for the Italian socialist newspaper Avanti, which means forward. And you'll see in a lot of communist documents and communist rhetoric and signs and things, their motto will be forward. It was also the motto of Barack Hussein Obama as well, which is not coincidence because he was groomed and mentored by communists. So Benito Mussolini was the chief editor of the Italian socialist newspaper. He's really the father, although there's a couple other people involved, father of fascism. And fascism was the idea that you could own your capital privately, but it would be controlled. Certain key manufacturing sectors would be controlled. And Hitler went and visited Benito Mussolini, and he liked his system so much that he incorporated it into the National Socialist system. So fascism is one system, then the National Socialism is another system where not just certain manufacturing sectors and transportation or things like that, but key war-making manufacturing sectors. So, for example, Volkswagen was really created by the Nazi Party as a way of manufacturing not just cars, but manufacturing tanks and other armaments. So, in that system, there was some ownership of capital privately, but the government controlled almost all of it.
Yeah.
And owned key manufacturing sectors. So whereas in fascism, they tried to control key manufacturing sectors, in National Socialism, they actually owned key manufacturing sectors. Then you have socialism, which is the idea of controlling and leveraging certain key elements of the economy beyond manufacturing. So, for example, healthcare, communications. So like PBS would be an outgrowth of that idea.
Right.
So socialism just owns and controls more in that sector. And then communism, all capital is owned and controlled by the state.
Yeah.
So those are the differences in economic systems, just as a real quick, simple baseline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know I've heard you say multiple times that in, this chapter of the Communist Manifesto, it says this, in this one it says this. And as I'm reading this, I'm literally sitting there and going, oh my gosh, it really says that.
Yeah.
And they're not even hiding it. And here's a very interesting chapter 2, Communist Manifesto. Here we go. You ready, people? We communists have been reproached with the desire of abolishing the right of personally acquiring property as the fruit of a man's own labor, which property is alleged to be the groundwork of all personal freedom, activity, and independence. Hard-won, self-acquired, self-earned property. Do you mean the property of the petty artisan and the small peasant? See, it's so interesting to me how, like, even the writings seem, like, aggressive and petty.
They do. They do.
And what's interesting is there's a biographical note, yeah, I said that right, note of Karl Marx in the beginning of this book, and he died in poverty.
He did.
He died ill in poverty. His wife died. He wasn't even with his wife when she died. He was not happy. 3 of his 6 children, I think it was 3 of his 6 children died. Like, he was not a happy man.
It's sad.
And it breaks my heart because I'm like, wow, he's out here fighting for this way of life when he literally died. His system of beliefs did not help him live a better life.
No, they didn't. In fact, I mean, he was a Satanist. He was a self-admitted Satanist. You can read his works. He wrote poetry. Before he wrote Communist Manifesto, he wrote poetry in 1837. You can read those verses where he had admitted that he knew he was going to hell. He literally said those words. And so wrote those words. And so you have a man that's obviously very tormented, and who lived a life that would not be an example for others to follow. And yet his system is really a system that is all about taking control over governments. It isn't a system that can really be sustained.
Right.
It is a system that's all about seizing control. In fact, I would simplify it even further and say it's a system of gangsterism.
Well, it's interesting because his ideas, as I read more and more, the idea of being employed by someone he sees as a way of exploiting humankind. So having an employer, somebody who owns a factory per se, is an example he uses here, is exploiting humankind because as capital, as the demand increases, you need more workers, you need them work longer hours. And so he's just saying that someone who owns a company, who started a company, is exploiting humankind for asking them to work and give them money for their time.
Yes. And, it's interesting. What he says is obviously directly contradicted by the Bible.
Right.
The Bible talks about enjoying the fruits of your labor in many different passages. Talks about also that you shall not steal, which implies a property right. It was the Jewish understanding, the Christian understanding that there is a property right there. And that what God has done is he's given us certain things on this earth to steward. And we're supposed to steward those things well. So there is private property on this earth. And we are supposed to acknowledge where we get our wealth from, and that is from God. We're also supposed to, we don't get it from the state, which is what he advocates.
Right.
And just a side note, Victoria, my wife, who grew up, as you know, in the former Soviet Union, she said that communism doesn't increase anybody's wealth. It makes everybody poor, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's kind of the idea behind what we're talking about is the biblical system creates the most prosperity for the most amount of people. And that's not just me saying it. The atheist communist Chinese investigated the United States of America and found, after looking at our political system and our economic system and our system regarding our military strength and technology, that it was our religion, Christianity, that gave rise to the free market system and made the West great. That's the Chinese that came to that conclusion. Because if each individual is responsible for stewarding their part, then that can flourish. And in the early, and this is interesting, a lot of people don't know this, some of the first colonists tried socialism here in the United States, where certain people would be responsible for other people's crops, and it was an absolute failure. But when they switched to a free market system where you were responsible for your own crop, everyone prospered. Everyone did, because you had enough extra you could trade with others, and they benefited from it.
And when we come back from the break, we are going to be diving into some more exact quotes from the Communist Manifesto.
What if I told you could convert your 401k or your IRA into gold? While your retirement is being beat up by a volatile stock market and inflation, it could instead be resting safely in physical gold at a place of your own choosing, including your own business. Look, gold has increased 50% in just the last year. Stock market, it's been nothing but a roller coaster. So protect your retirement from market chaos by calling Verity Metals today.
All right, we're back from the break talking about communism. Straight up communism, straight up the Communist Manifesto, in which I'm reading from personally in my own private time to educate myself, to make sure I know what I'm talking about, and also to show you guys what the Communist Manifesto actually says. And I would be interested to see how many college students that are protesting for the Communist Socialist Party of America have actually read the Communist Manifesto. And if a lot of them have, good for you. And you want our country to be like that, go to somewhere that is a communist country, please, and leave this one alone. Thank you. Okay, so we were just talking about how if you were responsible for someone else's crops, it did not work.
It didn't work.
When you were responsible for your own crops, it worked.
It worked.
Listen to what Karl Marx says here. It has been objected that upon the abolition of private property, all work will cease and universal laziness will overtake us.
Yes, that is. And
so that is generally regarded as what we believe would happen.
Exactly.
And it is exactly what happens. I don't know if anybody remembers COVID when everybody lost their jobs. I lost my job. Did you lose your job? I did. Well, then we all got stimulus checks. I actually didn't qualify for that, so I was just really, really poor for a while. But yeah, everybody got money from the government. We didn't have to work, and we just kept getting money and money and money. And then when we were like, oh, everybody go back into work. Guess who didn't go back into work?
Yeah.
Pretty much everybody, because we were still getting money from the government.
You know, in the former Soviet Union, they had huge problems. They had to enact quotas out of manufacturing facilities because people weren't doing anything. They would just show up to work and not do anything. And this is exactly to the point that Karl Marx even recognized that his theory would fail here.
Yeah, and he also says there can no longer be any wage labor when there is no longer any capital.
Yes, because there would be no means of production. Yeah,
exactly. So my thought is here: who runs society in this situation? How does a society thrive in this situation? So there's no capital, there's no paying jobs. So what exactly do you do?
So there are several different types of government in the world. I'm just going to focus. There's really only two: a republic, rule of law, where no matter who's in power, you still have rights that are given to us by God, or an oligarchy. And so to answer your question, oligarchs run this. There's a chosen few who know better than everybody else the policies and everything to implement, and everybody else works. And they end up, interestingly, being the ones who get all the special privileges. Mm-hmm. I mean, the Chinese have an island that they go to, Chinese Communist Party leaders go to, and they get special treatment and massages and all this weird stuff happens on that island.
Sounds a lot like Epstein Island.
Yeah, it's weird.
Ask me.
But they all get that because they're in the elite. And so this idea that communism, everybody's going to be equal, it goes against human nature. It has never happened. And in fact, what does happen is death and destruction and thievery.
Yeah, and then what's even more interesting is his view on the family and his view on women. I was really confused when I was reading this particular passage last night because I was like, am I understanding this correctly? Is he just saying this really weirdly? But I believe that I am understanding this correctly. So first of all, the bourgeois, these words,
so
bourgeois and bourgeoisie.
Stop using bougie. It comes from communism. Stop using bougie. Everybody's using bougie out there, some kind of cool word.
I really don't like this word anymore because he uses it so much and I hate saying it. The bourgeois and the bourgeoisie, okay. And the bourgeois claptrap about the family and the education, about the hollowed correlation of parent and child, becomes all the more disgusting, the more by the action of modern industry, all family ties among the proletarians are torn asunder and their children transformed into simple articles of commerce and instruments of labor. So here I'm seeing that very, very poor people are forced to have their children working in factories and working to provide for their families. That is something that did happen. However, I find it funny that he called the bourgeois claptrap of family. Like, that feels like an old insult to me.
It is.
You know, that just feels like, I feel like he's like insulting the family there. He's like, oh, you claptrap family. I don't know what that means. So if that means something bad, I'm sorry. But here's the best part, guys. Are you ready? But you communists would introduce community of women, screams the whole bourgeoisie in chorus. The bourgeois sees in his wife a mere instrument of production. He hears that the instruments of production are to be exploited in common, and naturally can come to no other conclusion then that the lot of being common to all will likewise fall to the woman.
He is saying that women belong to the community.
And he's also saying that also like a regular family man is cheating on his wife and he doesn't respect her, he doesn't love her, he just sees her as a means to reproduce children.
Absent Christianity, maybe that is the case. I don't know, but the fact of the matter is that what he's saying is that the family needs to be abolished in this same stream of thought.
So here it is. For the rest, nothing is the more ridiculous than the virtuous indignation of our bourgeois at the community of women, which they pretend to be openly and officially established by the communists. The communists have no need to introduce community of women. It has existed almost from time immemorial. Our bourgeois are not content with having the wives and daughters of their proletarians at their disposal, not to speak of common prostitutes, take the greatest pleasure in seducing each other's wives. Bourgeois marriage is in reality a system of wives in common, and thus at the most, what the communists might possibly be reproached with is that they desire to introduce in substitution for a hypocritically concealed and openly legalized community of women. For the rest, it is self-evident that the abolition of the present system of production must bring with it the abolition of the community of women springing from that system, i.e. of prostitution, both public and private.
This is a reason, so there's a couple of things I want to highlight here. So here was the practical application of this.
It's gross.
Soviet army carried prostitutes behind them in BTRs, so behind their army, so they would have a community of women. In addition to that, Saul Alinsky here in the United States, famous communist here in the U.S., every time he would do, or not every time, but most of the time he would do interviews, and the ones that we have, he would have a prostitute on each arm. And this is the 1960s, so it was very scandalous at that time, 1950s and 60s, to have this guy sitting there, clearly flouting family and values and Christianity, just saying, I'm not going to pay attention to it. So, but this is the outgrowth of it, is no morals.
So I'm reading this correctly. He is saying that instead of having marriage and, a man cheating on his wife in secret, if that is
just be open about it.
Just like, we're just going to have community women.
That's right.
Like, she doesn't belong to him. She doesn't belong to him. She belongs to everyone. She's for the streets. She's for the boys. Here you go. Like, their property? Like,
Isn't that weird?
So this is so interesting to me because this made me make the connection between OnlyFans and like online prostitution and like all of these women who are like the sexual revolution.
Yep, it's an outgrowth of
socialism.
Yep.
Women are like, well, I don't want to get married. I don't want to belong to anybody, but I'll do all of this stuff. I'll get paid for my nudes or whatever I'll do, but I don't want to belong to one man. And I'm like, that's literally what they want. They just want women that are for everyone.
Yeah. He's turned people into property. Yep.
Into commodities.
Yes.
I don't like it.
Well, of course, you shouldn't like it. I mean, in Christianity, in the family, marriage between one man and one woman is the standard, the biblical standard. Adam and Eve, one man and one woman, and it's the best place to raise a child. And the whole point is not necessarily even about the husband and wife, but it's about the generational call that's on a family. From a Christian perspective, God has a purpose for every human being, and God has a purpose for the family. So what he wants to do is abolish all of that and just throw it into profligacy, no morals, abolish the family, abolish private property. Well, at that point, everything actually becomes a commodity if you think about it.
Well, then what is there to live for?
Exactly.
Like everything that I would say keeps a person motivated to get up in the morning. Not saying, Jesus should be your reason, but like, having a job, having a family, having people to provide for, having people in your life that care about you.
Everything can be bought. And in fact, that's what happened in the former Soviet system. It's still happening in communist systems today. That's why communist systems have huge black markets. It's because everything can be bought and sold.
It's so interesting because his view of things that hold value is so weirdly skewed.
The Christian understanding of free markets is that everything that I produce should edify the rest of humanity, should build up the rest of humanity, should move forward the rest of humanity. And so true entrepreneurs will find a gap in the system that fills a need and they will fill that need. And it's a very Christian thing to do. They're loving their neighbors in that way through the business sphere of influence. So communism, though, everything becomes a commodity. And now, if you hear the undertone here, it's really about envy. Communism is the gospel of envy. It's, I can get that woman if I want her. I can get that commodity if I want it.
Yeah.
Everything becomes about self. And actually what this is a screed of narcissism and making human beings selfish, because if they're not, they'll lose everything.
Well, because it's so interesting, because when I'm reading the manifesto and the book at the beginning, Capital, he was talking about the value of things, of commodities. And he's saying how certain things have intrinsic value because of the amount of labor it takes to produce said item. So diamonds have more value because they're rarer, fewer and far between. The amount of labor it takes to find a diamond and hone it and make it valuable, right? If it were as common as, dirt on the ground, it wouldn't have as much value, right? Because it doesn't take as much to produce it. But it's so interesting because he's showing you the value of things, but also trying to take away the value of things at the same time to make you think that you shouldn't want to have it. Because he's jealous because he doesn't have it.
But everybody wants it.
But it's so weird.
I know it's upside down.
But he's kind of smart. He's kind of a smart guy, because with the way that he writes this stuff, it's like you're kind of going, wait a minute, okay, well that's true. What you're saying about this is true, but the way you're saying it and what you're using this truth for doesn't feel right.
Yeah, it's actually a half truth. So
right.
So here he acknowledges the value of labor. Then he turns around and says it's not yours. Well, then whose is it?
Well, then he's also saying that human labor is just exploiting humankind.
And basically everything is an exploitation.
Exactly.
So in that case, then how are you exploit? See, the question would be to him, then what are you exploiting out of this book? And the answer is power. This is all about seizing
They
power.
actually do talk about that.
Yeah.
They actually say that this is about seizing power. It's so interesting because right after we're done talking about the group women, talking about group women, here we go. The communists are further reproached with desiring to abolish countries and nationality.
There it is.
There it is.
Because if
One
they
world order.
Yeah, if they can do that, then they can control everyone. And when we come back from the break, we're going to talk about how communism is genocide.
I told you could convert your 401k or your IRA into gold. While your retirement is being beat up by a volatile stock market and inflation, it could instead be resting safely in physical gold at a place of your own choosing, including your own business. Look, gold has increased 50% in just the last year. Stock market, it's been nothing but a roller coaster. So protect your retirement from market chaos by calling Verity Metals today.
And we're back from the break talking about how communism literally says in the manifesto that it would like to abolish countries and nations. And then it goes on to say the working men have no country. So if you are of the working class, you're blue collar, you do the hard labor, you got no country, guys.
So what happens if
we cannot take from them what they do not have, what they have not got, if we want to quote?
So what happens if I have a country? And you say I don't, but I say I do. What does that lead to?
Well, here we go. He says the proletariat must first of all acquire political supremacy, must rise to be the leading class of the nation, must constitute itself the nation. It is so far itself national, though not in the bourgeois sense of the word. So he's trying to say, I had to look up what the proletariat meant. It's a communist word used to describe the lowest of the lowest class. And they're saying, we don't like the bourgeoisie because they own everything, they rule everything. But in order for this to work, you have to ascend to political power, but not like they are. No, not like them. You're going to do it differently. But
through deception,
But it's the exact same thing.
So the system that Karl Marx created, Lenin operationalized and Mao perfected, and what you're seeing there is it raises questions. So Christianity is a nation in the sense of we are, as Christians, one ethnicity in the spirit. Okay. So the question then becomes, if I, as a Christian, say I'm not going to go along with your what? Oh, it's not a nation, but it actually sounds like one. It's a communist nation. He's advocating for a communist nation.
Yep.
So if I don't go along with it, what are you going to do? Well, eventually they have to wipe people out. That's why communism leads to genocide.
I believe he also did say that somewhere in here that it actually leads to action or violence.
Yeah, violence. And Lenin went further and said that the social roots of religion needed to be eliminated. And this is why, because the social roots of religion are inherently going to be opposed to the communists coming to power and establishing things, and establishing a communist nation. So eliminating people then becomes a core tenet. In fact, it's not even a core tenet. It is what communism is. It's abolishing private property. It's abolishing the family. It's abolishing nations and borders. And I would be even more specific. Communism is abolishing people. Communism, socialism is the deadliest, most horrific gangsterism in the history of the world. It has led to more deaths than any other system in the history of the world.
Yeah.
And immediately you'll have these ignorant atheists and other people that'll spout, what about the Christian Crusades? You're talking about 23 battles versus over 1,000 battles regarding Islam, and that was just in the West.
Yep.
So 500 battles in Spain alone. So let's not have moral equivalency there. That's not true. And the other part of this is that with the communists, and with communism, everywhere they've been, that's exactly what's happened. Millions, tens of millions have died in China. Millions died in Cambodia. Tens of millions died in the former Soviet Union, just to name a few.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Listen to what he says here about religion.
Well, can I say Jesus Christ is a nationalist?
You say that a lot.
I do, and this is why.
But we can say it again.
Because I'm trying to give moral clarity here. Jesus created nations in Genesis 10, he judges in Matthew 25, and nations continue on into eternity. They continue on until the new heaven and new earth come down. So we are inherently, as Christians, nationalistic in the sense that we recognize the right of nations to exist.
Yeah, here he actually mentions Christianity.
I'm sure he does.
In here. He says, when the ancient world was in its last throes, the ancient religions were overcome by Christianity. When Christian ideas succumbed in the 18th century to rationalist ideas, feudal society fought its death battle with the then revolutionary bourgeoisie. The ideas of religious liberty and freedom of conscience merely gave expression to the sway of free competition within the domain of knowledge. Undoubtedly, it will be said, religion, moral, philosophical, and juridical? I don't know how to say that. Okay. Whatever, we'll move on. Ideas have been modified in the course of historical development, but religion, morality, philosophy, political science, and law constantly survived this change. There are, besides, eternal truths such as freedom, justice, etc., that are common to all states of society. But communism abolishes eternal truths, it abolishes all religion and all morality, instead of constituting them on a new basis. It therefore acts in contradiction to all past historical experience. What does this accusation reduce itself to? The history of all past society has consisted in the development of class antagonisms that assumed different forms at different epochs. And then he goes on to say...
So he admits to when the communism abolishes all religion, truth, and morality.
All eternal truths, yes.
So, but he just said there were eternal truths. And so it's so interesting. So how can you abolish something that cannot be abolished? Number one. Number two, when you say abolishing religion, religion exists in the heart of people in the sense of relationship with God. So you're talking about abolishing people. You're talking about killing people. And that's why communism, very simply put, is the religion, the theopolitical construct of killing, stealing, and destroying. That's what it's about. Communism does not raise society up. It tears societies down.
I mean, it's clear. It's literally trying to tear down everything that we've set up, established as a world. And I mean, we go through here, we've got the 10 generally applicable things here by Marx that most communist societies should follow. 1, abolition of property in land and application of all rents of land to public purposes. Okay. 2, a heavy progressive or graduated income tax.
Why? Here's why.
Let
me explain this. So private property is capital. Okay,
Correct.
so it's the means of
He
production.
wants to take that away.
Yeah, so you take away the means of production because you take away the ability of people to fight back.
And you can no
against the
longer
system.
charge rent for people living on your land
Right.
because it's not yours.
So for people that aren't creating something off of their property, they're working for somebody.
Mhm.
So the way to deprive them of the ability to enjoy the fruits of their labor is through a progressive income tax.
Because it gets higher and higher.
Yeah, progressive income tax should be abolished in the United
This
States,
one
and I hope it
shocked
happens
me.
in our lifetime.
This one shocked me. 3, abolition of all right of inheritance.
Why?
So wealth can't be passed down.
Exactly. And you can't pass down freedom, liberty, generation to generation. In addition, what's fascinating about that is the scripture says that we have an inheritance.
Yep.
So again, contradicting the Bible directly.
Number 4, confiscation of the property of all immigrants and rebels.
So confiscation of all migrants.
It says immigrants. EMIGRANTS.
Yeah, immigrants.
That's what I
is
thought.
the same, and rebels.
Yep.
So anybody that they come against, they will steal their property. They will loot them. And that's exactly what they did. They actually went to the private farms in the Kula Key, put up a huge fight. The productive members of society put up a huge fight against the communists, and they seized their farms and their means of production and their ability to fight back. They stole it all.
So terrible.
Because communism doesn't create things. It loots, and then it will exist for a while as long as it can exist on the loot that it's taken, and then eventually it will collapse.
Yeah, because everyone's fallen under that collective laziness we
Right.
talked about earlier.
Right, which is why China right now is facing an existential crisis, because Trump understands this, and the Chinese, even though they had some liberalization of their economy, it's still not enough, and they're not able to compete truly.
Here it gets a little more interesting. Confiscation of credit in the hands of the state by means of a national bank with state capital and an exclusive monopoly. So earlier he's talking about how it's not fair that individuals have monopolies on certain means of production. So now we just want to shift that to only one person having access to the monopoly.
Yeah, see, the logical fallacy here is...
How does that make that better?
Yeah, exactly. The logical fallacy here is that he tries to make it sound like he's taking it from people and giving it to an organization, but organizations are run by people, right? So you're just giving it to fewer people that you select.
Exactly.
That's
and
it.
you being one of them because you started it.
Right. So the Federal Reserve System, the entire banking system that we have in the West right now was born out of the idea. There's a book written about it called The Creature from Jekyll Island, was born out of the idea of communism.
Ooh, that's not a good look, America. We should fix that.
We should get rid of the Federal
It's not-
Reserve.
It's
Amen.
not a good look. All right, number 6, centralization of the means of communication and transport in the hands of the state.
That's exactly public transit and PBS are communist.
So no
ideas,
cell phones.
come from communist ideas.
You can only call who the government says you can call.
Yeah.
You can only go where the government says you can go. You can't have your own car. What? They were saying how they want to take away all of our cars. And then they were saying they wanted us all to have electric cars. And if you didn't have an electric car, you couldn't drive on the road because of CO2 emissions.
So understand something, that there's some genius behind Elon Musk that needs to be said here, okay? And I'm not getting into the AI thing, and we've talked about that before, but having your own car that can drive yourself, that means even those people who are incapable of driving can get in a car and it can take them to where they want to go. It actually increases freedom in a sense where you don't have to have public transit anymore. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it is, public transit has always been a boondoggle. I mean, you can go here in Washington State, they were still trying to do light rail, even though we don't even have anywhere near population density to even justify it regarding just purely numbers, let alone policy, but just purely numbers. Don't even have it, right? So it should always be crushed in Washington State light rail because it's just.
I've used public transport in Europe in very dense cities. Like when I lived in Budapest for 6 months, I always used public transport.
Mm-hmm.
It was amazing.
Yeah.
I felt very safe. I felt very normal. I mean, because kind of everyone uses it there. I mean, I knew maybe 2 people that had lived there for 5-6 years that had gotten mugged. 2 out of everyone that I met there.
So the question is it government's role or job to do public transit? The answer is no. So should transit be privatized?
No.
See, this is the catch, isn't it?
What do you mean privatized?
Should a private company run
all the public transit?
No, just some of the public transportation system.
I don't know.
So this is what Elon Musk is getting to. If you have a car that can drive itself, I don't even have to get into any of those arguments. Because sometimes what happens with a privatizing of transit, it will go to certain winners who are handpicked. And again, you're back to the same idea of oligarchy, right? When it's decentralized, this is super critical. When transportation is decentralized to the individual,
right?
Now that argument goes out the window. Just like electrical generation, if every home has a small modular nuclear reactor combined with hydrogen fuel cells, all of a sudden you have every single house is generating their own electricity. That is completely independent, different, and it's actually a more resilient system.
Yeah.
Because public transportation has been the focus of terror attacks and some other things, congregation of people. If you have everything decentralized, it actually works better.
Yeah.
And so the idea behind free market economics is the more decentralized things can be in an economy, the better.
Yeah. All right. And number 7, extension of factories and instruments of production owned by the state, the bringing into cultivation of wastelands, and the improvement of the soil generally in accordance with a common plan.
This is the birth of environmentalism.
I was going to say, I have no idea what that meant.
It's the birth of environmentalism, just simply put. And here is one of the biggest objections to capitalism. And what some people will call crony capitalism, the idea that it's not truly capitalism, it's just different winners in the private sector being picked over other people. Okay. So there's only a certain amount of people that are winning. The biggest objection is, well, that has led to, pollution and all of these things that are negative for the environment. Therefore, there has to be some government oversight over those things. And that's where there's a lot of a debate today. But in his context, environmentalism is used as a control mechanism to control the entire economy and to control people.
Control land.
Which means controlling people, right? Because land is nothing if you don't have people on it to produce from it.
Yeah, it's so interesting how he speaks about land, how saying that land is the most valuable thing, but therefore has no value. It really makes no sense. Here's this one really gets me. Equal obligation of all to work. Establishment of industrial armies, especially for agriculture. So everyone has to work.
Yeah. The kolkhozniki, the collective farms, was a derogatory term for former Soviet Union, and even today. So kolkhoz, the collective farm folks, kicked off the farmers, and then they became the ones that worked the farms. Once again, production levels went way down. They were not very efficient, and Russian agriculture struggled for years, even when it was supposedly modernized to try to keep up with the West. This is why.
It's so interesting to me because he's just saying everybody has to work, but nobody's going to get paid like they should. Just doesn't make sense. All right, number 9, combination of agriculture with manufacturing industry, gradual abolition of the distinction between town and country by a more equitable distribution of the population over the country.
Yeah, so he doesn't like rural areas. I'm going to tell you why. Actually, Thomas Jefferson talks about this as a founding father of the United States. He talks about how the values that make a country great are always kept in rural areas because of their proximity to real life and to the cycles of life in the farm or the ranch. and therefore it is an incubator, and it is a preserver of those values over generations. So what Karl Marx is trying to get at here is he's trying to eviscerate those distinctions by having a certain amount of people moving and forcibly moved into the country. Seeing this in China right now, forcibly moved into the country so that they can't have generational instilling of values. Then some of those people in the country are moved into the city. So you have it mixed so it can't be passed down. So Thomas Jefferson really nailed this, hundreds of years in advance, that there is something about rural areas that really preserve the values of a nation and what makes a nation great. When we come back from the break, more on Das Kapital and the Communist Manifesto.
What if I told you you could convert your 401k or your IRA into gold? While your retirement is being beat up by a volatile stock market and inflation, it could instead be resting safely in physical gold at a place of your own choosing, including your own business. Look, gold has increased 50% in just the last year. Stock market, it's been nothing but a roller coaster. So protect your retirement from market chaos by calling Verity Metals today.
And we're back from the break with our final of the 10 principles, things that Karl Marx would like your communist country to follow. So, you're building your own little communist network. Here it is, straight from the horse's mouth. Number 10, free education for all children in public schools. Notice how he says in public schools. Okay. Abolition of child factory labor in its present form. Notice how he says in its present form. Combination of education with industrial production, etc.
So public education, as we know it today, was born in communism. And that's why decentralization of education, again, this is a very common theme here, is the solution. In fact, the founding fathers were all homeschooled in the sense that we would kind of think about it today. They had schools where they learned from home, or they would get together infrequently, but regularly. And if you see the centralization of education, what comes after that is centralization of ideas. Only certain ideas are taught in government schools. Other ideas are completely thrown out. And what's been interesting over the last 50 to 70 years is the ideas that are thrown out are always seemingly Christian. And that's why the return of the 10 Commandments is a historical document into our classrooms. Return of other documents like the Beatitudes into our classrooms as historical documents are so important, because if you don't know the foundational principles of a country, you're going to go right off a cliff with Karl Marx, and it's only 1 or 2 generations away from extinction. You're a republic.
I think it's interesting how he says abolition of child factory labor in its present form. I feel like that has some significant meaning. We always talk about how words have meaning. So he said, you read that, initially you go, oh, no more child factory labor. But then if you read it closer, it says in its present form.
In its present form.
So he's going to change it a little bit. This is my guess. I'm like, so therefore he could just change it and say, well, I did what I said I was going to do, because I said it wasn't going to exist how it used to exist. Now it's existing the way I want it to.
Right. So life for example, the former Soviet Union revolved around work. So they didn't outright abolish Christianity. What they would say is you need to work on Sundays. And so Christians wouldn't show up for work on Sundays. They would know who didn't show up for work, and they would presume they were Christians.
Yeah.
So they would enforce the work laws as ways of crushing the church on a Sunday. And then they would say internationally, oh, we have freedom of religion. It's right here in the Constitution of the Soviet Union. And it was, again, very disingenuous.
Yeah.
Because what they're trying to do, again, is make every single human being a commodity in the sense of labor.
When he says combination of education with industrial production, what does that mean?
You would educate people in tracks. Okay. So, and you can actually hear that today in some circles with educators about tracking kids. So, for example, if they decide you at 10 years old are showing an aptitude for welding, you're in the welding track. That's all you do. You go down that track through education, and
so you have absolutely no opportunity to do anything else.
Rest of your life, you're not doing that. Yeah. And so in America, That's like shocking to us because we have a sense that we can do whatever we put our mind to, whatever God calls us to, and succeed
Well, that's
at
so
that.
interesting because that, for me, that right there connects the sentence above it. Abolishing child factory labor the way it is now. Okay, well, now it's not just child factory labor. It's
education.
Oh, no. You're really good at this, little Jimmy. You should definitely go weld in that factory.
To learn.
You should go learn.
Yeah.
But he's literally doing the same thing. They're like, no, we're just educating him for the career we chose for him. We're not even his parents, but
that's right.
He's better than Jimmy, being accelerated in welding. Timmy is going to sew with the little girls and get his thumb caught in the giant sewing machine.
Typically in Slavic culture, that wouldn't happen, but okay.
Do they not? I mean, I don't know what they do.
It's very interesting. Now you can kind of hear it with Putin, right? Putin has come out totally against LGBTQ and come out against trans, all that stuff. He says, see the moral rot of the West, right? And it's really...
He doesn't think that there's gay people in his country.
Well, he knows there is, and he cracks down on them pretty hard. But it's interesting that he stands up and will say that now today. But really what that is an outgrowth of Slavic culture stemming back to the Eastern Roman Empire. That's where that kind of comes from.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's interesting because Karl Marx brings up, the Roman empires and the medieval times and how everything was the same for so long until America came around and just revolutionized the industrial world.
He's correct. Everything was the same. Everybody was ruled by kings.
Mm-hmm.
That was the default of the entire planet. Now, you might call him a chief. You might call him a different name, but it was essentially a king.
Emperor.
The world was ruled by
Tsar.
kings. When America came around, we, the people, became the government of the United States of America.
Yeah.
And as Christians, temple of the Holy Spirit, the body of the believer, presupposing that we're one believers and two show up so that the Holy Spirit can work through us. That was the genius of the founding fathers, was that God was speaking not through one man. God was speaking through community. And I want to say this again, because this is super important for especially Christians to get. The problem was the divine right of kings. The king would always say, well, I hear from God and this is it, even though it probably wasn't God. It was his own flesh or his own intellect. But when God speaks through community, it's very hard for that to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the fundamental Christian difference between systems there. And here we actually achieved where the people had a say and the people were the most prosperous in the history of the world. And the system is the best. And everybody knows it. And that's why they say, well, you can't say America's the best. Yes, we can. It is exceptional. This system worked and everybody else is trying to copy it.
You know what's interesting is this whole idea of like nationalism, and everyone says, oh, Christian nationalism is so bad. But you know what's interesting is I want Christian nationalism for every country. I would hope that if you're from Greece, you want Christian nationalism and have Christian values rule your nation. Yeah. If you're from Russia, I would hope that you would want that for your nation. If you're from Hungary, if you're from any other country in the world, Tanzania, I would hope that you would want that for your country.
And that's why it's really always been the target. Communism's target always.
Well, it's so interesting.
Has been Christianity and has been America.
Because it says here, this is what it thinks of political power. When in the course of developments, class distinctions have disappeared and all production has been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of the whole nation, the public power will lose its political character. Political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. If the proletariat during its contest with the bourgeoisie is compelled by the force of circumstances to organize itself as a class, if by means of a revolution it makes itself the ruling class and as such sweeps away by force the old conditions of production, then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of the classes generally, and will thereby have abolished its own supremacy as a class. In the place of the old bourgeois
nonsense.
I know. In the place of the old bourgeois society with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all.
Yeah, which is total and utter nonsense because it denies human nature.
I just feel like he just said so much and said literally nothing.
Yeah, he went around like this in a circle. He kind of sounded like Kamala Harris. So my point with what was said there in communism is that today it has been dressed up, it has been made cool. But all communism really is the constant critique, undermining, and destruction of traditional institutions to collapse a country. And again, aimed at one country, aimed at one religion. Christianity, aimed at America. So to fight this with the truth, you have to ask yourself some questions. Why has America lasted so long? Why has America created so many people and so much wealth and helped so many people around the world? Why is this the best system? Not a perfect system, but why is it the best system in the world that operates the best for the greatest good and the greatest amount of people? Why? Communism clearly only operates for a select few, clearly has led to death, destruction, and thievery around the world, everywhere it's been tried. And they're always like, well, you just didn't do it right.
Brings everyone down to one level.
Yeah, well, you guys just didn't do communism right. We're going to try it again, right? And it's because
Doesn't work so well.
Human nature requires competition. Human nature requires love. Human nature requires God and morals. And our republic requires morality rooted in Judeo-Christianity. Okay, so the original beliefs through Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, and then also rooted in the teachings of Jesus Christ specifically. And I'm not talking about Mosaic law here. I'm talking about thou shalt not kill, all right, or thou shalt not murder more appropriately. Thou shalt not envy.
Right.
Right. I'm talking about those things, the basic moral foundations of the country. It has to be rooted in that, our republic. Otherwise, the republic's going to lose its mooring, and there's going to be a war, physical war, when it's just a cultural war right now. And we are in a war of two different worldviews and cultures. One worldview won't let the other exist. One allows free and open debate, free markets, and wants prosperity for everyone.
I think it's interesting that as we dive deeper into the ideas of Karl Marx and the actual Communist Manifesto, we can kind of pick out the things that have been happening in society over the last 5-10 years. And we can really see the communist ideas that have infiltrated our society.
Yeah.
It's very clear, things that abolish eternal truths, things that have been true for so long, all of a sudden are not truth.
Yeah.
So there's boys and girls. For some reason, that's no longer a common truth.
Yep.
Marriage is between one man and one woman. For some reason, that's no longer a common truth.
Abolish the family.
Exactly. And now we're trying to abolish nations and borders.
Yeah.
Free and open immigration for everybody. How's that working out for Europe? How's that working out for England? Not so good. Not so good.
So what can you do? Teach your children and your grandchildren about the truth and why America is great. It's because it's been Christian.
Some light bedtime reading, the Communist Manifesto.
But make sure they know and don't sweep it under the rug. This is Matt Shea and Megan Needham once again with a Gen Z episode here at Patriot Radio. May God bless all of you. He is making this generation the greatest one. So keep up the fight.
the door, and you're locked in a battle with yourself on the floor. When the man with the power and the dollar says you ain't worth a cent, and your wings won't fly and your words won't flow, you can't force a smile and they won't leave you alone. I see the light in you, let it shine again. 'Cause you were born for the fire, raised by the storm, flavor together, loud and fun. Heart for the country, soul for the grit. We don't run, we rise, and we don't quit. Oh, we don't
Patriot family. Thank you so much for joining Out of Pocket Live with Allie and Michelle, as we are just totally out of pocket, as always. I mean, you
Totally
never know.
out of pocket. I'm in a bunker somewhere, undisclosed location.
Undisclosed location.
This is what happens when you run for school board. Allie's appreciating my yellow top, but I told her that it was a bargain.
And I'm like, listen, those of you that are saying she can't budget, her whole outfit costs $20. $20. That includes shipping and the Benadryl she's got to take.
The Benadryl because it came from China. Wow, I don't know. Do the glasses make me look smarter? I think my Democrat fan club would say no. But
honestly, I love the glasses. They're so cute. They're cute. I get a lot of compliments when I wear mine. So
you do. Well, so I like your hair up too. Like, can I just say I'm a fan of that sometimes too? But when you wear it up with glasses, I'm like, do not mess with her at all.
Yep, definitely that kind of woman for sure.
That kind of woman. If you don't know, you can find out. Welcome to Out of Pocket Live with Allie and Michelle. We're so grateful that you're here. Thank you, TalkRed, for the platform. Still don't know what you were thinking when you gave us the platform, but we've got a lot to discuss today, Allie. Rubio, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, of course, a Florida boy himself, goes on the record shooting down some things that they're saying about what's going on in Iran. The messaging is so important, right, Allie?
Absolutely. Messaging is important. I think a lot of people get that wrong, which is why they lean so heavily on moms when they need things messaged to the community, because nobody does it better than moms. We know how to break everything down kitchen table style. And luckily for you and I, we've been doing it for quite a while. So
that's right. That's right. And we won't stop. So, and then, we've got to also, speaking of moms, what happens when you lay down the law and do a punishment or a curfew? Don't go back on it, right? Well,
boundaries, right?
Boundaries. According to Chad Caton, Delaney, New Jersey, didn't follow through on that. We'll hear from him directly. Plus, we'll talk about everything Spencer Pratt, what you need to know, and how we can get involved to help him, because it's such a motivation. It feels like Trump 2.0 is what it feels like.
So exciting. It's so exciting. All right, you guys, keep it locked. Let's open that mic and get out of pocket.
Two queens, no filter, say what they feel. Allie and Michelle keep it way too real. Politics, family, yeah, we go there. If it's out of line, we don't care. It's out of pocket. It's out of pocket.
Can't really
feel
my coffee board.
I'm really liking this yellow, ma'am.
Are you liking the yellow?
I do. It's very summery. Very, very summery.
It's my color.
It's very, very summery. I'm stealing your shirt though, by the way, but I'm gonna have to re-up on my Benadryl. That's it.
Hey, listen, I did the Shein thing where you're supposed to like rinse it before you wear it, because
is it working? Did you put it in like peroxide?
No, you little shit.
No, because you'll change the color. You can't put peroxide.
Don't do that. That's a no. That's a no.
That's bleach.
Well, obviously, being out of the studio myself today, we are running solo as far as tech team. It is me and Allie all on our own today. So gremlins beware. Let's go ahead and get into it here. We've got this breaking the other day. Secretary Doug Burgum, he's talking about this waste that's been occurring in DC. Allie, remember the other day when we were talking about how Trump is like re-beautifying all the fountains in Washington,
Absolutely.
DC? Like they actually have water. It's not like the California reservoirs.
And there's no graffiti anywhere. It's gorgeous.
Yeah. Well, okay. So he's out of pocket by letting people know that 45,000 gallons of water per day actually was leaking out of that Lincoln reflecting pool. So where's all of our like tree huggers? Isn't this an issue? Yeah.
That is a lot.
Yeah. He said president's fixing the mess. But he also, he didn't say this, but I also read the other day, Allie, that even though they're fixing this mess, did you know they had somebody the other day that was pouring chemicals into the fountains, the leftist?
Oh my God, why? But like what?
Just to pollute it.
This is socialism, Marxism, communism, like all the isms, right?
All the isms.
Except for patriotism, because no patriot is going to vandalize something that is, you know, reminiscent of America's founding, or something that makes America feel like, you know, it's beautiful, right? We want things that are beautiful in our nation. I think this is crazy. Like, this is what socialism and communism and all those, that's what they want. They want to completely make everything that is America look terrible, so that,
and it's reflected
on
absolutely, and it's only because this is occurring under Trump, right? So first of all, they couldn't come up with the idea because they love chaos. That's the only way they get into power is through chaos.
Right.
So what causes you, Allie? Think about it. What causes you to be so crazy about one person in charge that you would sabotage things in your own country? This is a whole different type of lunacy.
It is 100%. It is very strange. I don't understand really where it comes from. That is a lie. I do understand where it comes from. It comes from the rhetoric that has been spilled over the last 10, 12 years through our media, which is why we advocate so hard for the repeal of the Smith Modernization Act, which would be the SPIN Act, right? The SPIN Act will essentially remove the modernization of the Smith Month Act, where it requires the news media to no longer use propaganda on the American people and to actually tell the truth, right? We can't lie to you anymore.
Absolutely. When we think about some of the chaos and some of the lies and some of the extreme measures that people go to show their disdain for one person, for President Trump. I love this. Dr. Oz had this to say, and I think it's kind of like that old analogy we say down here in the South: you can't fix stupid with duct tape. Well, he's got kind of the same analogy. Let's take a listen. 1 second.
One last question, but I do want. Okay, go ahead, ask me. I'll come to you. I have a GLP question. What's your question? Very
Do you
quick.
have any medical advice for the Americans out there that are suffering from a very serious ailment called Trump derangement syndrome?
I am concerned about folks who have focused their entire life energy on dislike of the president. It's disheartening to see people lost in that way, but you know, it's treating stupid is really hard, and that becomes a real problem. And these folks are off. Now, GLP-1s.
Well, there you got it.
But you know, sis, I like this question. Yeah. Is there any medical advice, Dr. Oz, that you can provide for the Americans that are suffering with Trump derangement syndrome or with the hate America syndrome? Because that's exactly what this is. It is a psychosis that completely takes over, where Trump is mentioned, or MAGA is mentioned, or America First is mentioned, and like the brain short circuits. And I am so serious. It is really strange to see. It's like, why wouldn't you want closed borders and safer communities? Why don't you want criminals locked up and put away and then sent back to their own country because they're raping, murdering, and pillaging our neighbors or our neighborhoods?
I remain energy independent and give parents their choices when it comes to the health of their child or the education of their child. Like,
exactly. Why don't you want why don't you want to protect girls' sports and keep boys out of girls' spaces? I don't understand. And the only reason that you can give me is because Orange man bad, and he's not even orange, y'all.
He's not even orange anymore. They corrected the tint, and I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful.
I don't understand. I'm really concerned.
Yeah,
I'm really concerned.
But you know, Allie, we even see it in the local level. Like, if you step out, and as Allie and I do in our local municipalities, in our legislature in the state, going to DC, anytime, even being a female, first of all, you're a female. And then if you're ethnically diverse, I think there's always this understanding that, oh, you're one of us, says the Democrats. And then when you're not, or when you don't line up perfectly with their message or ideology, or God forbid, even in MAGA, you don't line up 100%. It's like people, their brains short circuit.
Right. You know, there was one thing where there's people, especially in a lot of races that we're currently seeing right now, where you have representatives or candidates that are getting financial they're getting donors, right, that are from bigger corporations or whatever it is, right? And they're saying, well, when you get hundreds of thousands of dollars put into your PAC or to your political committee or donating to your political campaign or re-election for office or whatever it is, then you are beholden to those people that donate. Why are you, my question to those that are saying that is, why are you selling your votes like short? Why are you giving your power away to someone that is just offering money? And how many times have you called this specific or the other candidate or the representative who's running for re-election or for a different office to push policy? I have. And I know that that person and their staff knows me by name, knows me by phone number, and knows my email. Why? Because I am consistent.
So good,
and because of, and I can name like 6 policies that I've helped push that have become because of it. Even here in Florida.
And kill. Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? So like, can we please stop saying that we are giving our votes away, our right to vote away, and our power as we the people, the largest lobby, if you are not lobbying for your position?
Yeah. Oh, I love that. And that where I see it most, Allie, is that, okay, first of all, the fundraising element, and we're just kind of going off a little bit for those of you that, because we're coming into election, the election cycle, the fundraising element of it is like, I wish it didn't take money to win elections. I wish that I didn't have to put my name in front of you 7 times for it to actually click. And this is not me like being mean to you. This is what studies show. You have to name recognition at least 7 times. That's if you even go to vote. Trying to get people off their best intentions to go vote is a whole nother push. So I wish we didn't have to do any of this. I wish we could just, door knock and, pass things out. And that was the only thing that we had to do. But because it takes this TV, multimedia, like Roku advertising, because it takes all this, it takes money. And when you look at where the donors are, I'm sorry, a lot of the people that donate to candidates, they do come from a certain financial background.
Right.
They're successful. And it's hard because grassroots candidates largely depend on, grassroots funding, which is great. It's not that it can't be done. It's just that it takes money. So as a grassroots person myself, if I don't have the means to donate and help my candidates get across the finish line, I'm not going to scream, cry, and yell and pout if they are taking funds. What I'm gonna be upset about is if it changes your positions, if it changes your vote, if you no longer answer my call, you're answering just their call. Do you see what I mean?
But if there's no proof to that, then how can you say that? And if you're not donating to that person, then how can you say that? And if you're not engaging in that person and asking that person questions that you have, and instead you're going on Facebook or any kind of social media and you're blasting it, then you're in the wrong. And I'm sorry to say that. Actually, I'm not sorry to say that. And you might call me out of pocket, but welcome to my show.
Allie, I had somebody the other day, and if you're going to comment on our platforms publicly, it's public. But I had somebody the other day say on one of my posts that congressman had endorsed me, right? So when you're talking congressional, you're talking Washington, D.C. They typically don't throw their hats in a county race as far as putting support, but they like to support winners. So just chimed in somebody and said, does this mean he's got your ear and you're going to listen to him more than you listen to constituents? And I had to say, first of all, thank you for the comment. If it's an honest question, let's have an honest discussion. But is this a typical, like, are congressional candidates looking to sway things at the county school board level? Name one thing that a congressional elected representative would want to sway at a school board level? I don't think I have that kind of swag.
Hold on. You mean the dismantling of the Department of Education? Because that is what occurred on the federal level. And that's what this congressman pushed on the federal level, but is codified into law on the state level, which means that as a school board member, it is my responsibility to push the policy that comes out of the Department of Education of Florida. Is that what you mean?
It's not knowing those roles, right? Of how
Right.
local government functions, but it's also just the I have to assume that one way is good and the other way is automatically bad.
Well,
And then
you know what they say about people who assume, right?
Take an ass out of you and me.
But I am no ass. So keep yours to yourself, please. Stop showing it because nobody wants to see that.
Well, somebody who showed his arse not that long ago, just the other day, was this Booker guy. What is his first name? Cory
Booker?
Booker, I think that's who it is. Anyway, starting to, Marco Rubio is giving his updates as Secretary of State in front of Congress. Are you good?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. And as he's giving his updates, obviously the left is trying to hijack narratives and trying to push narratives. And I love that he gets so out of pocket here. Congratulations, Marco Rubio, for being out of pocket. Let's take a listen to what he had to say as they try to lie on Trump.
And now we're begging to get back into a deal that you all trashed in the first place.
There's no one begging. I don't
Clearly,
know.
this is
Senator
Senator Booker, your time's up.
But
Senator
can I just-
Rubio, since he's
I do
gone
want to
over,
address
you
some
can
of these points
respond.
because they go to the heart of the matter. No one's begging for anything here. The Iranians might be begging because their economy's losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day. That they are losing. Understand, Iran had street protests going on before all of this started. All of those factors, economic factors in Iran, are far worse today than they were 6 months ago when those protests were happening. They have hyperinflation. Their currency's completely devalued. They're struggling to make payroll for their government workers. Iran is in a very serious situation. And if it was up to the political class there, and I understand everybody there is sort of radical in some way, but if it was up to the people that actually go to elections and wear the suits and you see on TV, they'd probably make a deal tomorrow. It's the issue they're facing is that the supreme leader and the IRGC Corps are a little bit more immune from those pressures until they can be convinced otherwise. And I think that's the direction that they're moving in, because the reality, I don't know where you're getting this perception that Iran is stronger. Iran has no navy left. They've lost a substantial percentage of their defense industrial base. That Iran has lost a substantial percentage of their missile launchers, and their economy is far worse today, and I mean far worse today, than it was 6 to 9 months ago. And they are looking at hundreds of billions of dollars of reconstruction costs just to get to where they were 6 months ago.
Oh, there you have it.
You.
Thank you.
My gosh, about time, right? This is what happens. The questions that Cory Booker, I guess, is asking or was asking, or the left usually asks. They never ask pertinent questions to the issue of the hearing. They always grandstand and grandiose and talk about Trump and talk about themselves instead of actually asking pertinent questions about the issue that can assist the American people. But what I love about Marco Rubio is that he gets straight to the point and dismantles the messaging, the false messaging that is being pushed by the left.
Yes, definitely. And he doubled down on it and went back at the end and said, I don't know where you're getting this information, because what we've learned from Nancy Pelosi, years ago, right? She called it the something sweep, the smear sweep,
maybe
smear campaign. So what they do is they go out and they give an interview and they give their talking points of what they think is happening. Somebody like Cory Booker, and somebody reports on it, CNN. And then it's a CNN headline. And then now they're using that as validation to say, well, CNN said it. So
yeah, they'll submit it to the record.
So if you don't get in there and say, whoa, nope, I'm going to set the record straight, which requires, this is the thing about leadership. And I know we talk about running for office a lot, but this is why it's so important. I would rather see somebody who maybe needs a little training in this or that, or isn't necessarily an attorney or a doctor or whatever, running for some of these positions, provided that they have the ability to do what he just did there. Push back, ask the questions, reiterate, no, you're wrong, because we can't get these go along to get along type politicians. That's what we really should be concerned about when we're looking at candidates, I think.
And honestly, those Americans that are saying that this is a war and that this isn't America, didn't vote for this, and how is this America first? It is America first because we have crippled Iranians' capabilities. It doesn't matter what the IRGC is doing, and the reason why that they are immune to certain negotiations that the ones in suits would normally like bend the knee to in the negotiation with President Trump is because they're cartel. They are a form of terrorism. It is a terrorist organization that has captured the government of Iran, just like it would be the same thing as MS-13 capturing the government of Mexico. So I don't understand where the misconception is. But again, it has to do with messaging. You have to make sure that you're actually listening to what they're trying to do. If Iran has nuclear capabilities, it's not just America that suffers. It's everyone that is in our alliance that suffers. It's everyone that is around Iran that suffers as well. It will become a third world war. And that is exactly what President Trump is trying to prevent. So yes, it is America first, because he is protecting Americans, he's protecting Americans' interests, and he's protecting our global standing by putting us as a force, one of the forefront forces of global standing in general. So once again,
I love that, Allie. This is how you tie in what's happened in Venezuela, what's happened in the Middle East with America first. And it wasn't, of course, I think everybody was kind of shocked at how we've gone into Iran and what we've not into, but you know what I mean, how we've been surrounded in that atmosphere of the Middle East where we haven't had boots on the ground there. But what I think is interesting is that we remember not that long ago, a few years ago, where so many things were this close to cracking into a globalist society. And it started with our dollar, obviously the petrodollar. When they hijacked that and they formed BRICS, which was all these other nations that do not want to see good done by the United States of America. When they started championing together, I knew I was getting nervous. Like, well, this is how they take down entire nations. Really, is they devalue their currency. So, as independent as we are here with our resources for energy, what I see happening with the way that this chess game is played out in the Middle East is that it's crippling Iran. It's not allowing for Russia and Iran and China to all create this trilogy when it comes to helping them and each other with their resources. And they're having to come to places like Venezuela and the United States for our oil and resources. This solidifies the petrodollar, the need for a petrodollar, our American currency, our American way of life, our American resources. It puts America first again on the global stage, right?
It does. 100%. 100%. Sorry, I just got a very important text message about a question. And I'm like, I need to answer this. I'm so sorry.
Oh my gosh, you're so cute. Well, Allie, you said this the other day in one of our shows, talking about Tina Peters. I don't know. How would you even tell the story of Tina Peters? Because this is something that hits home. She's a Gold Star mom from a family of veterans, and entered the election cycle. And Tina Peters really, I don't know. She stood up for election integrity, I think, before it was really cool to do that, maybe before Mike Lindell. And she was just doing her job, right? She worked for the elections department in her state. And so what happened?
Did.
If we could bring our viewers up to speed.
I think what happened was during the election, she was capturing or downloading what was in the machine as she was supposed to. She was doing her job the right way. Right. And the local officials decided that that was not accurate, or that she wasn't supposed to be doing that, because it was capturing real time what was going on in the elections. And it was forming a paper trail, if you will, like a screenshot of, like, you know how, like, if you're in a message with someone that might be a little toxic or maybe not, and you don't really know. And so you're just taking screenshots just, to hold on to for later. So
and going, bestie, what do you think?
You know what I mean? Just have proof or something to reference, like, this is what this was at this time, so that if it does come back, that's not what it shows on a national news station, that you actually have proof you can go back to and say, no, this is really what it is. They decided to arrest her. She's been in prison, I believe, for over a year. Over a few years. It's been a few years.
It's been a few years because it was before we were still doing open mic. We had just started open mic, I think, when it started. So, guys, the reason I bring this
2024, wasn't it?
I think so. This is yes, because it was the 2024 election. But here's what I want you guys to see. She is now out. 2020, but she went. The trial was in 2024 because I remember we almost went to the trial.
Yes.
No, maybe it was 2023.
So much.
Don't quote me. But anyway, all that to say, here is Tina Peters herself. I want you guys to listen to her. She said she was just doing her job, exposing, there we go, the overthrow of the U.S. government, she says, on November 3rd of 2020. Take a listen.
My name is Tina Peters. According to the media, I'm a Trump-supporting election fraud conspiracy theorist, guilty of perpetuating the big lie.
You may have gone to bed thinking this election was headed one way, and then you woke up and you saw things were different, and maybe...
In full transparency, I did support Donald Trump in 2020 because I sincerely believed the alternative would be harmful to the future of our nation. By admitting that, I realize I've already lost some of you. That's how polarized and divided we've become. Politicians and the media have done a good job in wiring our minds to distrust anyone who thinks differently.
The biggest terror threat in this country comes from radicals on the far right. It's not just the far left wackos.
It's always been a game of divide and conquer. To gain the power and control they desire, our selected leaders will stop at nothing to destroy the lives and reputations of anyone who dare call out their big lies.
You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
President Biden has tested positive again.
Perhaps the greatest flaw in our human design is our propensity to forget.
Nicotine is not addictive. Weapons of mass destruction.
It seems every 4 years, the losing side cries.
That our voting machines are too vulnerable.
It is the voting machines that pose some of the greatest risks.
And when they win, they claim.
This is the most secure election in our history.
Most secure in American history. A very safe and secure 2020 election.
The 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history.
If our nation's voting machines were so vulnerable in the 2016 election, what changed in 2020? Nothing but the narrative. Before I was known as a crazy conspiracy theorist, I was a cancer survivor, a wife, and a Gold Star mom. In 2018, I was elected by the people of Mesa County to serve as their elections clerk and recorder. After the 2020 election, I was contacted by numerous individuals who all shared concern about the integrity of our local voting system. Considering my vantage point, I was certain that if there was any election irregularities, I would be the first to see them. It wasn't until the city council elections in April
Here's a look at the unofficial results.
that I began to see things that I couldn't unsee. What I witnessed with my own eyes warranted a thorough investigation.
Former Mesa County Clerk Tina Peters sentenced to 9 years of incarceration.
Former Mesa County Clerk and Recorder is demanding her release from jail as she challenges her election interference convictions.
Peters is asking a federal court to free her from jail while she appeals her state conviction. This is the first time the Trump administration is getting involved in a state-level process.
Well, and so she is out.
I can't wait to see that full documentary, ma'am.
It's going to be pretty good. It's going to be good. And I think this is why it's so important too, is because this is somebody that was you elected to a position and then they went in there and did their job. And then, I mean, think of how frightening this is to be elected, Allie, to do your job, and then to have somebody claim that because you did your job, it didn't fit their narrative. So now they're going to charge you. And if you have a woke enough attorney general and, you know, one of these crazy district judges, I mean, you can put anybody behind bars for a little while. And that's the punishment. The punishment is the process, right?
Right. And I think this is why there is a fund, right, that President Trump wants to have a fund for those that have been weaponized by the Department of Justice under President Biden, because that, or any government agency under President Biden during that time, because these situations have occurred like this.
Yeah.
And it is unfortunate. This is not American justice at all, by any shape or form. When you are hired to do your job and you do your job and you do it well enough, and then you have someone that's, you know, above you or whatever, saying that you didn't do your job because it doesn't fit their narrative, and they arrest you for it and jail you. I mean, how is that American? It's shocking. It's quite scary. And I can't wait for this documentary to come out. I think it's going to shock a lot of people. I think it's going to wake a lot of people up that haven't been. I mean, I don't even know. Honestly, I feel like more middle of the ground folks that are kind of a little more open-minded to what this actually looked like.
Yeah.
We'll go see it. And those that are on the right, obviously, will go see it. I doubt anyone on the left will go see it. That is like so far left, they're socialists. So I don't know. But I hope it does well, because this is a story that needs to be told, and it needs to be shared, and it needs to be put in our history books for our children to know about.
And this is why if you're living in a district where, you know, I mean, most of us, we elect our supervisor of elections, but check those departments where you're located, because they are very, very, it's like your sheriff, very, very, very important. So we will keep you up to date on Tina Peters. I got to put the glasses on, because we're going to do our Liberty Cigars ad just a little bit different today. Here is, guys, if you want to support your out-of-pocket ladies, go to libertycigars.com. You can take a look. They've got many different series here. The Founder Series. It's like history and artwork in a box. Like that who doesn't want that as a gift? Father's Day.
I wouldn't even smoke them, honestly. Like they would just sit in a humidor, because they're so elegant. They're so well put together. The artwork is fantastic. It's done by John Adams' wife. I believe her name is Elizabeth. And like, it's just, the flavor profile is amazing. We wouldn't promote something that we haven't tried. I've tried them. They're great. Yes, it's an amazing thing. And then they're conversation starters. Like, oh, where did you get that from? Especially when you're in politics, right? Like, the cigars are one of the things that has always been a part of, you know, this kind of process, right? When you're politicking or you're philosophizing, that's just something that you do. You sit around, you know, the table, and you play poker, or you play cards, or you play something, and you share stories. Why not share a story with one of the most amazing cigars made here in America, crafted in America, with Americans in mind?
Absolutely, guys. Go to libertycigars.com. Use promo code It's Old. It still works. Open mic, MIC. You guys will save 10%, and you'll also be helping out your out-of-pocket ladies. So thank you so much to Liberty Cigars for that. And I think we're going to want them because, you know, we've got America 250 around the corner. I got a birthday coming up in July.
Coming, right? Like, our Independence Day is here. We're going to have the UFC fights on, I believe, the 14th.
June 14th.
Of June, and or July. Is it June 14th or July 14th?
June. Well, I know there's one coming up on June 14th. I don't know if there's another one. Okay. I don't know if that's the one where they're building that huge like dome thing in front of the White House. I'm like,
yeah, I mean, that's exciting. Wow.
Biden gives us topless trans individuals on the White House lawn. Trump gives us an MMA ring. I mean, I don't know. Like,
I would much rather have
be sweat on the White House lawn.
Yep, I would much rather have the MMA ring, to be honest with you.
If I got to lurk at shirtless, I'd rather be. No,
I'd rather see grown men pummel each other than, you know, any alternative that is sexualized, in my opinion.
Yes. Amen. Amen, Allie.
We used to have bare knuckle brawls back then, and like it is the most American sport. Boxing is just, it's an American sport. Like,
it is. When it's done, men versus men, women versus women. When you try to get a man in a woman's ring like that, then it's called battery, domestic violence.
It's called violence, domestic violence, for sure.
For sure. Well, Allie, we're going to get a little bit local here in a moment, because there is a heated governor's race going on right here in Florida. I think everybody and their cousin
about it, girl.
Everybody and their cousin is now on the
political experts.
And on the ticket, I mean, I think we've got what, 28 people on the ballot for governor.
Yeah, and like the top 3 are like the bottom 2 are at like 6 and 2%, and Byron is like at 90. I don't understand.
I just saw he's got $81 million raised, which listen, I'm going to tell you that it's not as simple. Whoever raises the most money must be corrupt, because people want to get behind winners. And when Trump gives you the nod, and it's people understand, like, okay, that's the
And honestly, if you truly believe that whoever has the most money is the most corrupt, and they also have a Trump endorsement and traveled the entire United States missing congressional votes, but actually kind of didn't, trying to get more Black people out to vote for the most influential president we've seen in our lifetime. So does that mean that President Trump, you think he is corrupt as well? I'm confused as to how you come to that understanding.
I love it, Allie. I love it. Well, in this new era of how people are advertising for their political campaigns and political advertisements, you've seen it. We saw it the other day when we played for you some of what Spencer Pratt has done. So a lot of people are using these AI generated, ads, they're catchy. It holds my attention. I think it's an art form to be able to use these tools that we have. But I'm going to play this for our viewers. I just want to see what y'all think about this. This was put out by Jay Collins' camp. Now, they said, I was reading in this post, it says their supporters have outdone themselves. So I think they're saying, the Collins War Room is saying, Jay Collins didn't do this. This is supporters of Jay Collins, I guess, that put this together. But let me know what you think of this, guys. Take a watch.
Please don't allow any more data centers. My electricity bill has already gone up 4 times and we don't have any more clean water. Get this peasant out of my office.
Please stop. You're hurting him.
What's wrong, honey?
I had a nightmare that I didn't vote in the August 18th Republican primary.
The first thing that came to my mind was holy propaganda. The second thing is cool creativity. I mean, bravo, great creativity. Would probably make a great cartoon. I don't know. But propaganda, like, that is exactly what this is. There's no facts at all in that
Well, and it felt to me like I was watching fear porn.
That too. Well, that's what I mean. It's fear propaganda.
So here's what I didn't appreciate. I can listen. Slapstick humor is funny. I
Yes.
love some of what Spencer Pratt did. I love a little bit of sass and a little bit of feistiness. But when I see an AI image of Jay Collins punching people and then actually kicking, it looked like AI generated
Hydraulics with the
kicking Byron Donalds, I think about
political violence.
Well, yes. And if it's not okay, it's not ever okay. Would there have been a better way to tell the story of what they're obviously saying? They're trying to make the argument that he's bought by AI and big weed and all that. But which, whatever, you can think that if you want to, but it took a weird turn there, and I don't know. Allie, I don't think we're the only ones who thought that something was up. I saw this. Of course, we love Representative Luna, Anna Paulina Luna. I'm just going to show you what her post said. She said, based on what I've seen online, not one Florida gubernatorial candidate has condemned the death threat against Byron Donalds. So did you know there was a recent death threat and his staff threatening to blow up his office? So is it not okay if it happens to you or your family, but okay if it happens to Byron? So what she's saying here is that, and this came out, I saw there were a couple of representatives that had commented about this particular ad and just like the questioning of it, because the timing was really poorly timed, because there was a recent death threat against gubernatorial candidate Byron Donalds. So I don't know what is our responsibility as candidates to, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't count.
If we're condemning any and all political violence, right? Like there's a difference between a cartoon image or like an AI image of people throwing, rotten tomatoes, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Versus the actual candidate. Because Spencer Pratt, no relation, didn't actually in the AI ad throw any kind of fruit or anything at the candidates like Karen Bass, at the mayor, at what's her name? Kamala. Nobody, he didn't do any of that. It was other people, right? I think that might be the difference. And it's just fruit. It's not like an actual like a physical violence, like blood coming out of the face. Like that's a little different. I think when you have this kind of thing, it kind of points to one, it is very badly timed. I don't know if everyone knew about the death threat against gubernatorial candidate and still congressman, still serving as a congressman in our United States House of Representatives, by the way, which our president has been shot at, I don't know, several times. And has even taken a bullet, y'all. And we also had people threaten bomb threats, right? We've had crashes, people taking their cars and crashing into our White House barricades. We've had one of our own, Charlie Kirk, shot, murdered on national television, right? And you're going to exemplify and magnify even an AI version of any kind of violence towards our first responders, our not our military, but our police officers, the Secret Service, and another candidate who is also a congressman. I think is just very, very poorly taste. It's in poor taste.
Knowing somewhat about Jay and Layla Collins, I think I was hoping that maybe there would be a statement from them on a video like this to say, this is hugely creative. We love your passion, because you do sometimes get supporters that act and behave in a certain way that you ask for,
we can't control that.
Yeah, thank you. But we're a little uncomfortable with some of the images in this, but thanks for the energy. And then certainly once there is a death threat against your opponent,
because honestly, at the end of the day, you're still colleagues.
Yes.
It's not.
They'll end up working together in some way, shape, or form.
I don't think so. There has been some talk that like nobody a part of their campaign is going to have a job after this, like that. Yeah. Because I just, especially if you're pushing it forward, I just don't see how. I don't think the American people have, especially those of us who witnessed the loss of Charlie, especially those of us who witnessed Butler, Pennsylvania, especially those of us who are watching live on TV the correspondence dinner. I don't think the American people have stomach for this anymore. I'm very, very concerned about this, because you're making it something that is personal. That's not personal. It is politics. And I even in the midst of this, I might be up against other colleagues during doing other things, and it's not something that's personal. We still can have a a civil conversation and be civil with each other and still be comrades, right? Like it's like
ideally, yes.
Ideally, right? Like that's how it's not personal. It's just it's politics. But there's a way to do it with tact, and I think that this was extremely tactless.
Yeah. And again, I've had people that have said, oh, somebody posted this about your opponent. And I'm like, well, it's not like, I'm not the First Amendment police, but I'm just saying, like, you can say, yeah, that might have gone too far, but I think that's the responsible thing to do when you're.
What I'm worried about is if you do come out and say, because I'm probably going to get all kinds of emails and all kinds of hate because of this and because of my stance on it. And I actually don't really care what you think about it. It's my opinion, and you can feel about it how you want to. But at the end of the day, it's already contentious because he's Black. It's already contentious because he's a Black Republican. Yes. Do you not understand the kinds of threats that we get for being brown and being Republican and being outspoken?
I think it needs to be said, Allie. It is real. It's real. I've been with you when it's happened. And I almost can't believe the flack that you get.
I'm just like, the audacity. And just because you've served in the military does not trump the fact that he's also served in some kind of capacity for our government, for the people of the United States of America, because at the end of the day, you still raise your right hand and take the same oath. So one service is not better than the other.
And lately, you're also walking into a battleground.
Right. And it's not a battleground of kinetics. It's a battleground of ideology. It's a battleground of policy, which he has experience. Guys, did you not know that he was one of the first co-sponsors of the Parental Bill of Rights that took like 6 years to freaking pass?
Okay, hold on. If we're going to do this, yes, that part. And the other contender for Florida governor, former Speaker Renner, it was like pulling teeth to get them to try to do anything about parental rights because it wasn't the sexy thing at the time.
Like, and and I'm going to tie this into the beginning of our show. What Tina Peterson said about how quickly the American people forget. She's not lying. This was only a few years ago. This was 6 years ago, you guys. And if it weren't for moms and it weren't for parents constantly calling and constantly emailing and constantly going up to Tallahassee and constantly going to delegation meetings and going to their local offices, if it weren't for moms and parents, Florida would not have a parental bill of rights. Florida would not have a parental bill of rights in education. Florida would not have education choice. Florida would not be a constitutional carry state. Florida would not be the tip of the spear in the nation if it weren't for our parents first.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Which is why that's what the teachers union is trying to target now, is all of our parents who participated in school choice. That tell me that you're not always on the wrong side of every issue. Allie, I do want to get to this because I know this is our friend Chad Caton. He has been on the ground there in Delaney, New Jersey, guys. This is going to make your blood boil. So he's on the ground there in Delaney. They imposed a curfew to try to get wraps on a grip on what's taking place outside the ICE facility there in Delaney, New Jersey. We reported it here, guys, that what the issue was is that some people in the prison or in the ICE detention facility are saying they don't like that they're not getting certain foods because it's not halal, whatever. So they're on an eating strike, and they've come out and say, listen.
Isn't that what you say to your kids? Look, I'm not making 18 different meals. You're going to eat what you're given, and you're going to give thanks to the Lord, period.
Unless you're me.
Or you're going to go to bed hungry.
But you're right. You're going to go to bed hungry. So now they're having this riot outside. I want you guys to take a quick look. What happened is they lifted the curfew. So the New Jersey government has basically gone back on the discipline. Let's take a look.
Hold on. Let us move away and let them get a few feet away. Mr. President, be careful. My brother, come over here. Hold on. See, hey, get the phone. I got the rest. Don't touch me. Thank you. I'll replace this.
Back a little bit here. Again, what happened to the curfew? What happened to the curfew? Some are asking.
In
This is a
my
big mistake.
opinion, if you have a curfew, you're supposed to keep it. That's like telling your child, no, you cannot drive my car past 8 p.m. If you come home at 8:01, I'm taking the keys and you get revoked privilege.
Yeah.
And that teaches the child, right, responsibility. It teaches them consequences to their actions. It's
Right.
not, oh, because you were on good behavior, or, oh, because you came home late because you were grabbing gas, does not excuse the fact that you came home late.
Right.
You have to set boundaries. And like you were saying the other day in our other episode this week, where children, especially their peers, their teens, they want stricter consequences for their actions up front.
Yeah.
Because it no longer gives them an excuse. They learn curbed behavior. You have to nip it in the bud. And if you wait and push it out, you'll end up getting streets. These streets are on fire, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's so true. And I had somebody comment back and say, well, they're being peaceful right now, but there was a curfew in effect for a reason. And these people aren't going anywhere. They're sitting around waiting for the next opportunity because it's highly funded, y'all.
If you give someone the benefit of the doubt too often, they take the benefit of the doubt for granted, right? Like you end up with these teen takeovers.
Yeah.
Which also seem to be maybe largely funded. I don't know.
We did a policy here in our school district, Allie, that the left went crazy about because we tried to nip it in the bud. Students walking out of class to protest. We said your butt needs to be in a seat during the day when you're supposed to. If you want to do it in the evening or like Saturday, that's fine. But this is why. Because now look at what's coming your way. Teen takeovers. Now it's going to take over your business. It's going to take over I used to feel so bad because we'd hit summer and like all of these businesses and like places where kids would go hang out. They'd be like, oh, we don't want all these young people. And I'm like, they're young. They don't have anything to do. But this is not helping that case. You know what I mean? Like you're making it. Yeah. It's crazy.
Nope. It's wild. They need more activities and they need to get off their phones.
Get a job.
Get a job. Go work at Disney.
Go volunteer.
Go somewhere.
Go cut someone's grass.
Pick up trash. Like go feed the homeless. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like it's just I don't think people have much of a drive for much of anything productive anymore. And idle hands creates chaos.
That's right. That's right. Well, guys, we're going to give you just a little bit of perspective and a little bit of history on why what's taking place in LA is so historic with Spencer Pratt. Obviously, him and Karen Bass, we now know, will be going into a runoff election in November. Here is what Karen Bass doesn't want you guys to see. She definitely doesn't want you to remember. Take a look. Empty resume. Fast forward.
And they're being forbidden, by the way, to rebuild.
Yes, they're being forbidden to rebuild. Well, it makes me wonder what that property's worth and what big major high roller wants to come in and put something else there. I mean,
will it be like a data center? I don't know.
They got water shortages there. They can't do that.
Will it be believe? Like what the? I can't.
But it was nice to see the reaction of Spencer Pratt as he finds out, that obviously there's another 5 months to go. Let's take a quick listen.
Do you see an uphill battle in the next 5 months? Absolutely not. I think the next 5 months I'm going to have time to build out this team to show everybody the level of Democratic supporters that I have behind me, the heavy hitters that are in this room that are all behind me. And I think this idea that I don't represent Democrats and Republicans and independents, anyone that's just a Los Angeles citizen that wants basic quality of life, I'll be able to show that in 5 months. Right now, the media likes to say, oh, he's this. I'm not that. I'm an Angelino who said enough is enough, and I had to step up. I didn't know I'd be here tonight, but it's obviously God's plan, and I'm going to go all the way, and I'm going to show everybody that I'm their mayor.
Wow. Congratulations, Spencer Pratt. I am so excited to see what comes of this. Hopefully we don't get in the middle of the night ballots that come in. It's crazy. There's already some suspicions going on that we found out about yesterday. So
yeah,
I don't know. They're saying like 3 hours and no votes for Pratt. Like that doesn't make any sense. So I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, and you're right, Allie. And so when it's solidified that we believe that he's going on to the election in November, him and Karen Bass. Somebody said on one of our posts, like, just okay, so you know how you want, first of all, we want the Save America Act passed nationally, but you know how the state of California does not check IDs. They do not do voter ID. So if you want to implement voter ID in California, maybe it's a thing where like everybody just like, what if everybody showed up in California to vote for Spencer Pratt? I bet they would start like checking IDs.
They probably would, to be honest with you.
Because that's when they only are moved, is when you actually do you play their own game.
And also, it doesn't end with mayor.
Oh, not at all. Did you see this?
Mayor is that you need to have and make sure that you have a good city council, a good board.
So the school choice warrior out there in California, her name is Sonia Shaw. She's now also, Allie, advancing to the November election for California Superintendent of Public Instruction. Wow. It says here, the opponent, Richard Barrera, was endorsed by the California Teachers Union. So this is a huge win for our Californians out there who want to make sure that, we can still keep California.
Do you know anything about Chad Bianco? Because I know he was running for something else again, and I don't know if he won or not. I haven't honestly been following it.
Let's see. I did see that. Well, while we're looking into that, I did see this too. Representative Anna Paulina Luna wants you all to know that the Democrat Party out in California just nominated a candidate for the U.S. House of Representatives who introduced legislation to lower penalties for pedophiles under the guise of equality. Oh yeah. This is what the Democrat Party out there, well, across the nation really, but especially in California, is out there doing. So this is exciting. We've got some Trump-esque excitement happening out there on the West Coast. It's all it takes.
It's
a bad metaphor, but all it takes is one spark to ignite the whole thing. But yeah. So, well, Allie,
I'll be your tribute. Let's go.
All right, sounds good. Guys, that's it for us here with Out of Pocket Live. Make sure you follow at Real Allie Leger, at Michelle Posey, and at Out of Pocket Live on all social media platforms. Like, share, and subscribe.
Okay.
We're fresh out of time, ma'am.
All right, you guys, stay out of pocket. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Take care.
Two queens, no filter. Say what they feel. Allie and Michelle keep it way too real.